and their bid to Leipzig remains the stronger of the two. But there is now a growing sense of confidence within Manchester United that Šeško will join if the clubs can reach a deal. United now focused on reaching that full agreement with RB Leipzig. But Benjamin Jacob here stating that this evening, Benjamin Šeško made it clear that he wants to become a Manchester United player. Hit them like buttons. Make sure you are subscribing. This is the Done Deal Show. Let's do it. A very late night stream tonight with breaking news. People have been on tenterhooks for the past 48 hours or so with Newcastle's two bids, the improved offer that came in last night. Manchester United making their formal bid in the early afternoon. Fabrizio this evening posting that Manchester United he went on to say that Manchester United's feeling from earlier today is even stronger tonight. The club believes Benjamin Šeško only wants to join them. That tweet has been retweeted. That has been pinned. And typically when Fabrizio does that, a deal is closing in towards an announcement, a here we go from him. But the big breaking update from Ben Jacobs is that the player tonight, as we'll show you on the screen again, the player has made it clear this evening that he wants to join Manchester United. That is the claim from Ben Jacobs. And I'm making sure I'm getting the name right here. And Alex Crook from Talk Sport. That is the big claim this evening. Thoughts, feelings, opinions on that. I was just about to go to bed. I was just about to go and lay my head down for the night. A little bit of an early night for me. But there's something I thought I need to stay up for it. It was the retweet from Fabrizio, amongst other things. But as ever, look, I want your thoughts. I want your feelings. I want your opinions on this. It has been a crazy night. It's been a crazy night for content. I've watched about 3 or 4, not the whole streams, but 3 or 4 bits from Newcastle fans. Some crazy claims tonight from them. One I actually heard tonight is a Newcastle fan claiming that the player doesn't want Manchester United. Leipzig are forcing him to join Manchester United. So all sorts of interesting conversations currently going on in the Newcastle and Manchester United fan bases. But Fabrizio's pinned tweet, the retweet, United's feeling getting stronger, the big claim from Ben Jacobs. What do you think? What do you feel? We all know that earlier on today, the financial terms were agreed on both sides. So, of course, that includes Manchester United. Many people think the Ornstein Bomber is coming. The Here We Go is coming. And this would represent a relatively quick deal for Manchester United. Once they decided that Šeško was the priority, that was, I think, only 6 days ago. To get it to this point is pretty quick going indeed. But as ever, look, I want your thoughts. I want your opinions. I want to know what you think and feel in relation to this. Of course, get that like button smashed for us. I know it's the early hours of the morning here in the UK. Some of you, though, this might be the best time to stream, depending on where you are around the world. But big breaking news indeed. This is here. He hasn't said anything really, though, has he? Ben Jacobs said Man United are confident. Well, what he said, and we can put it up here on the screen for you, is that Ben Šeško has made it clear this evening he wants to join Manchester United. The growing sense of confidence Man United have is that Šeško will join if they can reach an agreement between the two clubs. The one thing that hasn't been confirmed, and we haven't made any claims to this, is that the fee with Leipzig has been accepted. What Ben Jacobs has said is that Šeško has agreed to join Manchester United. That is what we're talking about tonight. That is the agreement. That is why the thumbnail says terms agreed as opposed to deal agreed, because there's a fundamental difference in that. Let's be honest, since the United bid, there have been F all news on the Newcastle side. He is going to Man United, is what Abs says here. Sign the contract first, then I'll comment, is what Rodders has got to say. Terry, today is my mum's birthday. I'm not going to read the name because I've already had that one done to me before. Let's get it done. We'll have a lethal front three this season with Šeško, Cunha, and Mbeumo. Add in Ahmad, Dorgu, Bruno, Kobe, and a solid back three. Just need a keeper now. Look, I think Man United still, I'd like us to go and get a midfielder. Hackney is the player that I really rate and I really like right now. Go and add a little bit more to this team in relation to the midfield. Add that goalkeeper in. And I think United could have a much improved season on last year. I think the fans will be more entertained. I think we'll score more goals. And I felt that for a long while now. Makes Paul's bid for Isak harder. Sort of. Newcastle are just going to pivot to another striker. I don't really think this impacts the situation with Isak in the I'm talking over the course of this transfer window. In the long term, over this transfer window, I still think Isak leaves. So that wouldn't be too big a concern to me. United reaching PSR cap and now having to sell, but no one mentions it. Shows how good Ineos manages all YouTube pundits by giving them access to the preseason tour. Well, look, let's be honest about this. We have raised additional money by sell-on clauses. There could be an element of risk in this, that we're buying before we've sold because we're going to miss out on a really good target. We also know that Manchester United consistently plead poverty and end up spending more than they already have. There was massive cuts made. The one bit of misinformation I am seeing is people say, how can they afford players when they had to make cuts? The reason the cuts were made at Manchester United is so we could buy players. As much as it isn't nice for people to lose their jobs and it isn't nice, the football club is a football club first. So it has to be able to operate as a football club. And I saw some Newcastle fans ranting and crying tonight saying that why would anyone join this club? It's fallen. And at the same time saying United shouldn't even sign any new players because it's, they're broken. But equally saying maybe in the future when they're back, players should join them. And, you sit there and think, well, how are you ever going to get back if nobody joins you? It's moronic. And at the end of the day, the PSR elements, the reason why Man United are okay compared to some of the smaller clubs is we have debt and yes, we have a lot of expenditure, but we earn a lot of money. We are one of the biggest sporting institutions in the world. So the people have forgotten this and it's crazy. People also don't read the financial reports. People don't actually understand the financial reports and they end up not knowing what they're talking about at all. They just chat a load of old. The fact is, most people that go, what about PSR? Are the same people that think net spend is real. And that's all you've got to remind yourself of. When someone thinks net spend is a real measure, just remember, toaster person. Newcastle have been having an absolute nightmare this summer. You're spot on. I mean, Newcastle's summer has been pound for pound, maybe the worst I've ever seen in the Premier League. Pound for pound. Because they're a Champions League side. They've got the richest owners in the world. They have money to spend. I saw Newcastle fans on Twitter today going, oh my God, look at the highest spenders in the league. Of course, it'd be the top six and the sort of the cartel clubs. And I laughed a little bit because if Newcastle hadn't been rejected by Cunha and Mbeumo and by Ekitike, they would have spent more than Man United.
Hello and welcome to the Last Word on Spurs. We are, of course, your multi-award-winning Tottenham Hotspur podcast. We're back for another update in this summer transfer window. Don't laugh. There's no tumbleweed moving past you at the moment. If it was the very first time, you can find us on iTunes. We are on Spotify, we're across all major audio platforms. We're, of course, on X. We're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, and we are on Blue Sky too. Before I bring in one of the most busiest men you're seeing during this summer transfer window, I'm not saying this man isn't busy as well during this period, because he is very busy as well. I've got wonderful Jim alongside me from Oh So Spurs, who's been helping me carry this transfer window pretty much on our back so far. Jim, how are you? Love to see you back alongside me.
I'm good, thanks. It's been tough, hasn't it? Spurs haven't given us enough scraps to go with, but I feel like stuff's happening now and there's some movement that I'm excited to go over today. So, yeah, but I'm doing really good, thanks. It'd be better if we signed 2 senior players in the next week, but yeah, I'm doing good.
it does always feel when we get to this point of a window, and Ben's used to this, he's been with us for the last 5-6 years on this show, we always seem to need more and have to have more at this point of a window where we are closing in on what the last 30 or so days of a transfer window, Super Cup finals round the corner. So it feels really important right now. We bring back a man that is pretty much here than everywhere, as I've mentioned. I've seen him more than my wife in the last week or so, which it's no plight on my wife, bless her heart. The transfer window is not for her, but the transfer window is for this man. It's broadcaster, journalist, Give Me Sport correspondent, Talk Sport correspondent as well. Ben Jacobs is back. Ben, how are you? Lovely to see you.
Good evening. You know, your marriage is on the rocks when you're watching me over speaking to your wife. Come on, priorities.
It is the summer transfer window, Ben. She understands. She does get it. It's the two
Is
times
it
of
in
the
your
year.
sort of I do's when you gave your vows that it's like a 10
Bought
month
car and finance
through
from 2000.
sickness and in health, but there's a 2 months off in the marriage for live active windows.
Well, we're 15 years in. We're 5 years married, so I think she kind of knew what she was signing up for. She may not have read the small disclaimer at the bottom of what was on the to-dos at the time, but she's stuck with me now, bless her heart. She's amazing. But listen, thank you so much for joining us out there. Obviously, with regards to Spurs, you know, it's on the back of a week we do this where we've had that horrendous news around James Maddison picking up what looks like to be quite a serious and significant injury that might very well disrupt Spurs' opening start to the season. I think what seems to be adamantly clear is, barring any kind of a miracle, I think we can suggest and confirm Maddison is highly unlikely to be available for the Super Cup final. And of course, the start to Spurs' Premier League season, which is creeping up around the corner against Burnley. But I will hand over to Jim if I can to kickstart us off here on this last word on Spurs.
Ben, should we start by summarising where we are? And when I read this out, it
It's a day going on.
if you close your eyes, this is the most Ange Postecoglou summary of a transfer window ever. We're brimming with injuries. James Maddison's obviously done his ACL by the sounds of it. We'll wait and see the results of that scan. Solanke's injured. Takai's apparently suffered an injury as well. We brought in someone from the J-League as well, which I think you'd stereotyped to our previous manager in Takai. But we have gone and signed a really attacking forward player in Mohamed Kudus, which I think is probably the highlight of our window so far. And we've gone and got a strong six in Paulinho. Now, he's not the one everyone wanted, but he is the aggressive ball winner I think the squad needed. And then we went for Morgan Gibbs-White, and we spectacularly didn't get over that line. I think only in a famous way we find ourselves doing at Spurs, inventing new ways of doing things, but also sometimes not doing things. What have you made of the transfer window so far when you cover other clubs and compare it to Spurs' in our situation?
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? Because if in the space of 48 hours they'd have got the Morgan Gibbs-White deal over the line and the clause had been deemed to be valid and he hadn't signed a new deal at Forest, then you're in a situation where they've spent over 100 million in the space of a day, and it's exactly what they need. And Morgan Gibbs-White hole is within the squad. If you then don't get the injury to James Maddison, Paulinho comes and the Kudos looks like good business at under 60 million, you think they've strengthened in the main area. I still think that a left back could come, or at least is needed, even if they give the sort of internal argument of Ben Davis. And then with a few outgoings, you never know, because as I've said many times, Matis Tel shouldn't be excluded from this window. They've turned that into a permanent deal. Now we know that Son has gone to LAFC, a story that I broke a few days ago. Room maybe for another left-sided attacker if Richarlison goes. Do you bring in some competition for Dominic Solanke, even though he's probably going to be the main man? So you can understand what they're looking for. But I think two mitigating factors in this window are, one, everything they were kind of planning for from a spine of a team and a budgetary perspective was changed in a very positive way by getting Champions League football. But naturally, when you get that, you have to realign, and then suddenly you've got a new manager. And it does take a little bit of time to work out what is the new budget, in a good way, of course. What's the new level of ambition? And what does Thomas Frank really need? Then if you look at the second point, which is the new manager and him trying to get to know his players and instill a mentality and probably make some internal decisions as well around, as I say, Ben Davis, that might seem like a small point, around Jed Spence and extending him, which is a great story in itself, around Archie Gray and how they're going to classify his predominant position, and does that impact where they move, and does it ease the burden a little bit on the number 6 role if he becomes a midfield predominant? These are all questions I think that Frank can't work out until he's actually spent some time with the players on the field. So I understand from the outside in, it looks like somehow they got defeat from the jaws of victory with Gibbs White. And then after that, there's this sort of big-ish fee in the shape of that 60 million release clause that's gone nowhere when there's a screaming need to spend it exactly where they were supposed to spend it with Gibbs White. But I think that the quickness that they moved for Gibbs White was down to that internal belief that there was just this excellent value clause. So now to go and find that same number with an equivalent standard player at a kind of value that matches the Gibbs White release clause isn't as easy as it sounds. And there's also no guarantee, by the way, that Gibbs White would have been as routine in terms of how advanced they got it before Forest complained if that release clause wasn't there. And therein is the irony that you get it that far because you think there's a clause, and then just when you think it's done, you find out actually maybe the clause isn't valid because you've learnt about it in a way that Nottingham Forest disagree with. So I do understand why we've hit a bit of a lull. But again, whether they get the players in now, ideally before the first game of the Premier League season or when the window shuts, it's just important that they get moving again, because if this window ends now for incomings, then you feel that other teams have strengthened and they're even further behind the top 4 or the top 5. If they can get 2 or 3 in the door, bit of depth, bit of quality, box office starter in attacking midfield and maybe wide left, then the window will suddenly have a very different complexion on it.
You've taken the words out of my mouth, Ben, on the point that you were kind of alluding to there. I mean, look, we've seen, and I'm not saying these are Tottenham's direct rivals right now going into the season itself, because we had the brilliant Jack Pitt-Brook on last week who said Spurs really got to focus on, getting up ahead of the likes of Fulham, Brighton, Bournemouth, with all due respect, Newcastle, Villa. That might be Tottenham's competition, but the reality is, as we know, when you look at the likes of what City have spent so far, Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, they can still, obviously, Liverpool can still obviously go ahead and press for that move of Isaac as well, which we've been covering. Man United, again with Sesko, they look like they could take their spending again further during this window. I think the concern, I know, for a lot of the Spurs fans out there is that whilst these sides maybe are not who we're directly competing with right now, it already felt a sizable task to even try and catch them up, but it feels definitely in the last month or so that these teams are already moving further and further away. Is that a fair analysis how Spurs fans are concerned by that?
Yeah, I think there's 2 concerns. One is that lack of quality in key positions, particularly in the attacking third. And 2 is simply the fact that depth gets you to where a lot of these big teams are. And although naturally Champions League is welcomed, what you don't want to find is that the stretch nature of a long season and the correct focus on trying to get out of the league phase of the Champions League actually pushes Tottenham backwards, not forwards, because you ultimately don't have a big enough squad or a good enough squad, or you pick up a few injuries as they did last season, and then suddenly they're back where they started. And you're not going to keep having season on season on season where you get like a get out of jail free card from being very close actually to the bottom 3 to being able to flip it the other way and have the same return as a top 5 side just by winning one tournament. And you might get away with that once or twice in a blue moon, but ultimately, if they don't have a good league season, they're going backwards, not forwards, regardless, in likelihood of what happens in the Champions League, because that's not the kind of tournament that you can rock up with the inconsistent form that they had last season in the league and then be in a position where you somehow win the Champions League and finish in the bottom half of the Premier League. So I think this is the fear, that you have to build strong domestic Premier League foundations first. And now that trophy drought has been ended, it's far more important, I think, to most Spurs fans to actually prioritise the Premier League and closing the gap on other big 6 teams, and not necessarily, even though everyone loves a Champions League run, getting to a quarter-final, a semi-final, because the odds are obviously much more distant that they can go on and win that Champions League. Great if they do again and finish, I don't know, 15th in the Premier League, but more important is probably the opposite, that they get out the league phase, they do what they do in the knockout, and they make absolutely sure that they're much closer to that top 5 and ideally in it, assuming the 5th place gets a Champions League spot. But the sort of flip side with my kind of glass is half full as a non-Spurs fan. So I'm not as hurt and worried and panicked and sleepless night by it all as maybe you guys are. If you actually look at last season and you accept that winning the Europa League was one stretch of incredible form and drama, and at the other extreme, the league form was horrible, the reality of where Tottenham actually are, even before any of these new signings came in, is somewhere in between. And I think Ange Postecoglou was trying to argue that when he was ultimately trying to keep his job. So if you think about that Europa League final, I don't know the exact 11, but it would have been Vicario, Porro, Udogie, Van de Ven and Romero at the back for sure. You would say that even as is, if they're fit, that's top 4, top 5. Most of those players are capable. Central midfield is much more of a question mark. Less sure about Bentancur, and it would have been Bissouma maybe starting the final. And then again, if you think of the front line, Sonny's gone, Solanke's there. Solanke can be top 4. Richarlison maybe not because he's been inconsistent. Brennan Johnson, I really like personally. So it's kind of also about an internal tactic now to do what Newcastle did last season, where James Bunce, the performance director, came in and he said, how are we going to get more marginal gains out of what we've got? So if we don't get who we need in the market and we don't just look for quick fixes that we buy, we can focus on why are our players getting injured so often? Why is this team chemistry not working? Why are we so inconsistent? Why is there a frailty when we've got leads? And I think that's where the Thomas Frank factor in all of this is going to be very underrated, because my feeling is he's so analytical, he's so flexible with his game management that instead of only planning for the new season, my understanding of Frank is he's watched every single game from last season under Ange Postecoglou, not necessarily thinking he's going to play exactly the same way. And he's watched those games all in detail. And he's done what probably every other Tottenham fan in the Premier League doesn't dare do, and actually look back in grave and great detail at that entire season to work out what are we missing internally from an injury, where he then goes over and asks the sports science team, was that preventable, all the way through to the tactics and the frailties and the positives too. And he spent a lot of time doing that in addition to training and planning forwards. So I do think there's an element of how do you get the marginal gains to get the existing group where they should be on paper, which clearly isn't where they finished in the Premier League. And that's the sort of silver lining to it all. And if you get the best out of some of those players that I mentioned, then 1 or 2 signings could make all the difference. And I think it's pretty much the same as Manchester United, by the way. I know Manchester United have had a better window, especially if they get Šeško than Spurs. But there was a point in time where it was Mohamed Kudus and Morgan Gibbs-White, even though that didn't happen. And there was a point in time where it was only Mateus Cunha and Brian Mbeumo. And I think if Man United replayed their entire season with Cunha and Mbeumo, they might get 20 more points. I think had Tottenham got Gibbs-White along with Kudus, they might get 20 more points. So my feeling, trying to put a more positive spin on it as a neutral, is there's still only one box office central attack-minded target away from maybe being a whole lot better on paper than they were last season.
Well, you've made me feel a little bit better, Ben. Taking a bit of a reality sip there on the outside and showing a bit more patience. But I think you're right. Like, keeping players fit is and utilising what you've got is as important as new signings in many ways. But we still desperately need a couple more. Ricky, you happy for me to move on to those, or do you have another piece?
No, please, go for it, Jim.
So the positions I think we know we need, and you've touched on them and mentioned them already. With Maddison's ACL injury, what it looks like, Spurs look like they need a 10 of some kind. Otherwise, there's a minimum of 6 months here. Minimum, where, you know, Kulusevski's out as well as their kind of temporary option in that role. They're going to struggle to cover that role, and other players are going to have to make sacrifices to accommodate. And also a centre-back. It seems from Frank's interview that's a priority. Do you understand whether those are still the main positions being looked at?
Yeah, I think they are the main positions being looked at, and it's no surprise. Obviously, with James Maddison, we have to be a little bit cautious because there's scans and there's internal analysis of exactly what the injury is. But you're absolutely right, it doesn't look good. And therefore, whatever the injury ends up being, once the sort of swelling goes down, we know he's going to be out for a period of time, to the point where there's more urgency. And I also think, to be perfectly honest with you, there was a fascinating conversation even with a fit Maddison, where had they signed Morgan Gibbs-White, where does it leave Maddison? So I'm wondering whether Tottenham were kind of planning for somebody to potentially come in above Maddison as a regular starter, regardless of whether he's fit and stays at the football club in the long run. And there's definitely suitors out there that in the past have inquired on James Maddison. Al Ahly is one. Another one was Leipzig, although my understanding there is that they're moving for Harvey Elliott at the moment. But it just sort of shows you the outreach for Maddison and not as much pushback as I first expected, which might suggest that Tottenham, regardless of Maddison's actual fitness, was still looking to strengthen in this area. And I think a 10 is a big priority. I wouldn't rule out another number 9 if we're talking about positions, because you've got Dom Solanke, but Richarlison could, of course, go as well. There is a lot of talk, like we said at the beginning of the show, about Ben Davies and his ability to be part of the leadership group and fill in at left back. Destiny Udogie is going to be the starter there, but there is a possibility that another left back is looked at. For example, nothing came of it, but very soon after Chelsea came formally to the table for Joel Hatto, Tottenham put in an inquiry to Ajax as well. It didn't lead to anything, but it shows you that there's a young profile of left back that Tottenham are prepared to consider. So let's see if they sort of stick with Ben Davies, knowing that he's valued on and off the field, or actually they try and bring in a sort of teenage profile of left back to compete with Destiny Udogie. But either way, I don't think we're done with the exploration of the left back position. And Paulinia's now come into that midfield. Like I said before, you have a situation where Archie Gray, in my opinion, will end up getting a lot of time in a midfield position. And that's Thomas Frank, not necessarily changing it from Ange Postecoglou, because I don't think Postecoglou had much choice as to where to use Archie Gray, because his defence was so desecrated that he was centre-back, he was right-back, he was pushed into defensive midfield. No real choice because of circumstance. But if you go back a little bit to Brentford, remember the saga where everyone said medical, Brentford, Archie Gray. And then I actually ran a story saying, I'm told Spurs have hijacked this deal. And 24 hours later, he was a Spurs player. But when the actual back and forth was underway on the Brentford side, pitching to Gray, Thomas Frank at Brentford was telling Gray he's a central midfielder. So I think if you add Paulinia and you factor in Gray, they might feel covered there, even though perhaps more of an engine room midfielder could still come. I wouldn't rule out the possibility of your number 10 being someone that can get into Son-type positions. So you've got Tell on the left. Were they, for example, to go for a profile like Eberici Eze, who we know they like, but they're not moving on at the moment, he can go 10, he can go wide left. I think that's profile number 1, because then you tick 2 boxes. You give competition on the left to Matis Tell, and you fill a Son void with a more versatile player that can maybe go 10, second striker, drop a bit deeper to 8, play as a number 9, and even go wide left. And if that player ticks both boxes, particularly number 10 and left wing, then perhaps you can get a sort of another 6-8 that's very energetic, very box to box, and capable of covering a lot of ground. So we'll wait and see whether it's just 1 or 2 in midfield, but definitely big priority is that number 10.
Yeah, I mean, just sticking on number 10 for a second, you've already mentioned the fact, Ben, in relation to James Maddison, how that injury is a massive blow for Spurs. And just to put that into context, Maddison was a catalyst for Spurs' Europa League success last term, 3 goals, 4 assists in 11 games. He also notched 9 goals and 7 assists in the 31 league games, despite the poor performances under, of course, and in the Premier League. By the fact that we've got a situation around Maddison where we're finding it very hard, Ben, to keep him fit. And then you add to that situation around Dejan Kulusevski, that again, very talented player, but has suffered from a number of frequent injury problems throughout his time here. How big do you think that may accelerate Tottenham's interest in trying to pursue this number 10 next as an almost urgent requirement? Because I think on the back of the situation around Maddison, I know a lot of Spurs fans were saying this has got to be the priority, and they quickly at the time Spurs announced the sign of Palhinha that evening, which, look, don't get me wrong, I think we all have spoke on this show, and so have you, Ben, about Spurs' need for a genuine number 6. We hope they've found it now in Palhinha, and he's hopefully going to be the player that they need right now, which is obviously very, very key. But I know there's been a few different kind of profile of players mentioned. I will just bring some up to date. I don't know, Ben, you've got also info on this. We are hearing that Harvey Elliott is now being explored by RB Leipzig. That's the latest news we're hearing at the moment in relation to Harvey Elliott, who was apparently a profile Tottenham have looked at during this window. There's one that I'm sure, Ben, you're going to know very, very well, given your Leicester connections and your feelings around obviously Leicester in general. And that's obviously Bilal El Khanous, who apparently would be a player that would be maybe a cheaper profile for Tottenham to obtain, given if they are looking to spend money elsewhere in this window on, dare I say, a central defender of a higher value. I mean, anything more you can tell us about maybe the kind of profile of players you've heard Spurs might be looking for in this area?
Yeah, I mean, as said in my last answer, that was my understanding that Harvey Elliott and Leipzig could develop. No real surprise, but the interesting thing about Harvey Elliott is he's put himself in the shop window during the England Under-21 Championships over the summer. And as a consequence, it's win-win for Liverpool because he'll either stay and be a valued squad player or he'll be sold. And there's probably an extra 7 to 10 million put on the valuation. So Liverpool are going to allow the player to decide his future. And as long as their valuation is met, an exit is possible. But I do think that they'll lean towards wanting to sell him outside of the Premier League, simply because of the fact they realise he's a top talent with a high potential, not like for like or anything, but if you think about the Scott McTominay story, Man United sold him to Napoli, immediately on fire. Incredible signing for them. Imagine if he was doing that for a Premier League club now. The Man United fans, with their midfield needing strengthening, would be going absolutely nuts, even though subsequently they've obviously added some attack-minded players. And I think Liverpool's perspective is they would lean towards selling outside of the Premier League. I've never really been led to believe that Tottenham and Harvey Elliott was necessarily developing to any great degree. The kind of midfielders, I know they're all a little bit different in terms of their profile that I hear. One is Bilal El Khanous. Leeds United are the only club in the Premier League that have made a formal inquiry, but West Ham and Tottenham have considered doing so. Relatively easy deal to get done. You'll see some reports out there saying that Leicester want a fee in excess of £25 million. That's not true to my understanding. Bilal El Khanous has a relegation release clause, which can be triggered for just €26 million. So that's a deal at around £22 million. Player wants to move. He wants to stay in the Premier League. And therefore, it may be possible that suitors come in for him. But let's see whether Tottenham are one of them, because it's actually Leeds that made the formal inquiry. Then in terms of others, they've got a long-standing interest in Adam Wharton. That one, I think, will be intertwined with Eze, because only one of those players is going to be sanctioned, and maybe zero. It will all depend on Palace, maybe whether or not they get demoted after their appeal at CAS to the Conference League. If they stay in the Europa League, bit more money, bit more appeal, you can persuade players to stay for another year. So I think from Tottenham's point of view, they've gone all in on Gibbs White because they didn't think when they triggered the clause, in inverted commas, that there was going to be any issues. And the forcible sort of legal threats and Premier League involvement made them back off so quickly. But I think Tottenham thought they'd got a steal on that. They learnt about the release clause. They were very decisive, quite un-Levy-like in many ways, spending 115 odd million in the space of just a couple of days, because Mohamed Kudus had arrived 55 million before that. But now I think we're back into typical Spurs, typical Levy, time to assess, time to watch the players in Asia. And this is why we haven't seen any movement at the moment. So Bilal El Khanous could be one option. But like I say, it's Leeds at the moment that are moving. I don't think Spurs are done with any interest in Adam Wharton either. It's just a case of whether he's genuinely going to be available now. And that's kind of where we stand, I think. Not all of these players are necessarily out and out defined number 10s. Some are 8 come 10s. Some are 10 come 8. Some are box-to-box midfielders. And some can get out wide. 1 or 2 can even play as a second striker. And that's the point, that Frank has to input what kind of position or dual positions he's looking for. And maybe there's a logic that this inaction in the Tottenham market is down to Frank just needing an extra week or two to ensure that he knows exactly what he's looking for, because more windows than most, because of Spurs' recruitment structure and because of everything ongoing behind the scenes at the club, I think Frank will have more say in this first window than maybe in future windows further down the line.
I know right now at the time of us speaking, Ben, there are Spurs fans either screaming at the show or screaming at their phone thinking, we've got a Super Cup final in 8 days, what are we doing?
I mean, does it count, really? I mean, I know it's another trophy.
Listen, Ben, when you've waited 17 years for a trophy, I can tell you, Ben, they all bloody count.
If we win it, it counts. If we don't, it was just a friendly.
If we win it, it counts.
Yeah.
It's a warm-up game otherwise. Can I just ask you just very quickly back, you mentioned Eberechi Eze, Ben. Look, we've steered off asking you on the last couple of shows about Eberechi Eze, purely because, I mean, the feeling is, and you tell us this from your perspective, there seems to be a fact that there seems to be this kind of acknowledgement in the transfer window that Arsenal at some point are going to make their move for the player. And politically, it is very difficult, from what we hear from a number of journalists like yourself as well, for Tottenham and Arsenal to both be in the market for this kind of respective player. Do you genuinely feel there's any outside chance that later in this window, if Arsenal don't make their move, Spurs do go back in for Eze? What's your understanding on that?
Yeah, I think Eberechi Eze does to an extent have his heart set on Arsenal. Players don't always get their number one destination, but the point here is that Tottenham sources have said for about 3 weeks they're not moving on Eze, but they appreciate him. So it's kind of on the list, but it's not necessarily that active. Now, whether that might change in an ambitious way because they've failed to get Morgan Gibbs-White, you can never say never. But it's definitely Arsenal, the ones on the player side and on the club-to-club side, that are actually negotiating, and Tottenham are distant admirers as of now. Could it change? You never know. If they go head-to-head, who would he pick? Arsenal. A lot of people tell me he's even an Arsenal fan, and I just think that where their project's at, he will feel he can go in as a defined number 10 and get a lot of game time, even with Martin Odegaard at the club and Ethan Nwaneri capable of playing in that role too. The other factor in all of this remains Crystal Palace, who we shouldn't underestimate in all of this. So believe it or not, and this might tie into Spurs if they enter the race along with Newcastle and possibly Liverpool, Mark Gay is a player that Crystal Palace want to sell. And we know that Tottenham bid for him in January. Newcastle are going to be there this summer potentially. And Liverpool could bid as well. And what's happened is the price has gone from 50 million at the beginning of the window to 45 million in the middle of the window to 40 million or under now. And as it starts to begin with a 3, at least in terms of the fixed fee of any possible deal, I think suitors are going to come forwards late in the window. And why I link it to Eze is because Palace want to sell Guéhi. And actually, it's Guéhi that's the roadblock, because he's thinking, I could do another season here, play in the World Cup, leave on a free transfer, have the pick of whatever clubs I want, and on very preferable terms. Palace know he's not going to sign a new deal. They want to sell him now. And any suitor is just waiting and waiting and waiting until right at the end of the window, when they're going to an extent, lowball Crystal Palace, or maybe they would argue just make a fair offer, given he's only got 1 year left on his contract. And then Palace will sell, providing Guéhi feels he will get the game time at a new club to move now as opposed to in a year's time. If they bring in that money, then every other name at Crystal Palace becomes a little bit harder to get out the door, because you may have noted in the last few weeks that Oliver Glasner said very clearly it's been a disappointing window. So then I think it would only be Guéhi plus a maximum of 1. Whether that's Wharton, unlikely, Eze, possible, although his release clause is gone, or alternatively somebody like Mateta, who with the striker merry-go-round people might move in for. Then how the Eze deal will now work is that clubs will be asked by Crystal Palace, if they come to the table, even in the absence of the release clause, to match its valuation. So Crystal Palace wants 68 million package, and most suitors at this point think that Eberechi Eze, because of his contractual situation, is worth more, like 55 or 60 million. Not a huge goal from valuation, but no one I'm speaking to on the Arsenal side or other interested clubs has had any intent when it was active to trigger the release clause. And that's where we're at. A very exciting and possible signing for Spurs that's been linked about, I think, for weeks. But at this stage, every time I've gone to it and spoken to a Tottenham contact, I've always had it relatively downplayed. So let's see if Maddison injury and the possibility of Morgan Gibbs-White not arriving makes Spurs hyper ambitious to enter this race. But I think the bad news for Tottenham is that if they entered the race, and so did Arsenal, I think he will end up at the Emirates Stadium.
Ben, thank you so much. We're going to very quickly squeeze in our first break of the show for our listeners and audio. We have got over nearly 10,000 of you that are watching the show live. As always, thank you ever so much for all your incredible support for Last One of Spurs. A quick if I can, shameless plug. I'm sure Ben won't mind. Yeah, I think he's part of the panel on this, so no pressure on it, Ben. We are delighted on Last One on Spurs to be up for the nominations for the Football Content Awards for 2025.
Is that Brentford have now changed their mind and they've decided to sell Yoane Wissa, but a bit like Newcastle and Alexander Isak, they need to bring in a replacement, although there is confidence that Brentford will find another attacker and Wissa will be allowed to leave. Of course, with Newcastle United battling for Benjamin Sesko, if they miss out, I think Newcastle will be back very quickly for Yoane Wissa, and the players sold on that move. But Tottenham haven't entered the race formally for Yoane Wissa. If they do, it presents a really intriguing scenario because he can stay in London and he can play under Thomas Frank, and that's two big ticks. So I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility if Tottenham suddenly realise Brentford are going to sell for maybe under 40 million, that they could reconsider making a formal bid for Wissa. But they are going to be quite quick here if they're to move, because Newcastle are very serious about Wissa, and there's real confidence within Newcastle that he can be one of two attackers coming in, with Xavi Simons and Rafa Leao. Like we said on the last show, Tottenham appreciate Rafa Leao. It's just about the cost and also the fact that the player's kind of in love with Milan. And this is probably the only window where you might stand an outside chance. I think he's just going to stay, and I've said that many times, but it's the one season where Milan need money and they've got no European football. But every single time Leao's had an approach, from Chelsea 2 years ago, an inquiry from Manchester United 18 months ago, ahead of the summer window that they were heading into, and now with teams like Tottenham, and there's plenty of others, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, they're all making inquiries, and still Leao is a bit in the mould of a Martin Zubimendi before he joined Arsenal, or a Nico Williams when he chose to renew very recently at Athletic Bilbao. He's in love with that club, and it's difficult, therefore, even with quite tough financial circumstances for Milan, to get him out the club, and it's a big outlay. I won't go into Rodrigo because we're sort of flitting. I was just seeing some of the names in the chat. I'm sure you've got a separate question on Rodrigo. And then the last name I saw in the chat was Xavi Simons, and I think Chelsea are very confident there. I wouldn't rule out Bayern trying to put together a sort of hijack proposal, but the player's been absolutely crystal clear. He wants to join Chelsea. He's been liking Chelsea posts. He's removed RB Leipzig from his bio. So I think it far, far more likely that Chelsea get that one over the line, and I'm not aware of Tottenham entering the race for him.
Ben, thank you so much. We really do appreciate that. I feel like I'm going to go back to a name that we haven't yet mentioned, but there does appear to be a little bit of noise on him, certainly from the Man City end, in terms of what they may want to do with him, and that's Jack Grealish. You know, again, a exciting, prosperous central attacking midfielder on his day. I've personally said in the past that I couldn't imagine a squad of having Grealish and Maddison together. That's not because I don't like them. I'm just not sure how much, from a work rate perspective, Frank would really buy into having both those kind of players in his squad. What's your understanding with relation to Jack Grealish, and can you give us an update, Ben, as to whether you feel he would be on Tottenham's radar or list in relation to this summer transfer window following that injury to Maddison?
Yeah, I think injury to Maddison is the key point, because 2-3 weeks ago Tottenham were ruling it out, so they discussed it internally, and at that point they were also deciding whether Garnacho might be a market opportunity too, because as I think we said on one of the last shows when I came on, their aim was always Matis Tel +1, and I guess reading between the lines now, we understand it's because Tottenham have known for a number of weeks that Son was going to depart. So therefore you do need two on that left-hand side, or one left-wing specialist and another more versatile attacker. Grealish has never been a name that I felt Tottenham were that keen on. Some of it may be down to wage, and some down to the fact that a permanent exit overall would be very costly. But as the window ticks away, you might find Man City decide to do a loan, in which case Everton is one option, and they've been there for quite a while. West Ham is another. And a loan with an option, or a loan with an obligation, something kind of like when Marcus Rashford went to Aston Villa. I think you can never say never, but if Tottenham were to move for Grealish, it will be because of Maddison's injury, and with a fit Maddison, they'd ruled Grealish out. And this is going to be a really interesting one, because Grealish is not out of Thomas Tuchel's plans, and therefore, with one season of playing regularly and recapturing his form and his confidence, he could turn into a heck of a player. But again, when it was put to Tottenham, after it was clear they'd been discussing it internally, they were very much steering us, sources I spoke to anyway, away from a move for Jack Grealish. But I don't think we can shut the door entirely simply because of the fact that now Maddison is injured. Late this window, Grealish may become a market opportunity for several Premier League clubs. And I think Grealish would prefer to stay in the Premier League 1 year out from the World Cup.
Yeah. Feels like a little bit more of a break glass and emergency. Let's see
Yeah,
how we
he's
go,
in your
Tom.
emergency.
Do us a favour, Jimmy. Can we break that glass now? We've got 8 days to the Super Cup final.
Well, I know what would smash the glass into bits and send everyone jumping up and down the streets, Ricky, is a certain Real Madrid winger that seems
Absolutely.
to Ben. Like, I know it, people go, no way, Rodrigo to Spurs, but surely there's a world in which the player might go a loan to Tottenham. I'm a main man in the Champions League for a season. I've got a pathway back to my parent club if I don't particularly, enjoy it or decide it's not for me. Can you see that one happening? Any hope?
Well, first of all, the notion today in Spanish media that a bid has come in from Spurs, formally speaking, is not true according to my understanding. And actually, speaking to people I know in and around the Rodrigo camp, nobody's bid for him yet. But there has been some movement since we last spoke. First thing that's happened is Rodrigo's finally had his meeting with Xabi Alonso. And actually, he didn't hand in a transfer request. He didn't say that he wants to leave. He reaffirmed his commitment to the club. So part of this is, does Rodrigo genuinely want to leave Real Madrid and go and play somewhere as a starter on the left wing instead of on the right wing at Real Madrid because of Vinny Jr. and Kylian Mbappe? And still, there is not a definite answer that he will leave. There's only a possibility. And if the window closes and he's still at Real Madrid, I think Rodrigo might be content with that. Then you have the Real perspective, and this is where your question about a loan or other more preferable structures is probably a bit misplaced, because it fails to factor in the Real perspective. So would the player do a loan, try before you buy, could still go back to Real Madrid? Probably. Would Tottenham or any other suitor be in for Rodrigo on a loan? Absolutely, because it's cost effective and you can try, and then you still probably don't have to commit. But Real Madrid are only interested in keeping him or permanent exit. And at the beginning of the window, sources close to Real said 90 million euros is the number, plus a big wage, plus a bunch of taxes, plus a load of agent fees. Now, what's shifted is that there is a chance to get the wage off the books if the player does say he wants to leave. And maybe he waits for a game or two in La Liga to see what the actual lay of the land is. And then if it's still not changed in his favour, because he was benched for 5 straight games at the Club World Cup, with 2 weeks of the window, Rodrigo might change his mind. And some people at Real hint this 90 million number is not actually as rigid as was first implied at the beginning of the window. And maybe somewhere closer to 70 million euros might even get him out the door. And that's actually an excellent bit of business, I think, and offset some of the costs affiliated to the player wage and the agent fees. So let's kind of wait and see how it develops. We're hearing a lot of Liverpool are moving, they're the favourites. Tottenham have made a bid, they're the front runners. Chelsea are interested. But actually, those on the Rodrigo side haven't held any talks with any of these clubs. And Real, as of now, Tuesday evening, 9:47, haven't got a single bid from a single club. What's happening, and this is why you're hearing a lot of noise, is number one, Real are to an extent fueling an exit because it would be their preference to sell, but they can't if the player wants to stay. And the second thing in all of this, which is a fascinating part of a transfer of this magnitude, is there are non-exclusive mandates to several so-called super agents. So you haven't just got one person brokering the deal. You've got Rodrigo's father, who's key to any deal. Then you've got a load of agents who are not actually the player's main agent, that have got mandates to go out to clubs they trust and have relationships and broker a deal. And each of these agents are effectively taking meetings and trying to drum up an offer. And it's a bit like if you're renting your house, instead of listing it with one estate agent, you give it to 10. And then everyone that inquires to a particular estate agent, they have to be fast and set up your viewing and get the deal done and fuel that they've got something for the landlord, because there's 9 others there that are also trying to do exactly the same thing. And sometimes you hear of an alleged meeting between a club and Rodrigo, and then we actually dig into it. It's not between the club and Rodrigo. It's actually between an intermediary and someone connected to Real Madrid, because they're trying to line up the skeleton of a deal in the hope that a club goes, great, if you can get us those terms, we'll do the deal through you. So there's a lot of people courting the business of Rodrigo and an exit. And that's why we're hearing Spurs one day, Liverpool one day. But most of these clubs, including Arsenal and Liverpool, and even Spurs, unless the price drops significantly, actually think the Rodrigo deal is far too expensive. And this is why we have no meaningful movement yet. But just keep an eye on that one thing, which is if with 2 weeks to go of the window, Rodrigo suddenly decides, I want out, the price that we're hearing at the moment of 90 million euros could drop significantly. And that's when you might find a genuine suitor emerges.
Oh, please, I'm getting the Van der Vaart, reminiscence. You never know. But then we've got to fund these. Well, actually, maybe that's the wrong way of wording it. We've got to make room for these players in a very bloated Tottenham squad. Bentancur and Bissouma are players who have got 10 months left on their contracts, not even a year anymore. And there's others like Brian Hill, who we obviously expect to go. But how do you see the outgoings for Spurs? Is anyone actually close to going out the door, those players or others that, or is it just a signal that Frank's really taking his time, like you said earlier, to assess everyone and not push anyone out the door particularly fast?
Yeah, I think there's an element of the Frank factor in all of this. Bentancur's the most interesting one for me because, as you say, the contract's ticking down. But if you go back to 3 months ago, they were moving in the direction of trying to extend him. So I think Frank's going to have a very big say on Bentancur in particular. Bissouma, I think, will go in the next 4 weeks. I've mentioned before, Al Ahly are one of the clubs that are interested in him. Al Ahly have been relatively active in the last few days. For example, another name that has been linked with, I think, Tottenham in the past, Enzo Milo, is a player that they're hoping to get over the line and formalise very soon. And that deal is close at the moment. But I don't think that 23-year-old will be the only midfielder that joins Al Ahly, because Matthias Jassel feels they need 2 or 3 midfielders. And for those of you that follow Saudi football a little bit more closely, Al Ahly released a ridiculous statement. I mean, imagine if a Premier League club did this in English and Arabic, saying with 1 month or so left of the window, we plan to sign, quote, 6 to 8 new players. So it's a bit like your question at the end of the show, and they gave an answer, and now the Al Ahly fans are like, 6 to 8 are coming in. Of course, they won't all be foreigners, but I would imagine 4 or 5 will. So Bissouma and Ali could develop. Wilf and Didi and Al Ahly could be another one that develops instead, and that will be in addition to Enzo Milo. And Didi's an interesting one because he's a market opportunity for Premier League clubs that want a bit of energy at number 6. I've never been led to believe that Tottenham are one of the suitors. Everton, Manchester United have looked. Azo broke exclusively. Besiktas have had a bid accepted, and they're very close to formalising that deal. But you've got Valencia and you've got Al Ahly, who are also in the mix. And the only reason I mention the non-Spurs transfer news is because if you understand that knock-on effect, it might become an either-or choice for Al Ahly between Wilf and Didi, and they'd have to hijack Besiktas and soon, or they might go, okay, we're not going to get Ndidi, let's try and get Bissouma. So there is Saudi interest in Bissouma. I was told the other day that there's Turkish interest as well, and oddly and interestingly, an MLS club even inquired about him, but I don't think the player is very interested in going to America at this stage of his career. I think the priority will likely be to stay in Europe unless the Saudi money ends up turning his head. So Bissouma, there is movement. I think he'll go. Bentancur, a bit more of a wild card, because if Frank likes him, you would think that Tottenham will push ahead and do what they did 2-3 months ago and try and get him to sign a new deal.
Yeah, it's also important to state, Ben, I'm sure you're aware as well, that we have had direct quotes from Frank in the last 24 hours. And again, look, it is the transfer window. Things, of course, can always change. But Frank has said on Rodrigo Bentancur directly that he's a player you can see is an important potential player for the team. We thought he'd be a key player, so it's not a surprise. That's a player, of course, I think has got a potentially important future here. But we know, Ben, with the transfer window, things can always change. I think that's why you have to keep an open mind that even when you've got a manager coming out saying they're an important player, money does talk. And I think the fact that, again, is what is, again, so key here. When you've got a player that's only got 10 months on his contract to go, if they can't renegotiate the terms and get him to commit to a new contract, Tottenham have got to make a decision on that. They just can't allow that contract to run, because they've seen it happen in the past, of course, with Harry Kane.
Yeah, what they won't want is to be in a Liverpool situation as of last season.
Yep.
And that's probably the one thing that's been weak within Liverpool's model if we look back rather than forwards, because they're obviously having an incredible summer and clearly they're getting all of their ducks in a row. So you can only say good things about Liverpool's model, Liverpool's recruitment team, how Liverpool do business. But they've always been prepared to kind of gamble on the fact that a player's contract could run down and they'll pull an extension out of the hat. And they succeeded with Salah and Van Dijk, but they were not able to persuade Trent Alexander-Arnold to stay. I think from Tottenham's point of view, it's more they're not always getting the worth of the players whose contract is running down. And that's the sort of bad scenario to be in. So at least with Liverpool, if the players did all leave on a free, you say, what a phenomenal servant Salah and Van Dijk would have been right up until their final game for the club. The challenge is when you get a player you actually wanted out earlier, you don't cash in, the contract runs down, you start to wonder if they've actually got worth for the team. And then you say, well, it's lose-lose here because we won't get a big fee. And actually, even if the contract runs down, not every player will end up impacting significantly as starters for Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. So this is where they need to be more forward planning, use better data, and have more synergy internally. And Liverpool are really great at using data, being dispassionate when they need to, listening to people at all levels of the club, from those projecting injuries to when somebody might be at their peak now, but when will they lose their peak, and adding all these things up to have very frank and open and honest conversation that might not be that popular, where you say this player may be in the form of his life right now, but he's not getting a new deal. And this player may be the worst player at the club right now, but he is getting a new deal, because wait a year or two and you'll see the sort of difference. And I think Tottenham haven't made historically in the last few seasons the best of judgment calls, which means they've been in more of a lose-lose scenario where players have lost their value and lost their team worth. And that's obviously the worst possible scenario that you can be in.
Yeah. We spoke about earlier, Ben, the club apparently now targeting the central defensive area of the squad, the centre-backs primarily. And we know, obviously, when you look at last season in general, between them, having 60 games to play, Romero was only available for 26 of them, Van der Ven just 22. So you can understand from a Spurs perspective the need to look at the market to see how can they bolster the ranks in that defensive area. There'll be many suggestions. Well, hold on, we've got Kevin Danso, we've got Luka Vuskovic, which we'll come on to shortly as well. But we are hearing suggestions and key suggestions that Tottenham are looking to do some work in that central defensive area before the window does shut. Two names that have been linked to the club ever so recently has been a potential late bid for Kim Min-jae, which is being reported only in the last 2 or 3 hours. Would like to get your thoughts on that. And also, there is a player at Brighton that Spurs also do have their eye on in Jan-Paul Van Hecke. Not sure if I pronounced that right, but apparently 2 central defenders there. Any truth, Ben, can you see in Spurs moving for one of these or an alternative between now and the end of the window for you?
Yeah, I put some feelers out on the Kim front, and what I get back is that it is possible he leaves this window, but I'm not led to believe that Tottenham are advanced on that one. I think I'll update on that one in the next sort of 24, 48 hours, because it's important to obviously get more Spurs perspectives on that one. But I went to Bayern when I saw that story a few hours ago, and the belief is definitely that an exit could be sanctioned there. Van Hecke's not a new link, of course, and is appreciated by Tottenham. Whether or not he'll be allowed to leave Brighton this window, I think remains to be seen. Brighton sources had quite a lot of pushback on the idea that they would sanction anything, but I am led to believe that Tottenham's interest is relatively genuine there. And as we may have discussed before, you've still got Zabanyi as well. Tottenham would have to spend big. They'd have to take their Morgan Gibbs-White money, and they'd have to move fast, because it's obviously PSG that are confident at the moment of striking a deal. But what I would say is we're hearing a lot of Zabanyi this and Zabanyi that, off to the French champions, deal close. And that deal has been close now for about 10 days. And the Bournemouth perspective on that deal, even though it's true PSG sources tell me they're optimistic, but the Bournemouth side allege that PSG came before the Club World Cup and only picked up talks about a week ago. And still, they're looking for a number far closer to 70 million euros than 60 million euros. So let's see what PSG do, because you may remember when Tottenham were linked with Milan Skriniar, PSG ended up getting him, but they waited, I think it was 2 windows, and then they were able to basically sign him for peanuts. Whereas at the time, the initial discussions were going for Skriniar, PSG backed off because they said the price is just too high. So you might find Bournemouth's valuation raises too high for PSG based on what they want to pay. And then still Zabarnyi might be available later in the window. We know that Spurs like him, but I don't think we're at the stage where they're bidding or rivaling PSG. But that one could be a possibility as well. So there's clearly defensive options. And then, like I said to you before, I wouldn't entirely rule out Mark Gahey and Tottenham still gathering legs. The expectation at the moment is if it isn't to be Liverpool, it might be Newcastle. But I still think Tottenham put down £70 million in January. Some say it was a bit of optics because you try knowing what the answer is, and it's a way of just showing ambition and knowing that nobody's actually going to accept that money. But then that's not really a Daniel Levy tactic to make a big show, a big headline, a big we tried and we failed. Some other clubs do it. Saudi do it all the time, bidding for players they're not going to get because it shows what they've got. It shows their hand. It shows their ambition. I'm not so sure when Daniel Levy made that offer in January for Mark Gahey that it was only about optics or grandstanding. I think he genuinely wanted urgently to back Ange Postecoglou with a big name defender. So if you then think about Mark Gahey potentially, not definitively, but maybe being under 40 million, it's half the price that you bid in January. It's a £35 million discount potentially. So who's to say that Tottenham won't come back into that race? Right now, all indications are Newcastle are assessing whether to bid. Liverpool are prepared to bid if the price drops, but don't entirely rule out Tottenham because unlike some of the other names, particularly Zabarnyi and Van Hecke to an extent that we've discussed, Gay is genuinely available in the market. As long as he's going to get minutes and he buys into that club, regular game time in a World Cup year, Gay is available. Crystal Palace are willing sellers.
Yeah, I think he'd be one our squad would greatly benefit from, but I think, yeah, like you say, it's going to be more dependent on what other clubs do than first, or don't do first, I should say, Ben. But we have another centre-back. Well, there's a number of young players that have been listed for loan. Alistair Gold messaged it, the Tottenham correspondent. But he kind of gave us a full list of those going out on loan. Yang Min-hyuk, Tyrese Hall, Alfie Devine, Dane Scarlett, George Abbott. I think Luka Vuskovic is the one that Spurs fans we're most excited to see on a development journey. There's rumours Hamburg have kind of come straight in to signal some interest. Have you heard that's true?
Yeah, that's true. Definitely on the list of Hamburg. My understanding is on the Hamburg side, they're worried of 3 or 4 others now coming in. So they're not quite sure if they're front runners at this stage, but they've definitely made a very strong pitch. So that's a possibility. And I'm expecting to get more clarity on that in the next kind of 24, 48 hours. There's also been some inquiries, I'm told, from clubs in Italy, Genoa in particular, who obviously have got a good relationship with Tottenham after doing the Jed Spence loan. They're another club that have inquired as well. And I was told Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's Besiktas asked about the possibility of a loan as well. But from what I'm told, Tottenham are not particularly keen on sanctioning that move. They've got other options and pathways that they think system-wise, manager-wise, are going to be a slightly better fit. And I think this one is really interesting because when you ask people around Tottenham, they don't really push back on this notion that he might nearly be ready and he's a real prospect. So there is a slight temptation to say, keep him within that first team squad. But obviously if everybody's fit, there's a chance that he doesn't get enough minutes and it's not worthwhile. But sometimes when clubs think this way, they say, hang on a minute, let's put the brakes on. Let's do half a season. We can always loan him out in January. So I think these internal...
Now then, people, welcome back to the Just Joe Football Show. I hope you are all doing well. Please do smash me a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, get your comments in, and of course, hit that notification bell. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. One second. Yes, I hope you are all doing well. Please do smash me a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel, get your comments in, and of course, hit that notification bell. As you can see, I've got the brand new training top. Does it look better in person? No. Is it great? No. But listen, I can't be asking you to go buy things if I don't buy them myself, can I? So yeah, it's something a little different. And it does have long sleeves, and I don't mind a long sleeve top, so there we go. Daniel the Centurion Fact says, love it, like it. Oh, well, if you do like it, you can. There is a link in the description. Go on over, get through your boys link, and yeah, it looks big. Do you think? It's actually a medium. So, shouldn't it? Actually fits well. Is it like fleece material? No, but it is different, like it's warm. It's warm. Do you know what I mean? It's a nice one. It is a nice one. But yeah, I hear you. Stop asking me about other people, folks. Stop asking me about other people. I'm going to be talking on other people. Unless they talk directly about me, then I will respond. But I'm not talking about anyone else anymore, okay? Yeah, it is what it is. I'm moving on from that shit. 2025, new season, all that shit. Just leave that shit where it is. You know my thoughts and feelings? Just leave it where it is. Do you know what I mean? Had a good day. I hope you've had a good day. I've been in London. That was an awesome experience. I do have some content coming out. I have to wait, though, until... yeah, it does, Jake. Yeah, I'll have... And... I think Gelhardt wants to go back to Hull. Is that right? If I remember rightly, I think it's
Jack Grealish to stay at Man City, Phil Foden to win another Player of the Year award, and City to win the undefeated quadruple. Here is everything that we learned from today's open training session at the Academy Stadium. Welcome back to the City Ramble, leading the conversation in the world of Manchester City. If you are new around here, make sure to hit that subscribe button, and whilst you're down there, get involved in the City Ramble Discord, big Man City group chat. You can share all your Man City opinions. You can share your opinions on live. We talk about all sorts. You can even come and have a go at me and the rest of the City Ramble contributors if you want. Now look, maybe that last one was a little bit hyperbolic. Manchester City probably aren't going to be winning the undefeated quadruple this season, but I do believe that the open training session was a decent insight and a reason for City fans to get excited. I've got a list, as I always do. Someone mentioned it in the last video, why I always have a pen in my hand. Well, it's so I can write it down, so that I can write my ideas down and share them to you. Most of them nonsense, but hopefully this list in front of me is everything that we covered, or everything that I've picked up on from the open training session. I want to start off with what I feel like is a really interesting dynamic, and it's this guy on screen. If you can't work out, because it's not the best of screenshots, don't get me wrong. All credit to Man City, by the way. They live streamed the event, these screenshots, all rights to them. But it's Pep Lijnders, of course. I'm sure most people have worked that out by now. Manchester City's new assistant manager, Pep Guardiola's new right-hand man. And let me tell you, when I was only watching the stream, I wasn't even training, I wasn't even in the stadium, let me tell you, I would already run through walls for this guy, because his energy is infectious. The way he was on the pitch, and you might say, look, the cameras are out, he's putting on a show, he's trying to make an impression. That could be the case. But we've heard from other testimonies from his time at Liverpool, the guy is full of energy when it comes to coaching. And I feel like that is exactly what City have needed. Because you go back to last season, or the end of last season, there were reports coming out when Guardiola was doing his reshuffling. And I feel like there was the talk about the fact that some coaches last season were quite passive. They weren't necessarily getting involved. They weren't given the constructive criticism that some of the players had been used to. It was all kind of flat. And I think, you look at some of the performances last season, and I don't even mean the results, because, I'm always a person, if we perform well in some certain situations, if you perform well in a final but you still lose it, then that's a bad performance because you didn't win it. It's a one-off game, you get me. But I mean, across a 38-game season, a lot of the times, if you perform well but the result doesn't come, you can't really complain. However, City were losing matches last season and performing really badly. It looked really flat, but I feel like with Pep Lijnders, obviously Kolo Touré's there as well, it feels like there's a renewed sense with not only in the players, and we'll obviously speak about plenty of them as well, but the manager, Pep Guardiola, he feels energised. But this man, I feel like if City are going to do anything this season, bringing Pep Lijnders in will be looking back at it as an absolute masterstroke, because he is getting about the coaching pitch. He's barking orders. He's leading drills. You know, at times Guardiola was sort of sat back and just letting Pep Blinders do the work, and obviously not in sort of a lazy way at all. But it was just great to watch, and I really am excited to see how their dynamic builds. I mentioned in the introduction and obviously in the title of this video, Jack Grealish. Now, this was really interesting. Hands up if you'd have expected this guy at the 1 week away, 10 days basically from the start of City's Premier League campaign, to be taking part in an open training session. You know, it looked like for all the money in the world, Jack Grealish was about to leave Manchester City. And let me tell you, if you watched the open training session, I'm sure you'd have picked up on it as well. He was great. He was really looking quite sharp. You know, obviously he didn't go with the club to the Club World Cup. It felt like, you know, that would be that. We would never actually see him at City ever again. But we're a week out from the start of the season. You'd assume he goes on the trip to Palermo for the pre-season friendly. Still very much part of first team training. And there was that talk. I didn't do a video in it at the time, but there was something on the City Ramble TikTok covering it. There was that report, I think it was in the Independent, that said Grealish and Pep bumped into each other at Oasis, no less. I mean, you know, the greatest band in the world, repairing relationships at Manchester City. You love to see it. But there was talk that they had a little bit of a conversation, and Jack Grealish came away from it thinking, maybe my future is better off at City. Like, you know, I'm not going to necessarily say that Pep promised him the world and said that you're going to be starting every game, but you know, I don't know what was said. It didn't say in the report, but there was that talk, and obviously we see him back in training. We see him looking good. One thing I picked up on, which I thought was really interesting, about halfway through it, they were doing some attacking drills, and it was nothing sort of overly complex, and it basically had, I'd say 4 or 5 different attacking positions, all attacking at once. Was, you know, a couple of fullbacks whipping balls in. There was wingers. There were strikers, which Omar Mamouche and Erling Haaland were sort of rotating in. There was a centre attacking midfielder, and they just sort of linking up. There was no defenders as such, sort of blocking them. They were just doing very simple attacking drills. But there were 2 left wingers. One of them was Jeremy Doku, and one of them was Jack Grealish. Now, if Jack Grealish was about to leave the club, would he be the second choice, let's say, for argument's sake, or one of 2 wingers in a drill like that? Look, maybe because it's open training, it was easy. You know, maybe I'm doing this video and there's absolutely nothing we can read into it because it was all for the cameras and whatnot. I don't know, but that just got my sort of, you know, it got the cogs whirring a little bit. I thought it was interesting the fact that, because you would think if Grealish was out, then maybe they would have someone else on that left-hand side rotating. I don't know, but it was interesting to see. I thought he played, I thought he trained really well. He looked like he had a smile on his face. Obviously, we know he's a much-loved member of that dressing room. And yeah, just interesting to watch. Another standout performer from that training session, a guy who, for me, all summer at the Club World Cup, now in this sort of pre-season little bits and bobs here, is looking happy again. And I've mentioned it on this channel before. I think it was after one of the Club World Cup reviews. A happy Foden is the best Foden, because Foden loves to play football. He said it himself. He did an interview, I think it was with Still Ryan, really sort of cool interview where he's fishing with his kid, and, you know, it's very chilled, and he's going through sort of his thoughts and feelings about life, about football. And he basically says it himself, like, he just loves to play football. You get the feeling with Foden, yes, the lifestyle will no doubt be great, the money, the all of that sort of luxury business, but you don't get the feeling like he's in it for the fame. You don't necessarily see him, you know, flaunting it. I'm not trying to, you know, I'm not saying that's bad if players do that, but with Foden, you very much get the idea that he's in this because he loves to play football. And last season, I don't think he loved to play football. There were times when obviously he looked like he struggled, and he opened up about that himself. It feels like, for me, Phil Foden's on the verge of having a great season. I'm crossing my fingers anyway. Obviously, Kevin De Bruyne has now left. It does feel like that stage is set for Foden to ascend and take the crown, basically. Obviously, you can see in the back of there, it's worth noting as well, Rodri in training. I know there's a lot of speculation since the guy's return from pre-season that Rodri wasn't training. I think there was a report from the Manchester Evening News saying that he has been doing training a bit of away from the first team, so this might have been one of his first team sessions back, because they're just trying to be careful with his injury. But obviously, you know, he did the full thing. He didn't look in discomfort at all. Another shout out, if you haven't, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Plenty of content ahead of the new Premier League season, and throughout it as well. It's going to be a big year at the City Ramble, so make sure you are involved. Get in the Discord as well. In terms of the standout players, the players that look nice, the players that look sharp, the players that look like they could have a big season, some of the players that need to have a big season as well. Oscar Bob, obviously, last season was his breakout year. Everybody was waiting for it. He shone in pre-season, and then that heartbreaking injury just before the start of the campaign basically ruled him out for the entire season. He's looking good. I had a fear, I can't remember what video it was earlier on in the summer, where I mentioned the fact that will Oscar Bob get the minutes he needs this season that he would have had last season if not for the injury to really make an impression on Guardiola and sort of get the opportunity, because I mean, I'm sure everybody watching this agrees, it isn't a quality issue with Oscar Bob. You are just sort of sat there going, is he going to be able to play as much as he should do? Is it going to be another Cole Palmer situation, or maybe a James McAtee situation where you can see the talent there, but they might have to leave to get the minutes elsewhere? I don't know. According to, you know, inside sources and whatnot, Oscar Bob is looking great, not only in this open training session, which, you know, most people would have picked up on themselves, but in the normal training sessions as well. He's looking really good, and I'm fingers crossed that he can be of use to City this season, because I felt like Savinho was decent in his first season. There was some good parts, there was some, you know, at times really good parts, at some times really bad parts. But you do have to think, you know, Savinho wasn't coming in to be City's automatic starting right winger, and he played so many minutes for a new lad, very young, you know, 2021. You've got to feel like that part of it was possibly, you know, why his performance levels weren't necessarily up here, and he wasn't making that impact whenever he did play, because he was playing all the time. And it's hard, you know, when you're Guardiola forward in your first season, just ask Riyad Mahrez. So yeah, Oscar Bob back on that right-hand side, competing for minutes again. Obviously, you've got, you know, plenty of forwards there. Ryan Shirky was involved. He looked really sharp. There's a moment where Guardiola was speaking to him, sort of debriefing, coaching him, and sort of you can tell that he's sort of taking it all in, and he was putting the yards in, closing down balls and whatnot, which I thought was really interesting. Let's speak about Bernardo Silva, because obviously he is now Manchester City's new captain. He did a little speech before the training session got underway so all the fans could hear it. And look, I know Bernardo Silva is a divisive character at this moment in time. If you're being hateful towards him, do us a favour, click off this video, because he's one of City's best players in the modern era. You know, you might argue he's a Man City legend, and I think he's absolutely up there. I can understand why some might be critical about the captaincy pick. You know, Rodri's there, Ruben Diaz, whatever. Honestly, I'm fine with it, because I feel like in, you know, this Guardiola City team, the captain isn't necessarily what a traditional captain is. You know, it's not a Vincent Kompany type leader. It is done by committee. There's a captaincy group for a reason, and we'll speak about another one of them very shortly. But with Bernardo Silva, I was really impressed with the way he spoke. And I know you can talk a good game, and that doesn't necessarily all the time translate to what happens on the pitch. But I genuinely got the sense with Bernardo Silva, I said bonehead then, the Oasis talk is getting to me, but with Bernardo Silva, that he is really wanting to put this right. You know, I don't think he'd have accepted the captain's armband if he wasn't. And you might say, well, he's only got 1 year left in his contract, whatever. Maybe the club extended it. Yeah, I don't know, and that might cause an uproar. But I do feel like, from listening to him speak, and he was saying the same sort of stuff last year. It isn't like this has just come out the blue either. He was one of those who was coming out, facing interviews in the darkest period and going, this isn't good enough. In this interview he did with Natalie Pike today, he was saying stuff along the lines of, I've played in dressing rooms with Vincent Kompany, Fernandinho, Kevin De Bruyne, David Silva. That isn't acceptable, what happened. This isn't acceptable at this football club, because we should be winning. We should be challenging for time. You know, all of the stuff that you as fans want to hear. And again, you might be able to talk a game, but I genuinely believe, I honestly believe that he does absolutely think that. Another one of the captains in that captaincy group, and the picture really contradicts what I'm about to say about Erling Haaland, because it looks like he's sort of lying there doing absolutely nothing, but at the same time he was always in this open training session. You could tell that he's come of age in terms of his role in the City team, because he was going up to players, especially the new lads and some of the younger ones, putting an arm around them, making sure they were okay. You can tell he's a real sort of figure, and that makes sense, because obviously he's probably, is this fair to say, probably City's most well-known player globally. You know, he's the superstar, he's the face of the team, I guess. So that kind of makes sense as to why he will be like that. But I'm not naming names, but can you think of sort of similarly levelled superstars, in terms of the fame and the names, maybe a little bit more egotistical? Erling Haaland, to me, comes across as somebody who's quite, feet on the ground. He's much loved by the players. He's someone that now they're looking up to. Guardiola himself, apparently, asked for Haaland to be in the leadership group, in the captaincy group. So that speaks, volumes on its own. And it just, I just feel like I picked up on it. It looked like he was really getting involved. Obviously, he was looking sharp. He was looking good. There was a couple of really bad misses, but I think everyone now has kind of accepted that Haaland's got a bit of a howler in him every now and again in front of goal. But when he performs as he does, and he sort of gets as many goals as he does, I don't think you can necessarily complain about that. I feel like I'm saying this about everyone actually, but I do feel like with Erling Haaland, he's set for a really big season. And finally, the last talking point for me anyway, James Trafford obviously made his sort of first appearance in front of City fans. He did a little bit of an interview himself, and he was being quizzed about, how he saves penalties, and it was a funny quote. He just said something along the lines of, I think the question was, how are you so good at saving penalties? He goes, oh, I just try to save them in it. Something sort of really nonchalant like that. But you could tell that he sort of slotted in, he made some great saves. I will say as well, on the other hand, Ederson was looking sharp as well, and I feel like obviously Ederson is in that camp of players who have been much maligned, heavily criticised over the last year or so. The last time Ederson had somebody coming in like a number two as good as him was obviously when Ortega was coming in, and City went on and won the treble. And I feel like a lot of people would say that was Ederson's best year in a City shirt. So I wouldn't write Ederson off yet. What I will say is, I don't know how many lives Ederson has got, because you do have James Trafford there, who is waiting in the wings whenever it might be. It might be the first month of the season. It might be 6 months down the line. It might not be until next year when Ederson leaves. But this guy is obviously going to be City's first choice goalkeeper. I nearly said number one goalkeeper. He's already got the number one shirt on, so that wouldn't make much sense. But yeah, really enjoyed watching him sort of settle into the team. And I think otherwise, just nice to see the guys back. I don't know what it is. I know we've had the Club World Cup and people moaning about the fact that there was far too much football. But for me, it feels like this pre-season has almost been longer. And I'm just sort of fully waiting now, fully excited for the season to start. We've got the Palermo friendly on Saturday night, and then it's on to the big one next Saturday evening time. Man City versus Wolves, opening game of the Premier League season. Like I said, plenty of previews on this channel, so make sure you're subscribing. Let us know if there's anything you picked up on from the open training session that we haven't mentioned in this video. And until next time, it has been a pleasure, and we will see you later.
What if one transfer could reshape two Premier League clubs at once?
I think that deserves a whoop whoop.
Of over £5,000, with some claims it
Plus, online via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. EFL All Access on TalkSport 2.
Hello and welcome to an EFL All Access Championship special here on TalkSport 2. I am Hugh Wizencroft, and the 25-26 EFL season is underway. This weekend we'll see the second tier kick off for another campaign as well. Now, over the next hour, we're going to be assessing the title favourites, the playoff hopefuls, and the teams who might be fighting for survival as well. One team, though, hoping to be near the top of the pack is Sheffield United, as the Blades look to bounce back from their playoff heartbreak under their new boss, Ruben Selles.
We knew that before we arrived here, and everyone working for the club knows that if you are working or playing for Sheffield United, there's big expectations in our performance and our position in the table, so that's no surprise for us.
From one new manager to another, as Ryan Mason kicks off his managerial career this weekend as the boss of playoff-chasing West Bromwich Albion.
When you go into a new job, new environment, you want to get results. You want people to believe in what you're doing and what you're trying to create, and the earlier you can get that, the better. Hopefully, like you say, we can start the season well and give us a good platform to kick on.
And there's plenty of eyes, of course, on Birmingham City this season. The Blues are splashing the cash. So could the newly promoted side make it back-to-back promotions? Their co-owner, Tom Brady, believes they have everything they need to be successful.
The only people that really can get things done are the people that are within that locker room. And the staff and those players, they're the ones that are going to decide the fate of this season. It's our job and opportunity to help solve problems for them and to put them in a great position to succeed.
So much for myself and the former Ipswich Town striker Sam Parkin to discuss over the next hour. So here we go for the second time this season, first time with the championship teams. This is EFL All Access on TalkSport 2. And I'm delighted to welcome me old mucker, Sam Parkin. How are you doing, my friend?
Really good, Hugh. Yeah, recovered from Friday night at Kenilworth Road. Not one for the purists, I would hasten to add, but been desperate for the proper football to get back underway, and we're going to be joined by the Championship, of course, this weekend as well. So
yeah.
This is your latest Manchester United news. We're here. We're back. Hello. It's been a great day, to be fair. It's been an eventful day. We're close to Sesko. Will the men's be next? We've got lots of money to spend. We'll talk about that. Harry Maguire could be getting a new contract. Bloody Burnley, says Thomas. And it's an 8 o'clock show, which means we're driven by you. And not only that, loads of people say, can we have a behind the scenes of your studio? Go on my Instagram. At Goldbridge Mark, click the link in the live chat. You'll get a tour into the room. And I'll tell you what, you'd be quite surprised on what it looks like. Take a look at that. Anyway, I don't know why it went live, but we are live. There we go. So how are we all feeling? Have you joined the Keep Calm Club and Trust Man United Club? I know that is a word that is not very often used in relation to United, but I think on Benjamin Sesko, we can safely say that we have navigated the choppier waters and it is now calm. It should be plain sailing from here. There are always going to be the doubters. There's always going to be people going, I'll be happy when he holds up the shirt, and that's absolutely fine. But from pillar to post, from Ornstein to Romano, everything is indicating that Manchester United will get this deal done. And I think that's a huge, huge positive. I mean, look, if you want to talk tonight about how you're not too sure about Sesko, that's absolutely fine. But I want to really talk about what's next. I want to talk about I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on. I want to talk about what's next, and I want to talk about what you think, because that's what the 8 o'clock show is all about. But look, in regards to Sesko, let's hit the news first of all, just a bit of topical stuff. Look, all the big news came in at lunchtime, and subsequent to that, I think we're still in the case where any second now it will be Newcastle out the race, Leipzig accept our bid, Sesko only wants Man United. I'm literally writing Romano's tweet for him. Newcastle have left the race. Sesko only wanted United, always wanted United, and now United and Leipzig are working on a deal to get that done. All parties happy to work together. That's the sort of thing I'm expecting. Could be another late night drop. But in general, look, I'll pass you my opinion on here. A lot of people talk about Sesko and his 13 goals in the Bundesliga, but Leipzig had a terrible season last year. They were god-awful in the Champions League, and they have got some very good players. They just had a very, very bad season. And he was 21 in that team. You know, he's not Lewandowski at 29, prime, ready to go, put the pressure on my shoulders. So we are getting what we're getting. This is certainly not a striker that is... Why are you up there as well? Oh, I understand. I don't actually understand why you're doing that. Microphone's playing silly games as well. That's probably why I was a bit quiet. It's bending down there. But look, Alex says, I wish I had Mark's confidence on this deal. I don't care if you're nervous. I don't care whether you're excited. I really don't. I can only convey my honest opinion. And I've played the game. I've played the game. I look at David Ornstein, and when he's saying what he was saying, I'm confident that Manchester United are going to get that player through the door. And I've played the game, and I think, I don't understand why people don't think like that. It's obvious to me. And I think, as I said so many times, I'm boring myself. When David Ornstein said we were in for Sesko, he doesn't get up in the morning and go, oh no, I feel like winding up United fans. It's because he knows something. And when United are allowing that to go out, and I don't know how that works, by the way. I'd love to know the inner workings of how that works. How is it last week that David Ornstein gets that Man United are going in for Sesko? And why do Man United tell him that? There'll be multiple reasons. But my interpretation of it, after years of experience, is that if United are happy for that to go out, then it means you've got a very big indication from the player that he wants you. Because trust me, David Ornstein will have asked senior people at Man United before he put that out, because he won't want to upset relationships in the future. So that's where my confidence sort of was born out of, really.
Hi guys, and welcome to the first match preview of this season. Blues back in the Championship, and what a curtain raiser this one is. We've got Ipswich Town at home, the title favourites against the League One champions, and here to talk about the game is Ross from the East Anglia Times and Kings of Anglia podcast. How you doing, Ross?
I'm very well, and what a incredible sort of start of the season for both teams. He's had a curtain raiser, live on Sky under lights at St Andrews. Looking forward to it, mate.
Yeah, and I suppose for Blues fans, like looking at the fixtures when they came out, immediately the one you look to is the first one, and it just happens to be you guys on a Friday night on Sky Sports, the random generator at it again. But moving on to this game, and in terms of the expectations of Ipswich going into the season, we spoke just a bit then before we hit record about the transfer business that's been going on at Ipswich. How would you evaluate this pre-season campaign for you guys so far?
It's been busy. Kieran McKenna doesn't like not to be busy. We've been to Austria, Scotland, and France in pre-season, and we've won all our games. We also played Charlton, who are obviously a championship team who got promoted from League One, just like you guys, at Colchester. So we actually haven't played a game yet at Portman Road. They've been sort of getting looked after because of the Ed Sheeran concerts and the Fabio Wardley fight, who's a local boxer here. It's been a pretty positive pre-season because of the wins, good performances. Transfers point of view, I think there's some fans getting a bit frustrated. I think they want those signings to come in. We've signed a few players, but then obviously we've lost some players. Delap, Sam Morsey, our captain, which will be a hard position to fill. I think fans are just looking forward to the season to hopefully win more games, because last year in the Premier League was tough.
That's the thing, isn't it? It was the same as the season before, where all three promoted teams got relegated down to the Championship again. But within the bookmakers' favourites and a lot of Championship predictions that are floating about, they tend to have Ipswich top of the league. So do you share that sentiment? Do you think you'll finish top of the league?
I don't like to get too carried away. I think when we actually got relegated to League One back in 2019, it was 100 points, 100 goals, and then we're stuck in the League One for 4 years. So I'm being cautious, because I think, like yourselves, Wrexham and other teams like that, you've got to be wary. I think we'll obviously be competing at the top end of the table, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as some people say, because we've lost some big players. You just never know, anything can happen. I think we've got a tough start to the season. We've got you guys, and we've got Southampton, our first home game. So that's two sort of big games. And if we don't get any points from either of those, then you go, ooh, okay. So I think top six, that's got to be the target. But obviously we want to finish in top two, because playoffs, no thank you.
And you've retained, obviously, Kieran McKenna as your manager, because there was some speculation as to he may go to Brentford, but he stayed put at Ipswich. How big of an advantage is that for you guys?
It's a nice change, because last year it was a bit of a Kieran McKenna saga of will he go to Brighton, will he go to Chelsea, Man United? Obviously he went on to sign a 5-year deal, and he managed us in the Premier League for the first time in 22 years. And we did an okay job. It was always going to be tough. I think we did our best. But I think when we knew we were down, I think February, March time, we sort of knew we were down. And we were sort of waiting, ready to compete in the Championship again. This summer there was, as you said, there was murmurings of Brentford. And you just think, oh, will he go? But no, he's decided he wants this project here. He wants to get this team back to the Premier League. So that's a nice sort of thing we haven't needed to worry about. We've had a pre-season where Kieran McKenna is our manager. He can bring his players in, which is a nice change. But we've obviously had some other sagas with players leaving and stuff, other players coming in. So, it's good to see Kieran McKenna will be in the dugout for the opening game.
Yeah, and McKenna in the dugout. And in terms of the playing personnel, you alluded to it there, that Delap's moved on. You've had a bit of an overhaul in the midfield as well. 4 transfers came in, with the most notable one being Mathieu Siwa from France for around 11.5 million. The transfer business that you've done so far, do you believe that the drop-off from the Premier League team to the Championship team is that big? Or do you think there are some areas that kind of need to be improved and they just were in the Championship as it stands?
We've lost some, Cameron Burgess has been a sort of key player that who's left. He rejected a new deal to go to Swansea. And a lot of people will be going, that's a bit of a strange one. I think obviously he got offered a new deal here, but because Swansea offered him like a 3-year deal, and we were only going to maybe offer him another year, extension, I think he obviously was thinking about his family. But we've signed Ket Bray, who's signed on loan from a French team. He's obviously played at West Brom before. He was a really good player, so he's got championship experience. Matt Siwa, he's never played in England before, but from his highlights, I know it's highlights, they always show the good bits, but he is pretty much a like-for-like replacement for Sam Morsy. He's a destroyer in that midfield. In pre-season, been really impressed by him. I know it's only pre-season, but I think he's going to really do well in the Championship. Obviously, we've got to find a Delap replacement, which is going to be very difficult, but we've obviously got George Hurst, who scored 13 goals in the Championship before. He's got injury question marks, but he's had a really good pre-season. He scored 4 goals in the pre-season, so he's looking sharp. He's looking on fire. You can sort of say, look, signed Ashley Young, who's 40, which a lot of question marks there, but he's experienced, and these days with sports science, he's gonna be playing, and he may even start on Friday because we've got injuries. So. We obviously are linked with different players. We may have 2 more players through the door before this game. So, we'll wait and see. But I think fans just want maybe 1 or 2 more just to strengthen.
Touching on Ashley Young, I think he'll get a hostile reception, to put it lightly, because of his Aston Villa links and ruining large parts of my childhood from those Premier League games. But with the striker situation you said there about replacing Delap, it looks like Ipswich are going to secure the signature of Chuba Akpom, someone that Birmingham were interested in and in pole position to get as of Sunday night. Booked in for a medical. All of a sudden, he's on the way to Ipswich, and he's said that deal was better for him, whereas I kind of wanted to come to Blues because apparently we're putting on the table a permanent transfer. So from your end, when did you first hear about this speculation, and what's the situation?
It's pretty much on Monday, really. It came around so quickly, doesn't it? Because we all saw he was going to Birmingham and everything like that, and then out of nowhere, Town went, no, we're going to hijack that, and it became like a bit of a saga, didn't it? Basically the last 24 hours, it's been who's he going to choose, and obviously Birmingham just got promoted, but Ipswich Town are in a good position to get back to the Premier League, and I'm sure he's got ambitions to do that. And obviously he's sort of London based. I know his wife and kid is still live in London, so that's probably another pull, geography wise. Birmingham isn't too far from London, but Ipswich is not that far either, so maybe he wants to go back home, wants to settle. But yeah, he would have been good for either team, and unfortunately for Blues fans, he's going to be coming to Ipswich. And last time he obviously played in the Championship, he scored 28 goals, so that is very good indeed, and that'll be interesting if he features in this game, because I'll be interested to see what Birmingham fans, in terms of the reception he'll give him, especially if he was going to likely come to you guys.
Do you believe that Akpom will go straight into your starting 11?
He'll be on the bench maybe. Once again, he's been sort of not allowed to train at Ajax, but obviously a lot of players these days, they individually they go and train themselves. They have their own personal trainers and stuff like that. I don't think he'll start, but I can imagine if he gets signed and he has 1 training session, he'll go on the bench. But just depends on his fitness. But I'm sure that'll be a nice little talking point going into this game. If Akpom is there, that'll be like the cameras will be focused on him. Will he score? Come off the bench and score the winner? You never know.
It will certainly be a storyline that I imagine Sky Sports will pick up on. And another one they may pick up on is the fact that, you know, both teams are one of the favourites to be promoted. And do you see yourself, like, Birmingham being a promotion rival to Ipswich? Do you look at the transfer business that Birmingham have done so far and the progress that we made in League One last season and think they could do what we done a couple of seasons ago and go back to back? Or do you think that perhaps there are a couple elements of Birmingham team that are behind the Ipswich team that done the back-to-back promotions?
It's an interesting one because, we didn't expect to do what we did. When we got promoted to the Championship, we were just like, we're pleased to be here after 4 tough years in League One, and we just thought, let's just consolidate, let's just finish on 12th, and that would have been happy. But for what we did was just incredible. For Birmingham, I don't know if you can do back-to-back, but I do think you are going to compete. You are going to be a promotion rivals. But yeah, with the signings you've made so far, I've been impressed. I'm sure you're going to make even more with the money you've got. So I am going to put you in that bracket, so promotion rival, because I can't. I'm seeing other teams. There's not many other teams I'm looking at and going, they're going to really compete with you guys as well. So you're going to be up there, my friend.
Yeah, hope so. And in comparison to like when we last played you guys in the Championship 2 seasons ago, I think it was a very different proposition that you guys faced then, because we had the whole manager fiasco where we had Mark Venus in charge at Portman Road, someone that, you know, has affiliations of Ipswich, and then at home it was Wayne Rooney when we got that 2-2 draw. So what did you think about Birmingham when you played us a couple seasons ago in terms of like the atmosphere around the place, and also what players stood out to you on that day as well?
Yeah, I know. Obviously, when we played at St Andrews, Wayne Rooney was under pressure, wasn't he? Really under pressure. And you know, you guys were cruising 2-0 up, and then out of nowhere, Marcus Harness scored a brace, and that was like a great night for Town fans. Although I didn't enjoy myself that day because it was I got very wet. So I'm a photographer as well, so I was pitch side taking pictures, and I got very wet. But yeah, the mood wasn't good for Birmingham fans, especially when you threw away the 2-0 lead, and then going into the Portman Road game, we were obviously flying, and you guys were really struggling. So I think there was always that sort of shock when Eustace got the boot, and then obviously when Rooney went, it was always going to expect it. I've just started watching the documentary, and you can just see Tom Brady wasn't having Wayne Rooney, wasn't he? So I can imagine the mood's very different. I'm sure there's been a lot of upgrades at St Andrews as well, so I'm looking forward to that. It's just 2 teams who have got much needed sort of boosts in the last few years. Obviously Town took over by American ownership as well, so it's sort of very similar in a way. When both teams sort of under different ownerships, they were sort of struggling. There wasn't much money there. Now they've got American money, and they're spending for fun.
That's the thing. I think both teams have certainly had a facelift in terms of like the atmosphere around the place and like the home attendances, and the fans really buying into what the management and the players are doing on the pitch. And I still feel like there was parts of the atmosphere there when we played you guys, but there was just that apprehension from the players when we were 2 goals up with 10 minutes left, and you guys just seized on that, I guess, hesitance from us. But I feel like, again, what I mentioned earlier, that I think you'll be facing a different Blues team this time around that are more comfortable in those high pressure situations. And with the game that pans out, do you expect to see Ipswich have more of the ball? Because I imagine the Premier League you'd have had to have adapted, and then now you drop down to the Championship. Is there that adaptation again to play a bit more like you did in the Championship?
You'd think so, because we've still got most of the squad that got us promoted. Obviously there's been a few players that have left, but we, in a way, some people are saying it's the Championship super team. We've signed, when we were in the Premier League, we got Jack Clark, who was obviously very good. I'm trying to think now. Philogene, he's injured though. Okay, maybe not. But there's some players who, really done really well, like Connor Chaplin. He'll be looking forward to, be playing Championship football again. Trying to think of our players now. There's so many different wheels, in my head. But we've got players who obviously have done really well in the Championship before. And Sammy Smodocks, can't believe I forgot him. Last time we played in the Championship, he scored 27 goals for Blackburn. So he's going to be raring to go. It's going to be interesting on how McKenna will set up. Last year, obviously, we really struggled at home. Away form was a bit better. We won 4 games all season. 3 were away and 1 at home. So and away, normally it's a lot more freedom. So I think we may have more of the ball, but I think it will be the first 5-10 minutes, it will be very interesting because it's like the opening game in the Championship. Both teams just sort of looking at each other, testing each other out. So, I think it could be an end-to-end game, could be goals.
It's going to be a real tactical battle, isn't it? And giving a score prediction, what do you think it's going to end up as, Ross?
Oh, do you know what? I haven't thought about this yet. We haven't really started recording like preview stuff yet. But I said, if I already said there's going to be goals, there's got to be goals then. I don't want another Desmond. We obviously want to start the season with a win, so maybe we'll win 3-2, which is mad. So the defenders and goalkeepers won't be happy with me. But yeah, 3-2. Why not? What are you going for?
I'm going for an Ipswich win as well. I'm going 2-1 Ipswich. But for me to say that when we've been unbeaten at home in the league for a year and a half, it's tough to say. But it is just the fact that this Ipswich team coming down from the Championship, you said it yourself, like a lot of people are saying you guys are the super team and kind of the benchmark. And if we were to pick up anything against you guys, I'd be more than thrilled with that. And I think we've seen it before in games last season where we played Newcastle in the FA Cup, who are 2 leagues higher than us, and we gave a really good account of ourselves, although we did lose the game. And something quite similar could pan out this time around because there's still a lot of new players that have got to gel together, and Chris Davis perhaps figuring out his best 11 with the new signings in. So I think it's going to take a few games for the pieces to properly fall together. But as long as we give a good account of ourselves, then I'll be happy with that. But thank you so much for your time, Ross, for jumping on the channel for this first match preview. Where can we find you across social media, and what are you up to at the moment with your channels?
Yeah, no, appreciate me coming on. I'm really looking forward to the game, looking forward to the trip to Birmingham. But yeah, just check us out. Check me out at Ross Media UK on Twitter, X, whatever you call it these days. We do great stuff at Kings of Anglia, the podcast, on YouTube, on all the socials. East Anglian Daily Times newspaper. So if you still get your old newspapers, then, buy a newspaper, although you can't probably get it in Birmingham. But there's an online digital version of it as well. And obviously we're going to be having a lot of build-up to the game. There will be likely a Tuba Akpom insight video if you want to watch that, Birmingham fans. Probably not because it's silent. But no, I'm looking forward to heading to St Andrews, seeing what's new down there.
I'm going to be breaking down every Premier League manager's tactics for the new season. I'm going to be explaining how Arsenal's new build-up works. I'm going to talk about Man United 2.0 under Amorim and how he'll integrate their new tactics, and how Thomas Frank will change Tottenham this season. Let's get into this. What exactly are the tactical tweaks that could define the Premier League season? Right, we are on the JLA tactics board. We'll be telling you more about that a little bit later on. But this is the squad with the outgoings gone and without the incomings. And one of the strengths when it comes to the squad, and we're going to touch on the squad on all of the teams here, is who's been brought in and what that leads to tactically. And so if we bring in the second save state, which is the new arrivals, and I really like what's been brought in. A great backup in Kepa. Mosquera, really exciting young centre-back who's got Premier League minutes, who's got La Liga minutes. Norgard and Zubamendi, is that an upgrade on Jorginho and Partey? It's certainly, in terms of longevity, I think it does, and Zubamendi's really exciting as a player. And of course, Gyökeres up top. Now, if we move to our third save state, which is the setup for Arsenal, what could well be, and of course we're all going to have our opinions, let me know yours in the comments down below, is there any change to this starting lineup? But Gyökeres up top is going to have a lot of joy. Let me explain exactly why. Because the big strength for Arsenal is their ability to squeeze and suffocate the opposition. We've seen this in pre-season already. And what I wanted to put together here were these triangles. Because when they're at their best, Ben White's up here, Saliba's actually up here, Zubamendi's going to be pulling the strings here, Lewis Skelly will probably tuck in a little bit, and what this leads to is, incredible field tilt and incredible dominance in certain areas, and in particular, the opportunity for Gyökeres to operate in that penalty box. And why is that important? The reason that's important is because this guy, in terms of his shots, we'll go to a FOTMob here. We're really, really enjoying FOTMob recently. So if you do want to, understand what's going on with these different players and get a really great quick snapshot, Victor Gyökeres, you can see it right here. First of all, with the player traits. When it comes to all the metrics for a striker, he's in a really strong place as he steps into this Arsenal side. But what's really, really nice, let me zoom in because I love this, the shot map. So, first of all, 59% of his shots are on target. And in terms of shots inside the box, which you can see right here, because you can filter it on FotMob. In terms of those shots inside the box, if we then see where they go, first of all, the bulk of them are one-touch finishes. Secondly, you can see from the footballs here, those are the goals. Goals in either corner. So there's real kind of dexterity into what he can do when he is in the box. He's not just kind of got one finish. He can put it in either corner. And that makes life very, very difficult for the goalkeepers and will hopefully lead to Arsenal scoring a lot more goals and probably improving their game state from last season. That's all well and good, but we're going to touch on weaknesses for all of the teams. And when it comes to weaknesses, as much as they are kind of looking to suffocate the opposition, and we'll do that, and as again, at times there'll be this bit of a box with Skelly sort of stepping in. I do have a concern over that left-hand side, but also from a defensive point of view, and in transition, this left wing position has led to Ben White having to be that little bit more conservative. And if that happens, the progression of getting the ball to Saka, once you're in the final third, that could be a problem. I think in the build-up phase, I think you're going to be okay. And they're going to be able to do that. And with someone like Zubimendi punching it through the lines, that should help as well. But having a left winger for the opposition, kind of pulling someone like Ben White back, that could lead to that progression of the ball to Saka stopping. And you want to get the ball to Saka as much as possible. Last but not least, cheeky surprise for you, the left-sided centre midfielder, Declan Rice. In one of the preseason games, he had 30 touches. I think both Odegaard and Rice, in terms of them having to drop back and get involved, it's just not going to happen. So they will be revealed in terms of just how good they are in those pockets. But also, they kind of will get the ball less. Moreno had 13 accurate passes against Newcastle, but he got himself a goal. So expect this player here to not really get on the ball that much, but to still really contribute in the box. And having players like Rice, like Moreno, who've got that bit of size, but could be a box presence as well, could be really important for Arsenal this year. Next up, the mighty Villa. And Aston Villa, we haven't spoken about them much, or sort of people haven't been talking about them much when it comes to the transfers. And this is the squad before you bring in a couple of players. And the players that have come in, I'll just bring them in straight away. It's not, it's not going to move the needle too much. Ozcan and Bizet are not going to start. Martinez, what's going to happen with him in the next month or so before the window ends? I think that is a big question mark for me, and probably at both ends of the pitch. Martinez and Watkins, and go straight to the weakness of this team. Backup. Where is the backup for Watkins? You're going to see some teams with so many strikers. Brighton are on their way, and to just have Watkins, and he's kind of gently linked away, although they have been told to keep their hands off by the guys at Villa, but you never know when it comes to paper talk. And I imagine I'll be amazed if he goes, but if he gets injured, that is a real problem, because in terms of other options, you've only got someone like Rodgers you'd have to play as a bit of a false nine. Tactically, when we look at the setup here, go to the starting 11, the best starting 11. One thing I would say, actually, go back for a second, is in terms of exciting players, there is a lot of exciting players here. Just because they're not new and shiny doesn't mean they're not exciting. Because as I go through this team, there is a lot of players that I really would, you would like at a lot of teams. Konsa is a fantastic footballer. Torres, Ming's a good leader. Maybe won't pop him down as an exciting one for me, maybe. Maatsen, Digne, really high-level players. Kamara, Onana, Tielemans. Marlon, I think we'll come back to him in a second, but let's stay away from for a bit. McGinn, Watkins, Ramsey, Rodgers. All really, really exciting players. And as I move on to that third save state on the JLA Tactics board, what you'll see here is that a lot of the players that I'm really excited about are there. The one thing I wonder about is this right-hand side. Can you go and get yourself another fullback? Garcia's an exciting one. Is he ready to sort of take Villa where they want to get to? I don't know. But Marlon is an interesting one. Because actually, despite maybe being someone who people feel like flatters to deceive, I actually think he's going to be quite an exciting player for them. Because I think all the play will be down this left-hand side. Let me take you to this fourth save state. And this is where Marlon, I think, will get himself quite a few goals. Starting wide, driving into that area. Because I do think the focus will be on this left-hand side. We've got Jacob Ramsey would come into this team. Buendia, if you kind of need him to get involved as well. Obviously Rodgers, and we saw it last year. Tactically, those two initial wide players coming into those half spaces, and then actually the width on the left-hand side coming from the fullback. Cash will be that little bit more conservative as opposed to Maatsen or Luca Dean if he does play on that left-hand side. But I think Marlon will stay out of it. The focus will be on that left-hand side, and then he will kind of mop up a lot of, let's say, like Raheem Sterling goals, a lot of back post goals, because he's someone who's not a forward, but he's kind of more of a Brennan Johnson than a Savio, plucking out names here. But it's a good team. It's a solid team, and tactically, I don't think there'll be any huge shifts unless this man here gets injured. Next up, Bournemouth. And come with me. This is interesting because I think most people top line are going to go, Bournemouth are in trouble. And that may feel the case. But when you look at the squad, I kind of like it. Let's work backwards here. Let's go actually to the starting lineup because got a couple of new signings there. We'll come to that. But in terms of those attacking areas, there's a lot of players that I like there. And then if we move back one, you'll see the whole squad here. And in terms of having those hybrid players you can play along the front line in different positions, there's loads. I mean, there are injuries at Bournemouth at the moment, so that's a bit of a problem. But you've got backups here as well in terms of those forward positions. We've just spoken about Aston Villa not having that. And a lot of depth in a lot of areas. So I've always really enjoyed the way that Iraola sets up, the way that they like to counter-press, and you've got a lot of hybrid forwards, I like to call them. Players that can play along that front line, playing different positions. This is a team as well that they love to just pop the ball into those players. They're not afraid to do that because they are willing to counter-press, which makes my surprise so much more surprising. The concern here has to be, of course, the back line. Because if we go back to the initial squad without any incomings, you can see just above Mehid there are some players that have been brought in. So there are reinforcements, but not everywhere. The back line, if you think about it last year, first of all, Lewis Cook was playing right back for the Bognvit, did really, really well. Zabarnyi, we're expecting him to go at the time of recording, might have even gone by now. Senesi's still there, but he is a replacement for Dean Huijsen on that left-hand side. And of course, Kerkez has gone as well. So when we then bring in the players, what you're going to see is that it's not actually solved everything. Petrovic is really, really exciting. Araujo is raw, let's say. Trefer is just not Kerkez, so it's going to take a minute. And then you've got Krupi I'm really excited about, which adds more depth to this area of the pitch. But the back line needs strengthening. Now, I'm probably going to say this a few times, but I feel like there's so many moves that are still going to take place. So many moves. Because Bournemouth and a lot of those mid-table teams are kind of waiting on other people to sort their shit out, to sort themselves out. And so the centre-back positions is an area in particular that does need that little bit of help. But overall, the squad does have a solid amount of depth. Ready for the surprise? The surprise is that the most important player in this whole squad, for me, from a tactical point of view, for a team that likes to press, that likes to counter-press, is this man here. Tyler Adams is absolutely integral. Christie, probably close behind. Because the ability to sort of sniff out the danger in transition, to stop teams to be able to break when you've got, fullbacks that are going to move so far forward in this team because they want to get at the opposition. That is going to mean that someone like Tyler Adams is crucial. And with a back four that will be brand new, that also means that if you can stop it at source in this middle third before it gets to the back line, then you're going to be in a much better position. So Brentford, a lot of people are down on Brentford. I don't think it's as bad as people think, but you can see the change in strategy. Let's have a look at the squad. And of course, there have been outgoings. Let's go to FotMob. Let's have a look at their transfer page. You can see the players in, players out, contracts, extensions, and so on. So much available on FotMob. And what you can see is the players in. But let's go to players out. Because I think if you scroll down just a touch, what you see is there is a lot of, there's a big loss of quality and Premier League experience. Mbeumo, Norgard, Ben Mee, scroll down a little bit, Flecken, just guaranteed at the very, very worst 6.5 out of 10 players, and they are worth their weight in gold in the Premier League, and have been a huge part as why Brentford have never really flirted with relegation. And people will put them down there again, and that's a fair shout to a point, because you have lost quality in goals in Mbeumo. Visser's, kicking up a fuss at the moment as well. But if we move up and have a look at the players in over the last year, let's say, Henderson, some experience there for sure. Kelleher has great experience in the Premier League. You've got Fabio Carvalho, who's been at Liverpool and seen a lot. Sepp van der Berg played a lot of games last year. So it's younger, but it's not that green, and it's not that young with Jordan Henderson in there as well. Let's go back to the tactics board, because if we bring in those players here, we might highlight them here. What you can kind of see is a bit of the sort of spine being renewed here. Malambo being another option as well that's kind of come in here. Kelleher, Henderson, and Malambo obviously in for Norgard. But there's a lot of those other players, they sort of fit in quite well. Kelleher is a solid upgrade on Flecken, certainly in terms of the overall potential for years and years to come. And in terms of the safeguarding of Brentford moving forward, that means that you are going to have to sell a couple of players. And there's a few hidden gems in there as well. Yarmouk, Thiago, who is a high transfer for Brentford when it comes to their amount of money. And both of these players, Thiago in particular, he's going to have a big part to play in how Brentford look to move forward. Carvalho as well came for solid money and it has a high profile. People expecting him to do well. It's a really kind of hidden squad here. What's going to be interesting when it comes to Malambo, who at the moment on this right-hand side, without Mbeumo, you're sort of wondering who that player is going to be. Could be someone like Keane Lewis-Potter. He might move him over there. They have got options, but at the moment it's not totally set in stone that it's Malambo. But I feel like what will occur is that there'll be a real focus down this left-hand side. And with that focus on that left-hand side, that means that Sharda will come out wide, and then from there he'll look to drive in. And that will allow someone like Malambo to move in himself, because Damsgaard will often run into that left channel. And actually a big thing for Brentford, and I've seen it still in pre-season, is as the team moves on, you still have some really, really good runners. Collins is the new captain here, but you've got another captain in Henderson as well, which is good. You've got great legs with Coyote in the right back position. You quite like him there, but if Aaron Hickey can get himself fit as well, you've got another option there. And I don't think there'll be an outrageous amount of change. I think they'll still be direct at times. It might be a bit of a mega mix of last season and the season before, because you've still got great runners who can drive into the gaps. The gaps has always been a big thing for Brentford last season, and Mbeumo would do that brilliantly as well. As we say, Malambo, if he moves in here, he can then drive as well. Coyote's got the legs to move here as well, and actually Coyote sort of popped in here and then put in a lovely cross, which again is another real principle of what Thomas Frank did with this Brentford side. But also with someone like Thiago, that might allow you to go longer, and a bit like the season before with Ivan Toney. I think we will see that. It will be direct. And that's okay, because the two forms of it, actually the beneficiary of it might be Keith Andrews. Right, are you ready to have your mind blown? Because we're about to look at the Brighton squad. Here is the Brighton squad. Yeah. That's a lot of players. Oh, that's without the incomings. Here they come. It's like a little conga line in the middle of the pitch here. I honestly don't know where to begin here, because there's actually still one kind of gap in this Brighton squad, despite the numbers. As I say, we've brought in some players of the Brighton lads. We've got two young Greekans. We've got De Kuyper, and we've got Watson, of course, scored the winning goal in the playoff final for Sunderland. So if we bring them in, how does that provide more depth? Kadioglu struggles with injuries last season, if I remember rightly. He is an option who can play in lots of different positions, so that's great. But De Kuyper will start, and De Kuyper has started in pre-season as well. And he's a bit of a player that can kind of do both, because actually, if I move on to this save state, what you'll see is De Kuyper actually, this was something I thought was kind of really, really interesting, and something I'm going to need to keep an eye on. And it's about kind of, I'm guessing, it's kind of central security, let's say, but also kind of half spaces within the half spaces, and almost someone like Hinchelwood sort of staying central to pin, and probably more so than anything, kind of create a little overload in this area here. to allow those half spaces to be found again, even not in the initial pass, but the pass after that initial pass, because you've got good players in front of it. But Viva actually is someone who's playing as a right back in pre-season, played that last game against Tottenham, might have played a few more as well, and was bombing on up and down. De Kuyper actually popped in to make it a back three here, which I thought was really, really interesting. But he is a player that is willing to drive and get high and wide, and that leads to someone like Mitoma being able to move into these areas here. Minte has looked absolutely sensational in pre-season. Expect him to play, expect him to get a lot of minutes, and expect him to improve. I think he's been really, really good in pre-season. A couple of goals against Southampton, good finishes as well. But the squad is enormous. Absolutely enormous. The one thing I think you can expect is loans. Like a lot of players that were even on loan last season will have to go out again. And you've got a couple of players in terms of that starting lineup that I'm intrigued to see if they will get any minutes anymore. Enciso being one of them. Sarmiento, what's going to happen there? I think he's been linked with a few teams. Buonanotte, another one. Kostulas, is he going to get game time? He's a young striker. I think really, really highly of him at Olympiacos. He's come in. Simas, another Greek player. Is he going to get minutes or not? Welbeck, I think, will still be that kind of stalwart. But Rota, huge season for him. But there's one area of the pitch where I feel like they do need to strengthen still, and it's the right back position. I feel like that is a bit of a weakness. Having Viva over there is not probably what you want long term, because he is a midfielder first. But that said, look how many midfielders you've got, so maybe it is something that they can do. As I said, I've shown you the tactical setup in terms of that width. Big season for Mitoma. He is irreplaceable for them in my opinion, and those two wide players will continue to be really, really crucial. The big surprise for me is going to be Matt O'Reilly, because if we go back to that setup against Southampton, what I really like is that front two, because it's different. It's really, really different. But in terms of pinning the opposition back, Minte and Mitoma will naturally do that, or De Kuyper if he's out there. But with Viva in the middle here, and with so many midfielders and so many 10s, I think they want to kind of create those half spaces and overloads and then look to get in behind with the likes of Mitoma and Minte. So if you set it up here, what you'll see as well, which is really nice, especially against a 4-4-2 mid-block, I think this will work really, really well, is the ability to kind of create little boxes. You can see Hinchelwood, O'Reilly, Viva and Rutter, or on the other side, you can do that. And having someone like Rutter or Welbeck who wants to sort of step into these half spaces, it allows you to form these boxes which create overloads. But then from there, I think O'Reilly will often, it'll be kind of double movement to a point, right? One comes towards, one goes in behind. And I think there's opportunity for O'Reilly to go through on goal at times, but also I think with so many other players looking to get in the box as well at different times, it will lead to O'Reilly being in the box and scoring a lot more goals than we've seen from him previously. Okay, Burnley now. We just got Ornstein by Burnley. We'll put in their player in just a second, but let's set up the squad first and foremost and touch on the strengths, because the strengths, when we bring in the players that were available to us prior to recording, and we'll add one in a second, I told you that already. What I do like is the defence. I like the defence of Burnley. It was a great defence last season, worked very, very well. Yes, you have lost Trafford, but that is a goalkeeper that, of course, it was outstanding last season. I think they only conceded 20-odd goals. But it is a goalkeeper, and you have got good money for him, and you can use that money to help the rest of the squad. And defensively, I think that has been done somewhat. Of course, Kyle Walker is one of the high-profile players to come in. Tuanzebe does feel like this generation's player that relegated teams bring in, but has got experience in the Premier League, and so that's really, really helpful. Esteve, you've held on to. Yes, you've lost Egan Riley. That is a big loss. But Esteve is a good player to bring in. And Hartman is the one that people aren't really kind of talking about, because in Hartman, you've got a player that's going to be able to bomb on and offer something from an attacking point of view. And Walker, I think, will sit in just a little bit more, a lot more. Actually, if you go and watch his interview, and we'll go to the starting lineup quite possibly. In pre-season, they've gone with a back four, but I would not be surprised if they move to a back three. Both kind of in-game, but also just from a starting point as well, because I think you've got the opportunity here of having Walker, Esteve and Humphreys, and then allowing Hartman to move forward. I mean, maybe that's a kind of in-possession thing. And then on the right-hand side, you've got Chauna on the right. And look, if we go back, I think, let's be honest, the wingers, I think you've got a lot of numbers there. In terms of truly moving the needle, it's one where I think it's about having that energy, having those substitutions, because you've got a lot of good, but are they good wingers? I kind of like Edwards, I kind of like Anthony, and actually maybe if you're moving to a 3 in different moments, having wingers that can kind of turn into wing backs, someone like Jaden Anthony could maybe do that. Koleasho is another one, all kind of a similar level, I would say, but they're not going to totally change it all. 2 players that I think could be really useful. One's just come through the door. You can reveal him now if it is for real, and put him into the squad here. Is Ugo Chukwu. There he is, midfielder. He is now in the squad. In you come, son. He will probably take Lauren's position, I would imagine, in that midfield. But one player that I think is going to be a real surprise for a lot of people, but not for Burnley fans, is Mr. Mejbri. Mejbri is a really exciting player. Sometimes the tenacity that he shows, it feels it can spill over a little bit, but all in all, he's the pass before the pass. Everything will go through him, I think, this season. One area of weakness, it's got to be the striking positions, like the need to resolve that somehow. Broja is on his way through, but actually, do you know what, let me show you something. When it comes to Broja, last season, I saw this on FotMob. When you look at his shots from last season, these are his shots. None of them were on target. So he needs to improve, let's put it that way. But we saw him at Southampton do really well. There's a pedigree there. So maybe, just don't ask an Everton fan. On to Chelsea, and of course lots of transfers in and out. At the time of recording, Xavi Simons hasn't come into the team. You expect him to, which adds more flexibility in terms of the rotations and profiles that they've got. Of course, Delap came through before Club World Cup. João Pedro in the middle of the Club World Cup. Jamie Gittins in the middle of the Club World Cup but didn't play. Joel Hato, who's come through, is an interesting one. We're talking about left backs, actually. I was looking at his shot map on FotMob, and what I quite like is this channel that he kind of gets into. You're thinking about Cucurella and the role that he's had for Chelsea, although at the Club World Cup they tried a few different things. Being in that area and having a few shots, it's not the worst thing to have that. That, of course, changes when you have the likes of Xavi Simons coming into this squad. Let's have a look at the squad, because it is absolutely enormous. And let's highlight the players that we know are coming in and have a look at how they impact, first of all, the squad, but secondly, the first 11. Because, I mean, loads and loads of depth here. And the profiles of these players is really strong. The ceiling is really high as well. So how many of these players are actually going to start? Let's have a look at this. And look, obviously there are so many different lineups that you can see. One kind of tactical strength of Chelsea this year is the fact that in that Club World Cup, they did experiment. It was a different team for certainly the first 4 or 5. Some things we couldn't really understand, but actually now as we get close to the season, that first pre-season game is going to be the week before the season starts. So actually they've had to utilise the Club World Cup to try a few different things. And as we were saying about Gerald Hato, Cucurella stayed wide at times, he stepped in at different times. It's going to be interesting to see who does start for this team, because you've got the likes of Lavia, you've got the likes of Xavi Simons making his way into this team as well. You've got Enzo Fernandez in this side. Do you want to get him in this team? There's so many options. And then up top, Pedro, Jackson still in this squad. Might as well go back to that squad. You've got Delap, who's just come through the door as well. So many different options for Chelsea moving forward. I do feel, though, that width, they will want to retain that. I think Maresca's slowly wiggling with a few different things. But we saw in the Club World Cup, actually, Enzo Fernandez step into this area here. Reece James step into this area here. Will we see more of that this year? That could be a bit of a tweak and a change. Is there another centre-back to come through the door? Will Gittins start and stay wide? Will Esteval get minutes? So many questions from a tactical point of view. One thing I'm really interested in is the relationship between these two. I think these two will most likely start, Pedro and Palmer. I think they'll have a lot of fun together. and I think they'll understand each other. Sometimes there are players who can just kind of give each other the eye, and then they know, and then he's able to play passes to him. He could drop and he could dovetail, a little backboard at times for him as well. There's a lot of relationships here that kind of need ironing out and improving, but they are exciting all the same. Kind of there's one here really with Fernandes and Reece James. We saw the use of maybe Fernandes stepping in here, Reece James stepping into that midfield. Is that something we're going to see more of? I'm fascinated by this team. Gittins, if that's not Gittins and it's Xavi Simons, does that mean Reece James stays a bit higher? Cucurella offers that width to allow Xavi Simons to step into this area here as well. And then you've got another lovely connection between this. Imagine this is Xavi Simons, not Bino Gittins. Those two are going to have a really nice time between Palmer. I think Fernandes will be able to give people the eye and then play really clever passes to the likes of Pedro at the back stick. We've seen he's got that quality. Or a clever little pass to the wide player, or another little pass into someone like Bino Gittins at different times. I think it's a really, really exciting time for this team, and the relationships between all of them is going to be fascinating. And then weakness. Obviously, a lot of bodies there, and you've got to get that right, but you've got Champions League football, so that will allow for rotation. I do still wonder about the centre-back positions. Are they, comparable to Liverpool, Arsenal, Man City? Let me know what you think. Crystal Palace, some big decisions on their way. I mean, first of all, off the pitch, when it comes to the European competition that they're going to be playing in. But it's a tricky time, although tactically they are kind of set up in a way that, we know what they do. But there is a linchpin within all this. If we go to that setup, we know that Eze is absolutely integral to this team, his ability to get on the ball in these different areas and then go and play and turn and affect the game. Of course, there's been a lot of talk around him. Gabe looks like he's staying. That's probably a bit of a strength for the team as well. So that's great news. And we know how they set up. It's the squad and it's the incoming of players and when they arrive. That is the concern for me. And that over-reliance on a few players. You've got someone like Munoz, no real backup for him if he was to get injured. He's absolutely integral to this team. The back line, I think they're in good shape overall. You've got a good defender there as well, but you can't lose players. It's a really light squad right now. Sarr did really, really well, but he had someone like Eze to find him, and someone like Wharton to find him as well. And then when you add in European football, can this squad, can they pick up points regularly? Will they become a little bit jaded, beaten down? Is that going to be something that you can deal with because of, I guess, the enjoyment of Conference League football or the Europa League? The depth in this squad is probably the biggest concern for Crystal Palace fans right now. But from a tactical point of view, we know what they do. We know they have that three at the back. We know that we have those wing backs bombing on, and we know we've got Eze coming to the ball, and we've got someone like Sarr who's looking to drive in behind. So they do know what they're doing. They're settled from that point of view, and they've got some really good pros. They need depth and need to find out who their star men are going to be going into this new season. In terms of a surprise, I think two. First of all, the one surprise would be, and I would love to see it, is Doucouré fit, firing, available. That would be absolutely huge for Crystal Palace. We've not been able to see it as of yet. That would be lovely. But Romain Esse, not Eze, Esse. He's going to get more minutes this season. He's a really, really fun player to watch. Saw him at Loftus Road from Millwall last year. I think he's going to have a big part to play, especially with a squad that feels light on attacking flair, especially if Eze is to go. Well, Crystal Palace fans, not all bad. Thought you were light. Have a look at Everton at the moment, although times they are a-changing. So this is the squad at the moment. Yep, that's it. That is it. And that has led to a very ad hoc pre-season. Of course, they've been out in America. You can hear it in David Moyes' voice that he's a bit like, we're just getting through these fixtures a little bit because they don't have the players they want. They're not set up in the way that they want. But it does feel like the cavalry is coming because Tyler Dibbling looks like that's done. And as you can see from this left-hand side, the players that have come in, Pickford's always going to be a starting goalkeeper, so we understand Trevor's coming in. It's a good backup. Certainly better than Begovic, I think, at this stage of his career. Asnu, really, really exciting player. He will mean that the left-hand side for Everton is going to be absolutely crucial. Although, you say that, Tyler Dibbling kind of stepping into this team, that might kind of give it that balance. I think he will be the left back that bombs on from an attacking point of view. Talk about Grealish at the moment, and Jai as well is on that left hand side. So Jai will naturally step in. Asnu will bomb on that left hand side. Mikolenko can step in and do the same thing. So from a profile point of view, there's a stability to that. And David Moyes will get this team working hard, working well. In transition, they've looked good. One really important thing, Branthwaite looks like he's going to be staying at Everton. That is huge for this team, allowing them to continue with what went really well last season. I'm intrigued to see someone like Irabunum. Can he continue to sort of step on a little bit more? James Garner's a player I really like, who can step over to that right-hand side for the team. But look, the numbers aren't there right now. Tieno Barry has come through as well. So again, when we're talking about profiles, you've got that like-for-like replacement. And both of those really, really kind of physical, will run the channels all day long. You can put that ball in over the top and they're going to be able to hold off their man and get goals for the team. And David Moyes seems to have like an interesting relationship with Beto. Barry, 6'5", has a lot of pace, and is a really, really exciting player to come through the door as well. Can you get Jack Grealish into this team and allow Njai to sort of step into more central areas and have those two playing together? That would be a lovely relationship that would work really, really well for this team. It looks bad. I don't think it is as bad as it looks. Give it a week. On to Fulham now, and we've got a black background here, so I'm just going to change the look here. We'll go a bit green, shall we? Let's go green. Let's go green. Nice green. Let's go green. That's pitch lines, isn't it? No, is it the right one? Push. Go green. There we go. Okay, so we're going to bring in Fulham. Now, Fulham, it's a quiet one so far, and I think this is the thing with all these mid-table teams, or teams that are sort of feel steady when it comes to where they live in the Premier League and have a settled squad as well. Fulham is one of those ones, right? They've still got a lot of really high-profile players. High technical quality players in Pereira, Smith Rowe. Iwobi was fantastic last season. Harry Wilson has been fantastic in pre-season, and two solid strikers in Jimenez and Muniz. Muniz is one of those ones that, like, is he going to go to Newcastle? There's been a lot of talk about that, but overall it's a very settled squad in terms of players coming in. Again, I think they're going to wait a bit like that. I mean, that feels sad to me, but it is what it is. But this is a good team, right? And what's great is that someone like Smith Rowe, who's now had that season nice and settled, he's got a whole host of great pros around him. I think it's a big season for him. Will he start to step in and Iwobi step out a little bit? What will facilitate that is him being allowed to go in those half spaces, is something that's been really great for him. And that's the rotation that you've got. You've got a whole squad here that's lean, but it's mean. And those players will then come in, someone like Iwobi, who's not starting here in this instance. It will allow Robinson to bomb on. I mean, is it one where Lukic will sit that little bit more to help them? But with Robinson bombing on, that will continue to be a huge part of how Fulham do business. Wilson on the right-hand side can step in, a bit like we were talking about with Muniz. Pereira, just hovering around that zone 14, I think is something he's going to do a hell of a lot. But Smith Rowe, it's time. One, get yourself in the box and score a couple of goals like he did at the start of the season, but also come and get involved that little bit more. It'd be interesting to see if someone like Iwobi makes way in any way to allow Smith Rowe, because it is a bit of a battle in those left half spaces between the two. Pereira's been brilliant for Fulham. So again, a bit like Aston Villa, it's an okay squad. It's an all right squad. There's nothing to worry about too much at the moment. Can you get a couple of more extra numbers in there to help? Especially if you lose some players going out, that's going to be the big question for Fulham. Let's talk Leeds, because Leeds were really attractive on the eye last season, but we've seen this before. Teams come up from the Championship, were really fun to watch, and this idea that they can kind of come and do it in the Premier League is difficult. I think you need a lot of steel, you need a lot of metal, you need a lot of iron. Other substances are available, but you need a team that's going to kind of hang in there and maybe, a bit like Brentford a few years ago, win that XG battle with some set pieces, be hard to beat, be able to stay in the game. We'll go to the squad in a second, but one thing that is a strength, I think, are some of the signings that have come in. So as you can see, Stack has come through the door. Perry as a new goalkeeper, I think, is absolutely needed. There is Meslier's. Maybe, yeah, it's not. I don't think it's going to inspire that confidence that you're going to need, because I think you're going to look to try and be defensively sound or defensively improve. Longstaff is just a really good, solid Premier League player, in my opinion. Great energy. That's why I stuck around at Newcastle for so long. Bornau from Wolfsburg as well. Really good addition here. Gudmundsson, the left back as well. And Bijol as well. Really, really, really good centre back. Nemeka. Now, what I want to touch on here is if we go to squad, what you see, if we go to height, is, of course, a goalkeeper is going to be high, but that is a monster of a goalkeeper, 196 centimetres. Anton Stack is enormous. And it's going to be a big old team. You know, Joe Rodon as one of your centre-backs. You've got Bonal. You've got Struijk, who could play, of course. And I get these are all Bijol. You've got centre-backs galore who have got a nice bit of size to them. But Nemeka, another one of the signings. He is a big boy. Ampadu, who a lot of people consider as a centre-back. He's a midfielder a lot of the time, has been for Leeds. And is another player who is a big lad. Longstaff as well. These are all players that are really, really big. It's really simple. So that is going to help this team. So as we go to the squads here, those players that have been brought in, it's going to really, really allow them to, in a 4-4-2 mid-block, have that physicality. Stack in particular and Longstaff, are they going to be the two midfield? Time will tell. Maybe it'll take a second. But Farke's gone down a very clear road here. You know, your little lads, it's Dan James, it's Nonto. And those are the players who are going to kind of be that speed in transition. And that transition is going to be the buzzword, I think, in this Premier League season, because when it comes to that 4-4-2 mid-block, having that pace once you get the ball, which you can see here from these boys, those are the guys who are going to provide that. But outside of that, there is a lot of size in this team and size to come off the bench. And I know I'm going on about it a lot, but in terms of overall quality, it's not kind of where you want to be. But being pragmatic might be the way to go and will be the way that Leeds go this season. One area of the pitch where they have depth, but maybe not the quality that they want, and there could be an opportunity to bring in a few funds here and there, take people off the wage bill, and then from there bring in someone really exciting. And I don't know if this is true or not, but Garcia at Real Madrid, I saw some transfer news, a possible rumour there. That would be absolutely sensational. I'd be amazed if it happens, but that takes Leeds to a whole different level, because at the moment, that forward line, Bamford, I think, will be on his way out. Joseph could be on his way out as well. Perot and Nemeka, of course, I think will be there to start with, but I think they need some more firepower up top to help if they are able to get the ball in the box, to kind of have that guy who can sniff out the goals, like Callum Wilson would have been, but of course he's gone to West Ham. Right, on to Liverpool, and they have been the story of the summer. Of course they have been. And go on FotMob and you see the transfers in, but also the transfers out. I think that's something that people aren't really focusing on enough, and the future options when it comes to that as well. Of course, Ekitike, and look, one possible weakness or difficulty is the Isak situation. How long is that going to rumble on? Is he actually going to go? The comments from Alan Shearer going, look, just get it done now. But then you've got bids that are getting rejected. It's all over the place. And is that going to affect things? I don't know. The longer I sit with this Liverpool squad, the more I'm starting to understand it, especially from a tactical point of view, because I think there are natural sort of irkings that we have as football fans, where you think, well, when you buy Kirkes and Frimpong and Wirtz and Ekitike and very possibly Isak as well, have you got to get them all in? And how do you get them all in? And we did a video exploring the idea of how you would get Ekitike and Isak in if you were to attempt to do it. And that's the point here, is that this is a Liverpool squad that's often had lots of dexterity to it, the ability to change and play at a high level in different ways, or bringing in different profiles, right? And that's something that Klopp in particular 2 years ago was able to, when he changed it, he really, really changed it. But in terms of players going out, Luis Diaz, of course, big player last season, 71 million. I think it's the second highest transfer of the summer, if I'm right. I might be wrong. Let me know. I'm sure you will. Gerald Quansah, good money for him, going for 35 mil. And Kelleher as well, bringing some money in there as well. So they've brought some money in as well. It's really, really interesting. Let's have a look at the squad then, because the point I want to make here is that when you see the squad, of course, on this right-hand side, you've got all those new signings at the time of recording. And what they do to this team is they just provide so much attacking options and talent. Let's bring them all in. And, you know, look, he's got 3 really good goalkeepers there as well. But that attacking ability from Wirtz, Ekitike in this squad, Kerkez and Frimpong. And of course, you know, the tragic passing of Diogo Jota is just an enormous loss for this group. And that's something that this team will have to cope with as well. And who knows what the impact of that will be on this group. It's certainly going to be an emotional one either way. But tactically, the thing that I find myself thinking about here with this group is, the ability to change it up. Because as we move it forward, there are a lot of teething problems that could occur. But when I think of Frimpong and when I think of Kerkez, 2 really exciting players, do you bring both of them in at the same time? Do you want to even do that? Because if you do that, of course, you've got to take these guys out, Robertson and Bradley. Salah, who has been, this is one thing that might surprise a few people, it has been in a far more central area for pre-season as opposed to staying high, staying wide, because you've got someone like Trent who's been in this area previously, or at least staying back. Frimpong's going to bomb on. We know that, right? So Salah has been popping into these areas. And Bradley, of course, can bomb up and down as well. But when you take him out, if you know that you've got someone like Frimpong playing, he's going to be high, he's going to be wide, you would imagine. Kerkez ideally wants to do the same. He was afforded that at Bournemouth. And that leads to other players wanting to step in. But it's about kind of horses for courses. And in particular, actually, it's about horses for the weaknesses of the opposition. That's what I think's really exciting about this Liverpool side right now, because you just have so many options. So what I think might occur is that someone like Frimpong might play. But that might mean someone like Robertson might play. Just to ensure that the overall chemistry of this team, and also that ability to maybe have one who's a bit more reserved and allow one to bomb on, you know, not having that on both sides. That's what I'm intrigued to see what Arne Slot's going to do in terms of how he changes up this team. And if you have someone like Bradley, you've got someone who can, of course, make those lung-bursting runs, but you can then bring in someone like Kerkez on the other side and have Bradley, let him be that little bit more conservative, or allow someone like Salah to continue to stay wide just for now, and he can make those underlapping runs. You can revert to type. That is something that this Liverpool side, I think, will do actually more than we think, because you've got all these new exciting players. One player that, of course, will play all the time is Florian Wirtz, of course. But when you've got what's gone so well with Salah and Gakpo on both sides, you don't want to mess with it too much. So I think it's one where initially it might be a kind of a slow tactical change. And then from there, the tweaks will really, really change. And I'll be intrigued to see how they look to suffocate the opposition, play higher up, and the role how that changes Gravenberch's role. We've said on the channel, we believe that he will drop in, be it here, be it dropping in here as well, to allow the rest of the players to move forward. The one thing we know is that they're not going to be short of options off the bench. One quick surprise on Liverpool. He wears the number 8 shirt. Expect that role to embody the man of Szoboszlai. I think Szoboszlai, we're seeing it in pre-season quite a lot, him playing as more of an 8. That could be the future for him, with so much attacking talent and the energy that he provides, as well as that technical ability. The talk about him has always been, has he got the ability to get the goals and get the overall output? Okay, maybe he doesn't have that kind of in his bones, but he does have that work rate. And he does have that technical ability to pick out a pass and play a pass. So we could see him a lot more in that 8 role, as opposed to him being more of a 10. We're officially launching the JLA Tactics board. I have had so many questions about this. And you've seen it. You've seen it on the JLA channel. You've seen it on the Premier League channel. You've even seen it on television. We've even tested it with an ex-England manager. But now it's your turn. It's your time. All you need to do is sign up and pick a subscription plan that suits you. Now, there's a plan for absolutely everyone. You can use the board for free, and you can gain access to a variety of free tools. But if you... We expect to leave. I think everyone expects the season. But goals and assists, Kevin De Bruyne in second spot there. And as we scroll down, there's so many great stats here. But chances created, Kevin De Bruyne with 57. Of course, he missed a lot of the season. And expected assists per 90, he was out in front as well. And you can see it here. So those numbers are really, really important in terms of how they solve that equation. Let's have a look at the tactics in the squad. So those players coming in Naipan, by the way, really exciting player from Norway who you might see here and there. Let's be honest, it's a really, really, really good squad. And tactically, they will dominate. Someone like Grealish, we expect to leave. I think everyone expects him to leave. Tactically, we saw something at the Club World Cup. We did a whole video on it if you want to go check that out at the end of this one. That I think I'm really, really excited to see when it comes to Manchester City. So check this out. This is the team that we think will start. Xavi on the right-hand side. Cherki, I think, will get less minutes than you imagine at the start of the season. That doesn't mean he's not great. We know he's great. But I haven't even got Foden in this team right now. But let me go to this one. This, for me, is going to be a really interesting aspect of Man City because Reinders coming in and Rodri. I think there will be a real fluidity to the two of these players here, where if Reinders wants to step into this area here because for whatever reason Doku might be out here and he wants to step into that half space, I think we'll be afforded that ability to become an attacking 8, as it were. Rodri, same on the other side, because Reinders, I think, is not good enough maybe right away to be the single pivot. But alongside Rodri as a pair, I think those two could dovetail really, really nicely. Marmoush is going to have a big season. Matheus Nunes, this is one area where I think they can still strengthen. Can they go and get, at the very least, a backup right back? If we have a look at the options that they've got right now. Not really got anyone with that real attacking threat. You got Rico Lewis and Nunes. Nunes is going to be someone who did do well in the Club World Cup and it will be the starter for them, in my opinion. But that is maybe an area where if you can get Livramento or someone of that ilk, it's going to help when it comes to the continued flexibility of this team. But he'll be someone who'll be willing to step into this area here, which again, it's all about those different lanes of the pitch. And actually, Joe, let's work our way around, because there you go. You can see it right there. It's these little half spaces allowing players to be on different lines. And you can see it right there, the ability to do that. That's something that Nunes will offer. I think Rodri and Reinders, keep an eye on those two, because I think in transition as well, this is another thing that's good for them. Whereas as they look to suffocate the opposition, the big problem has been that space in behind. Very much like Arsenal, and it might be the same thing for Liverpool this season. But those areas in transition is where teams are going to look to exploit them. And it's exactly where Al Hilal in particular got so much joy down the right-hand side. Final player, the surprise for me this season, I think it's going to be this man here. I loved him in this role because the ability for him to be able to go this way or to have the ability to go this way. And actually it's earlier in the phases of build-up to pick it up in these areas. That's what's really, really exciting from my point of view for Doku. Instead of just staying out wide and not hiding there, but becoming predictable. Yep, he runs. Yep, he runs. Yep, he runs. Starting here in an earlier phase of play, if he goes one way or the other way, it's very, very difficult. And someone like Ait Nouri being given that freedom to fly forwards, I think is going to be really, really helpful for this Man City team. On to Manchester United, and one thing is for certain, the over-reliance on Bruno Fernandes, it's got to stop. And when we have a look at the squad, this is really interesting. This is the great thing I think about this, the tactics board, and putting the squad together in this way is, I think naturally you kind of go, okay, is it starting to come together a little bit? They won the summer series. Let's remember that. But in terms of profiles for the way that Amorim wants to play, are they being more coached? Are they being coached to a point where they're starting to really understand what's going on? I think they're slowly getting there, slowly. And I think what Man United might be kind of patchy, exciting moments. Can you get regular, high-quality periods in a game, where you're dominating the opposition, scoring the goals as well? Because the over-reliance on Bruno Fernandes, as I said, I'll show you one more time, 18 goals and assists. Ahmad did have a solid season overall, but he's just the main man, throughout, in terms of creating chances. He's so crucial for this team. Big chances, 16 big chances. Chances created, 91. It's wild. Look at that. That's got to change. Now, he will still be crucial. And that's fine. You don't want to waste it. And it's huge that he's chosen them. But when I'm looking at this team, looking at the squad, in terms of players that really, really, really suit this, I'm still wondering. One player, let's go straight to the surprise, is I think it's going to be Dorgu. Dorgu just, you can see he's bloody loving it out there on the left-hand side. He's an outball at times. I think he's allowing Mason Mount to get into the positions that he wants to get into, and so that's going to work better. You saw a great goal from him the other day. But Dorgu, in terms of just kind of going, that left-hand side's yours, mate, and him bombing up and down, that ball in behind, I think he'll get a few goals here and there. He'll have that license to go and do that as well. I think he's going to have a really, really big season for Man United this year. But overall, in terms of players like Diallo, does Diallo want to be there or does he want to be higher up? I'm not so sure. It's not utterly perfect when I look at it like this. But when we bring in the new signings, Matheus Cunha and Mbeumo, Cunha is running and running and running. That stat about him not running last season, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying it's not relevant. I think he will be really, really useful for this team. I think he'll have the confidence to play and score for this team. And Mbeumo as well, in terms of that ability to, if he needs to drift out wide, fine. If he needs to go and help out Højlund, I think he's a really, really good fit there. It's going to be interesting to see where Fernandes then moves to. Big season for Kobbie Mainoo. Who is this double pivot? Who are these two? Is Fernandes going to drop into this? Is Fernandes going to stay high? You want his chance creation, so you probably want him higher up. So you're starting to see that there are options there. I'm still concerned about in transition the other way. If you've got someone like Dorgu high and wide, then picking up those runners. There was a goal again. I think it's Thomas Souček might have scored the goal, but it was one of West Ham's goals. I think it was Souček who picked up the ball in this area right here, and his ability to just drive and drive and drive and drive for about 40 odd yards, it's just not kind of acceptable. So something a little bit different from Amorim, and what we might see in the opening games to get the two top dogs in and to kind of maybe move away from what we've seen, because is there that trust in Højlund? Is there that trust in Zirkzee right now? And for a bit more kind of fluidity in terms of sort of deep and diagonal running, what I like about this lineup is runners. And we've said it a few times, you need some runners. Like, look, Fernandes wants passes to be able to be played, and he can absolutely do that. But if he wants to do it, go about it himself, he can do that. Dorgu can make a run. But Matheus Cunha making some like diagonal runs at times. You've got to be a bit more careful in terms of your build-up. You haven't got that hold-up man that Zirkzee provides. But Mbeumo, we know, can kind of get in behind. And actually, he's better on the ball than people probably give him credit for as well. So this could be an interesting sort of starting point that you can then, from the bench, make a few changes from there. And actually, Mazraoui, I like him that's a great bench player. Maguire, that's a great bench player. Martinez, once he's fit. Mason Mount, obviously, he's a good footballer. Højlund, do you want to have 20 minutes instead of playing 60 minutes? Obi, get yourself in there, son. Zirkzee. And maybe some of the other boys knocking about as well. So all of a sudden, that looks a bit better, doesn't it? Right, let's talk Newcastle. It's been an odd one, a disappointing one, especially after hitting the heights, of course, of getting into the Champions League. And the squad is, as you see, not horrific if they're going into a World Cup, but in terms of overall depth, there does feel like there is a real lack of numbers. This is before any transfers came in, and I think probably the biggest weakness is the depth with Champions League football on its way, and I guess the inability to get the players you want to get. In terms of high-profile players, Ramsdale's come in, Alanga's come in on that right-hand side. So, look, when everyone's fit, that's cool. That's good. Like Murphy, like that's solid. Like, is Alanga star quality? Maybe this is the place to do it in terms of the intensity that he can bring, the speed that he can bring. Won't be the same kind of space that he's previously had. Previously, he would have been a lot deeper and then attacking that space with Chris Wood. This is really good on this left-hand side. We'll come back to that. And the starting lineup overall is pretty solid, but the backups, aside from Burn, it's probably not Champions League quality. That's before you even get on to the Isak situation. So again, the strength is that this first 11 is a really, really good first 11. One massive, massive plus for Newcastle is the fact that Lewis Hall is back. Lewis Hall being back is absolutely huge for this team. His ability to get up and down, the fact that he's so tidy on the ball, the tenacity, the one-on-one defensive attributes that he has as well. And at their best, this is a really good first 11. But of course, there is the Isak issue. And here is where the surprise will be for some. Obviously not Newcastle fans, they would have seen it in pre-season. Expect Anthony Gordon to be that starting striker for that first game of the season. Maybe Seško comes in, maybe another striker comes in. They're going to want those numbers, of course, especially with Champions League football. But at the start of the season, expect Anthony Gordon to be that starting striker, and that's fine because they've got that depth with Harvey Barnes. But again, the problem remains when we go back to the whole squad is that depth overall is currently a bit of an issue if you want to be able to, really, really move it about. You can't get unlucky if you're Newcastle when it comes to injuries and look to have a good season this year. Nottingham Forest had a fantastic season last season. In terms of kind of incomings and outgoings, of course, the headline one was Morgan Gibbs-White, and would he make way? And actually, that's quite important when we look at the squad and kind of see from last season just how important a few players were. One stayed, one went. So one being Anthony Elanga, 11 assists for him. Chris Wood, of course, was crucial. But goals and assists, Elanga and Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White with 15 goals and assists. And second top goal scorer, lots of assists there, and 8 assists. He was absolutely crucial, and it looked like he was going to go. Now, in terms of them finding solutions to try and achieve what they did last season, again, it's very difficult. So in terms of the players coming in, from a tactical point of view, I think we know what we're going to get from Nottingham Forest. Okay, they're going to look to play with pace once they get the ball. Otherwise, they'll be defensively very sound, and they have been defensively very sound out of possession in pre-season. But let's have a look at the players that have come in. So we have ourselves a couple of centre-backs, a couple of guys from Botafogo, who we saw in the summer in the Club World Cup, and Igor Jesus is one of them. Now, when we look at the other options that they've got in terms of those central strikers, Awani and Dennis, I'm not expecting them to play too much. Of course, Chris Wood has been superb for them, but the burden on him and his exploits are outrageous. He was absolutely sensational. Does he have the same mobility as Igor Jesus? He doesn't. And so that could be a real option for Nottingham Forest in the ability to not just sort of play it and go, and I guess Chris Wood would time his runs, but in terms of Jesus himself being that ball over the top, maybe in the second half of games, if you want to mix it up, or if you want to go down that Botafogo route, you've got the option here of someone like Ola Aina stepping up, putting great crosses in, Nico Williams stepping up and putting great crosses in for the team as well, and maybe bringing in someone like Igor Jesus to play with Chris Wood. You never know that. I think, look, when you're trying to, if you're going to be a team that's going to have players behind the ball, then you can have two up top because you can kind of bypass any kind of press and just get it in there. Morgan Gibbs-White, as we said, has stayed. He's another one who will find and score goals. He's so fantastic at that. The other important player that's come through, Ndoye. Elanga, of course, has gone. So Ndoye now will be a bit of a like-for-like replacement, really, and will look to try and link up with Chris Wood. And all being well, it will be as fruitful as it was before. And if you think about that pass to Chris Wood and then being able to find him, or Ndoye going and then Chris Wood making his way and timing those runs brilliantly, that's going to be absolutely crucial. Surprise, or maybe a player just to keep an eye out for, would have enjoyed him last season if you were watching him, Elliot Anderson. I think it's going to go through him more and more. He's such a tenacious player, such a complete midfielder for me. So I think he will have a big part to play. But of course, Gibbs-White as well. Now that he has retained his place at Nottingham Forest, I think he's going to be crucial for them from a tactical point of view in terms of getting on the ball, making smart passes, smart switches, and getting himself in the box as well. On to Sunderland. A lot of buzz about Sunderland. I want to start with the starting lineup at the time of recording and maybe kind of touch on a question for you guys. There's a lot of excitement about Granit Xhaka, and overall, let's start with the strengths. This team has wheels. And actually, Diarra, one thing to keep an eye on, he's a player that can really make a lovely underlapping run. Talbi will stay wide. Diarra will make those driving runs when they get the ball. The question I have here is, how will they get on in build-up, and how will they be able to work their way through the thirds? Let's go to the entire squad here, because I think this says a lot. There's some numbers here, but this is before. You can see on the right hand side above my head the players that are coming in here. So this is prior to that. And in terms of Premier League quality, I mean, this is dangerous to do off the dome, but I wonder. I mean, Ballard, I think he's getting there. Sirkin, maybe. 09, in terms of the leadership, absolutely there, but unproven, of course, at the Premier League level. Rigg fell off a little bit the second half of the season, is an exciting player. Of course, Bellingham's gone as well. Lafay is a really exciting player, who obviously was there last season. They kept him. Can Mayenda be Premier League quality? Can Isidore be Premier League quality? Patrick Roberts, has he got the physical elements? He certainly made a huge difference in that championship final when he came on, but didn't start that game. Poveda is a player I generally like. So there's not a crazy amount of Premier League quality there. So when you bring those players in, this does add a lot. This does add a lot because I think the potential of the bulk of these players are really exciting. Adungra, Brighton fans not sure about him. I like him. And that there will be pace on the counter-attack. But when we talk about it's a surprise and a possible weakness, Xhaka. Xhaka is a single pivot. Will that be the case? That's what I'm intrigued about. I wonder if there's maybe someone like Siddiqui who comes in. If I can find him. Siddiqui, where are you? Come on, come here, you little scamp. There he is. Siddiqui could be one that comes into a double pivot. If we think about how we know the great Xhaka that was at Bayer Leverkusen, there was a back three with him. Is that something that they'll go to? I doubt it. I think they're going to go with a 4. So if they are going to go with a 4, he absolutely needs someone in there to help him. So will they play with both Lafay and Diarra, or will they look to give Xhaka that little bit of protection from a defensive point of view, because that is a lot of ground for him to cover, and I think he needs that little bit of help. And I don't see Sunderland having the ball to the same extent that he has in his career over the last few years at Sunderland. It's a very different, environment and situation that he's stepping into, and with the pace that you've got here as well, I'm sure he can find those players with his ability on the ball. He'd be able to kind of keep the ball, but is he going to be totally press proof? That is a question tactically that I'm wondering. But of course he's going to be in there. He's going to show great leadership. And if that quality in midfield overall can be there and they can keep hold of the ball, then that gives them a chance in games that they can be that little bit more attacking, because he is a wonderful player. Final thing to say about Sunderland is, of course, I think this back line, Reynaldo has come in. That's a good signing. But overall, can there be some more defensive quality and depth in the centre-back positions in particular? I think Sunderland fans would like to see that. On to Tottenham now, and the thing with Tottenham, obviously new manager, so there will be a change of style of play, which I'll show you in a second, and it is pretty drastic. But the other thing that's important to say is, and you can see it here from the squad, a lot of key squad members are injured. Tragerson, who I think under Thomas Frank will do better than he would have done under Ange. He struggled there, of course. Destiny Udogie is out for a little bit. James Maddison is out for what could be a decent amount of time. And Kulusevski as well, really important player. Dominic Solanke as well. So in terms of the tactical side of what Thomas Frank's going to try and do here, there's going to be a lot of change. In terms of the players that have come in, we've got Takai, Kudus, Vuskovic and Palhinha. Let's bring them in, because what you'll see is that actually this squad, when you look at it, without the injuries, it's solid, it's youthful. You've brought in a bit of experience in Palhinha. It's got quite a nice mix to it. But Vuskovic is one people are really excited about, but probably someone who's going to kind of come in and go out. So in terms of two players that have come in and impact the team, and they will, in terms of the Tottenham that we saw last year, Palhinha and Kudus are certainly that. Of course, you've got Brennan Johnson in the mix here, but you obviously want options as well. Now, you're not going to expect this starting 11, but this is the starting 11 that I think Thomas Frank might move towards, because you bring someone like Palhinha in, it's pretty exciting stuff, and it might lead to a clear tactical change. So this is what I've put together, and there are a couple of options that you can mix up here, which we can go to in a sec. But I think what we've seen already is that Sarr is such a great option from a pressing point of view. Go watch the goal that he scored against Arsenal, and as much as anything, it was his ability to kind of press and jump, and the energy that he has is so immense, and I think Thomas Frank will really, really enjoy that. And if you think of the Brentford side that did really, really well, of course, with Solanke out, Richarlison will probably come and be that striker. Mattis Tell could be that guy. Odegaard on the left-hand side, again, that could be Mattis Tell. Spence will probably sort of sit in a little bit. Porro will move forward, and I think there'll be quite a lot of, let's say, funneling to this right-hand side. And the reason for that, I think, is because I think without the ball, it will look a little bit like this. And this is the big change from Ange, of course. It will be so much more compact without the ball. Without the ball, they've looked so much better than they have previously. But in terms of the ability to jump, and something Thomas Frank said to me when I interviewed him was that he likes to have those two players there so that you can hurt the opposition. And there are a lot of players here with the pace to go and do that in transition. And Sarr, though, starting there in terms of an initial starting point, I think that could be the case. But there could be moments in the game where Sarr pops over here and it's Kudus, a bit like Brian Mbeumo did for Brentford previously as well. If we go back, I think in build-up there's one change that could happen. One thing that we saw, and we've seen it in pre-season, Odobert staying really high and wide. And the reason for that is that if you get the ball, if you get the ball and you're working your way through and you're trying to get yourself to Porro, what Kudus can do here, and I'm really excited about Kudus in terms of him playing that kind of Mbeumo role. And people forget this about Mbeumo. Mbeumo's happy to sort of hold up the ball, very good technically, but then also able to go in behind and help with Richarlison. Richarlison's a player that likes to come towards the ball as well, so that'll work really, really well. And it's one where then someone like, if you want to dominate a game as well, someone like Bergvall, I think Bergvall's got a massive say to have in this season in certain games when you want to kind of go for it, because especially when you bring in someone like Palhinha, you're then going to want someone maybe who's not exactly the same as him. And Bentancur is a good 6, but Palhinha has been brought in for a reason. I think there may be moments where you don't have two, and you then have someone like Bergvall who's more of a Damsgaard, let's say, and Sarr's more of a Janelt in terms of the comparisons to this Brentford side. And of course it's not going to be exactly like for like, but Palhinha then becomes the Norgard in this team. But I think there's definitely a switch over to Odobert, utilising that brilliant passing range of someone like Porro, a bit like they did with Schade last season, and using one side of the pitch to bring players over, and then again, something that Thomas Frank loves, creating those gaps for players like Bergvall and Sarr to drive into once they do work up the pitch. But I think Kudus is going to be a really, really exciting player for Tottenham this season. Lots of questions when it comes to Graham Potter and this West Ham squad. Let's have a look at it. I think what we're going to see, if we skip forward to a potential starting lineup, is 3 at the back. I think we're going to see some wing backs. In terms of strengths, Wan-Bissaka, great season last season. I did say on the Ripple Effect, which is available right now, that Wan-Bissaka and Diouf, do you want to kind of be relying on those two? Surprise of the season for West Ham could well be Diouf. He is looking cracking in everything that I've seen from West Ham this season. There are some question marks when it comes to this squad. First of all, the midfield. And there's not been a lot of change when it comes to West Ham. Kudus, of course, has left the club. Jared Bowen continues to be a crucial player for them. But in this 3-5-2, I think with Jared Bowen being a little bit more central, he doesn't have to carry that burden as that target man central striker, but he can still kind of be in the right areas that you want him to be, because he is a clinical finisher. One player that's of course come in, if we go back to the original squads, Callum Wilson has just come through the door. He is someone that they absolutely needed for that depth. You can see there in terms of the attacking positions, and Fulkrug missing the bulk of last season. You needed another striker, and you didn't want to be reliant on Jared Bowen. You want to allow him to be in this area, and we've just spoken about someone like Kudus and what he can do, but again, in those similar areas, he's a player who can spin and go. He's a player that can come out wide, but he's also a player who can come to the ball as well. But ideally, you want to get him getting in the box and getting in behind. Wan-Bissaka hopefully continue on what he's been doing in the last year. He's really, really improved. And the midfield, I think, is a possible weakness. You've got a lot of players who are kind of industrious and play side to side. Paquetá, who has been in the news recently, is now cleared from the gambling allegations, so maybe there'll be an upturn in his form, from the human side of it. He did have a struggle last season. Was that playing on his mind? But you want to see so much more from him, and I think from Somerville this season. But overall, the squad feels a little bit light, but expect that 3 at the back, and expect a real battle between Callum Wilson and Fulkrug up top. On to Wolves, and let's start off with the strengths. I think there are some really great players there. I thought Agbadou came in and was superb for them. And they will play that 3-4-2-1 again this season. Andre and Gomez, really, really good. Bellegarde at times I really, really enjoyed. And Strand Larsen is one of probably the most underrated strikers in this league. I thought he was superb. And he was superb in a team that got better as the season progressed and won a lot of games without Matheus Cunha, their main man. But all that said, the attacking side of the game for Wolves wasn't fantastic. When you look at expected goals, when you look at shots on target per match, when you look at big chances, kind of right down there in the bottom 5 teams in the league. And that's something that they'll want to improve. And let's be honest, it's about the manager here in terms of the quality that this team can provide and the output, because he did do a great job. Can he keep it going? That is the question that I have. And when it comes to the squad, this is before some of the players have come in. And as you can see on the right-hand side, it's only the 3 players that have come in. And it's a light squad. It is a really, really light squad. And that is a bit of a weakness for me. And when it comes to this team, there are some concerns from that attacking point of view still. Because I think on that left-hand side, you've lost Aït-Nouri. When you think of losing Matheus Cunha, and it is a big loss, and Fer Lopez will come in, and there will be a lot of pressure in that area. Arias, we saw a lot of him at the Club World Cup, and he was a real live wire. Can he give regular output to this team to create chances? I'm not totally sold on it, but it will be those 2 new signings that are going to be absolutely crucial in allowing this team to work the ball up the pitch. And on the right-hand side, who's going to be that right wing back? I still think, much like some of the other teams in this league, they're waiting. They're waiting for who they're going to be able to bring into the team. But in terms of progressing the ball up the pitch and therefore creating those chances, I think it got better and better when it came to Gomez and Andre, but they are 2 players that will just kind of sit there and provide that protection. That will keep them in games. In terms of creating, it is going to fall upon Arias and Fer Lopez, in my opinion. So we've gone through how every team will set up, but what about their most expensive transfer? We've ranked them all right here.
Sponsored by William Hill's Final One Standing. It's free to play and there's $500,000 up.
Again, Liverpool, Bournemouth on Friday, and obviously Arsenal United on Sunday. Super Sunday to kick off the Premier League 25-26 season. But yeah, we are back. Lee, James, I've had enough of you guys, but Jordan, I kind of missed you, man.
Oh, brother, I've missed you too, man. You guys just went away, gallivanting across the continent of Asia, forgot about me, no remote pods. Who's Jordan? But it's fine. It's fine. I didn't watch your content either, so it's fine.
No worries, no worries. I mean, Lee, James, did we miss Jordan, or was we trying to get Curtis to do a fill-in for him out there?
Well, listen, I'm going to be honest. You know, someone did want Curtis to come into it, but I think me and James sort of pushed for you, Jordan. You know, we sort of like, we had your back. I'm going to say that, we had your back. Like, a certain person didn't. But we certainly did, my man. We certainly did.
Yeah, you need to stop using this roaming camera, moving around like
I don't know what. When I'm away, this is I roam away when I'm away.
He's got the action camera on for forever. That camera's meant for something else, Lee. Come on, man.
I say nothing.
Oh, mate.
Well, just
James,
before we say something, we're going to have to change the intro because James is a different person now. Like, you know what I mean? It's a complete James. You ever looked at James then to James now? It's a different model.
He's grown up.
Model. It's
big boy now.
He's got to jog around Emirates Stadium for the next intro. That's what he's got.
Yeah, that's the one he's got to do. Yeah, he's got to do that. Like,
yeah, that's a good shout.
But he looks completely different. I was going back, something old come up on my story yesterday, and it's like a different person, completely different person.
Yeah, fresh. James, a lot of comments about your new look appearance. It's weird because we see each other so often.
Yeah,
the drastic changes as much as the community do at times. But yeah, feeling fresh.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I've just been. Don't know. You know what? Arsenal have been so frustrating for the last year. It's made me go out and run and take my frustration out on them. But yeah, it's all good. It's good to be back. What's it been? 3 weeks since we've done a pod? Something like that.
Yeah, and you wasn't on the last one before we left. I don't believe.
Yeah, I can do the one before, so it's been a long time.
Nah, that was the one where he woke up and said, even if I knew about it, I wouldn't be doing it.
That's true, by the way. Even if I'd remembered you idiots, I still wouldn't have come. I still wouldn't have joined. But
didn't even get in my badly. Didn't even get in my bad.
No.
No, not even in my. It's disgusting, really. Like, you know what I mean? So,
Who schedules in a Forever Arsenal for Saturday morning? What a complete waste of everyone's time.
there's a certain. You know what I mean? Like, and listen, James, he leapt it up as well. Don't get me wrong, because I was late for that one.
Yeah. You did say.
He leapt it up, like, you know what I mean? Like,
but guys, don't take the piss here. You know, I'm still owed a bit of money for a couple football shirts, and I'm telling you what, I'm liking all three this year. They're looking good.
Listen, you've got the deal. You know what I mean? You've just got to go and get them, like. You know what I mean? I don't know if one's expired. I think my
one's expired. No, one's definitely expired.
Nah, I would say I've given you plenty of time to save. If anything, I've been more considerate. So I'm going to go on a lovely walk around the Emirates, around the Armoury. I tell you what, I'll compromise. I won't get the match-worn shirt and save you all a little bit there. How nice of me.
Very kind of you, James.
I know.
Yeah.
Now I just need to pick which two of the three I like.
Difficult.
That's not really a hard choice, is it?
I think.
You think it's the home and the third?
Home and the third?
Yeah,
I like that away kit. I like that away kit. It is nice. It is nice. I'll see. Maybe when I tell you what, I'll get the third kit too ahead of me winning the prediction league this year as well. You can just pay me in advance.
What are you going to do? Free Pete?
Who come bottom this year? Who come bottom this year's got to pay a little bit extra? Who actually did come bottom?
Me.
Oh.
No, it was me or you. I don't know, man. One of
No,
us.
I know. Well, it wasn't me, so don't worry about that. So,
No, we'll have to check.
So I'm the only one here then that's never come bottom. Is that correct?
I mean, bottom, second this season.
Because we've all won
I've definitely come last. Yeah, I've definitely.
We've all won one. We've all won one, haven't we? Now, yeah.
No.
Oh no, someone else. Sorry, one mistake. Right, I'm sorry. How foolish of me to think that.
I've not won one, but I don't think I've come bottom either.
I think you have.
No, I think you have.
I'm pretty sure you have.
I guarantee you have. You know?
I mean, the odds on that one ain't.
Yeah. Oh dear. William Hill won't even take a bet on that. I'll tell you.
Since we're talking about revamping the intro, what about my part on the intro? I think I saw you on the wrap up of Singapore, Hong Kong. You mentioned I've got a bad reputation of being late, and I was never late. I mean, I've done enough now.
Yeah, I think you can have a little change up of yours. No, listen, I've got to say, he was when it comes to timing and things on the trip.
It's true,
he was pretty good. I don't think he never turned.
Sorry, no. I think he's the Jesus of the squad. Like he has a good run, and you think, ooh, and then he's out again for 6 months. I'm not sure. I'm convinced yet. I'm not convinced.
Yeah, no, that is true. But he was, on the tour, he was very good. I have to say that, James. He was, wasn't he? I don't think he was down late for anything.
The funny thing about the Jesus analogy is Turkish actually had knee surgery about 3 years ago.
Two of them.
Still ain't recovered.
Yeah.
He still ain't recovered.
No,
Anytime there was, shall we walk or get a cab? You say, my knee injury's playing up like that. He's playing up. Just jump in a cab.
My nan did say, look after your knees, man. And here we are, me and Jesus out with knee injuries. But yeah, look at the sympathy on the show, people. Hit the like button. Make sure you are subscribed. Sorry, I know some people don't like this beginning segment, especially when it's been quite a little while since we've spoken. But, we're a group of friends that don't talk anywhere else apart from this show. In day-to-day life,
no games.
We can't stand each other and we just ignore each other in the WhatsApp groups. And when it's time to record, we're here to talk and act like we like each other. Real friends. But yeah, before we keep it moving, obviously there's a lot of football stuff to catch up on, especially get the thoughts of Jordan when, you've been seeing us regularly on the channel for the last 2 weeks. Jordan's voice hasn't been as loud, but I'm sure he will make up for it today. This Forever Arsenal podcast is brought to you by William Hill and their brand new game. Free to play game, by the way. So it's free to play. It's a brand new game. It's called Final One Standing. And to be honest, I've played this game a few times over the years in different workplaces, more often than not called Last Man Standing. But you should already know what it's
500k ride on it. You got to pick Spurs.
But you have to, though, along the way to win that. You're going to
Well,
have
not really. If you keep it going, and they're the last one, and Spurs are in it, and you might bag it. You might bag
the
it.
last one, you're still going to have to hope they win.
But you can win before you've got to Spurs.
Spurs, yeah. That's what that's the theory I'm going down. You know, or do you play them in their first game? But then I don't want Spurs to win a game, guys. I really don't, like, you know what I mean? So it's a tough one. I think leave them out, like, you know.
There's a few that I don't want to see winning, but yeah.
But I'll tell you what, though, as the nearer it goes on, and the more and more, you know, we could be Man United fans or Liverpool fans or God, interesting.
Yeah. So anyway, guys, if you want to play, download the William Hill app, scan the code on screen or hit the link below and sign up to Final One Standing and make your pick first. Let's see who is the final one standing. Remember, it's 18 plus UK only. Please gamble responsibly. Terms and conditions apply with full terms in the link below.
Jordan's confused.
Yeah, I nicked his lines.
Yeah, I was going to say, wasn't that mine?
Lee went on for so long. I was just like, let me just...
I actually forgot about it.
I know you did. I could see it in your eyes. I went, this guy's forgotten his lines. Let me just jump in. And save the read.
You wouldn't think that I read auto cues for a living, would you? I totally forgot about.
It's actually true.
What are you saying here? That you had lines? It was just, nothing was off the cuff. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Hey? How is that man? That man has blagged the living for I don't know.
Away from since you've actually got to talk to us about anything related, let's keep it Arsenal related before we hit Netflix and whatever else.
Him a few weeks back, like excited and goosebumps and needle mover. I don't think any of those things personally. I'm not excited by Gyökeres. I'm more excited by the fact that we've signed the number 9. That's what I'm personally more excited by. I'm not as excited by him as everybody else is. But like I said, he's our striker. He's here. I'll back him. I want him to bang. But something he said he did his first interview, I think, with Arsenal, the in-house content team, right? And he was asked a question. I think it was a quick fire thing. He said, I would love to get you lot's thoughts on this. He was asked a question: would you rather score a hat-trick or get a last-minute winner? And he said hat-trick. And I didn't like that. I didn't like it, right? And somebody kind of spun it to me in a way that I could kind of understand and see. Someone spun it in a way that said, this is a guy that lives for goals. We want a striker that all he cares about is goals. Goals. Lives for goals. And I thought, okay, I kind of want my striker to be a bit of a goal pig. That's not a bad thing. But a hat-trick or a last-minute win, I mean, you can score a hat-trick and lose. So the fact that his answer wasn't intrinsically to win the game, I wouldn't say I was concerned, but I didn't love that. And I just didn't know if I was being a little bit over the top or what you lot's thoughts were on that and what that says about his mentality. Over to you.
I don't know. Probably in that moment, he just thought, which one's more goals? I'll take that one. But I guess if it was framed to him, you score a hat-trick in a 3-3 draw or you score a winner in a 2-1 win, I expect then he goes more towards the winner. Because more often than not, you score a hat-trick, your chances of winning that game are... I know there's been many examples of players scoring hat-tricks. They ain't gone on to win the game. Mbappe hat-trick 5 World Cup final, for example. But generally, when when asked about goals, you're going to go for the more. The option with more, but I don't know. I'm with you. I get you.
It just smacked to me of
hat-trick with a last-minute winner. How about that?
No, he should have said both. But really, I'd rather my striker say, I'd rather score 12 goals and win the Prem than be the Golden Boot winner and come third.
They're a different mentality, though, Jordan. Like, I've been on coaches played with centre forwards with 1-2-0 and the forward ain't scored, and he's not happy. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, when we've lost 2-1, and he's bagged his goal. He seems to be a lot more happier with that than when they once. They're a different breed. They're not likable, if I'll be honest. You know what I mean? Like in the concept, because they are a little bit selfish. The proper ones I'm talking about. I play with some some strikers at my level that are selfish. You know, it's all about the goals and whatever. But I think you need that, and I think that's something that we haven't got. I think if you look at Kai Havertz, I think he goes to bed just as happy if he's created a chance or scored it. But that proper sense, you know, the Ian Wrights in this world and all that, like, it's all about goals, and I think that we need that. Like, you know, I did pick up on what you said there, but I just thought, like, that's a typical goal-scoring mentality, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think part of the excitement and all that, I mean, a lot of it's down to that whole 9 search for how many years and not having that profile. I think the reality is, if you haven't watched James's interview from the last game against Tottenham.
Yeah, what an interview, by the way. What's an interview
that's gone viral. We often forget to mention, Arteta's part to play in this. We can want all the players in the world, whether it's me and Rodrigo, whether it was us and Isak. Arteta does have some tactical tweaks to make, and I think even the 14-minute showing, which the internet has run away with. This is modern day social media. This is what happens now. It highlights, and the tour itself highlights the need for Arteta to be able to change it up to suit him. So I am excited by the signing. I'd stop short at Goosebumps because I feel like we need more for sure, at least 2 more, which we're not going to get. We might not even get 1 more. But in terms of the profile, we need it. I'm excited to see if Arteta can make it work, because he has to make it work, and that's where James's interview, I think, in terms of the difference between others.
Sorry, Simon. What was the interview? Sorry, I missed that.
After the game against Spurs, he articulates it absolutely spot on, like, you know what I mean? It's a really good. Listen, anybody that ain't seen it, go back and listen to it, because it's not critical of anything. It's just putting hard facts down. After a disappointing game as well, like, to sort of take the emotion out of the game and say what he said. I was like a nodding donkey watching it, like, I mean, it was just everything, couldn't have happened to just agree with everything he said. He's spot on, absolutely spot on about where we are at this moment. And a little bit worried, if I'll be honest, a little bit worried.
What on your channel, James?
No, so it was Robbie interviewing me, and someone clipped up about 1 minute, 20 seconds of it. Yeah, to be fair, did the rounds on socials. The point I was making in it is, you can sign all the players you want, but if Arteta doesn't evolve the system, then there's only so far you can go. And we've seen a lot of the same patterns, and some of them I highlighted was the fact that we ask our left back to invert, and that's it. We never see them go on the overlap. Declan Rice is out on the touchline. Ødegaard's out on the other touchline. Our wingers are either isolated on one side or got the support of an overlap in Ben White, but that's kind of it. And the striker's got to sort of do all the work to bring it all together. And I just said, this has been what we've done for years. And yes, it's tweaked a little bit. In 23-24, we did do a few different things in more of a 4-4-2 shape. But generally, this has been how Arteta's always done things. And, I'm just... What's frustrating is, I think the line I basically said was, the difference between Arteta, Guardiola and then Slot last year wasn't just players, it's a coaching thing too. So I love that we've got 6 new signings. I'm desperate for Eze to come in. I think he'd make a massive difference. But it's got to come from Arteta as well. He's got to have different ideas, because I was watching that North London derby and we were trying to break Spurs down in the exact same way, and I don't think the difference between us winning over the last 3 years and not was purely player quality. So those are my concerns, that in 3 pre-season games, and I guess now, we're obviously going into the whole reviewing of how Tour went. What was more concerning for me was, I think we tried a few different things. I think Zubimendi gave us something a little bit different in midfield. I definitely think we tried to go long a lot more, which I'm not sure if I like that. But generally, it was the same stuff. I didn't really see anything that suggested to me that Arteta was really trying to come into this with fresh ideas. I think he's banking on the better players he's got evolving what he had quite naturally, and I'm not sure that's right. I don't think that's the only gap between us.
Couldn't agree with you more. Couldn't agree. After watching that tour, I'm more, like, when you bump into people, where do you think you're going to come in the league? I'm third. Unless Gyökeres just does a madness, because I don't think it's going to be an individual, not the manager, and not the team. The way that they're going to play, they're going to keep doing this stuff. If Gyökeres bangs and becomes a complete beast for us, then I don't see. I see him struggling at this moment in time. I see him struggling, not because whatever, just into the system, because I don't think that the system is going to suit him. If I'll be really honest, I don't. You know what I mean? Never got a touch of the ball in that game. Look, listen, he can go on about fitness and things like that. We knew that we weren't going to see him absolutely brilliant because we watched the training session. He's well behind everybody else, which is again another thing that we can go on about. You know, right, we got him, but by saving a couple of £1 million, it might cost us at the beginning because he's not going to be quite up to scratch. But I just fear at Arsenal at the moment, unless, and then, do you know, I don't know if you've been getting it over. Obviously, you must have been like, you know, oh, if we don't get Eze, we're looking for the next best thing underneath it and all that. Like, and this is the difference between Manchester City and Liverpool. They're not worried about the second or third best; they're getting the best. And if Arsenal need the best creative midfielder down that left-hand side that's available, not the second or the third, the best. Because I tell you what, if we don't get it, guys, don't matter what you've got, we're not winning this league. We'll be there and thereabouts again. Like, the creativity of this side is so poor. Why don't we try Odegaard on the left-hand side and Declan Rice on the right-hand side in pre-season friendlies? Not trying anything different, like, you know. Rice is struggling in that role. We're not getting the best out of Declan Rice. We're certainly not getting the best out of Martinelli because of this system. And I don't think we're going to get the best out of Gyökeres in this system.
And Lee, what's crucial about that is, sorry, Jordan, I did a video on the Gooniverse that came out yesterday, and the point I was trying to make was, we're not miles away. Arteta doesn't have to rip up the playbook.
No.
He just tweak a few things. I'll give you an example, right? Would it be so bad if he played a double pivot with Rice and Zubimendi, and that was your two in front of the back four? Would it be so bad if Lewis Skelly overlapped and you asked your left winger to tuck in a little bit? Then you've still got the 3-2-4-1 shape that he wants. You've still got, you know, that sense of a box midfield. You've still got sort of width in Saka and maybe Lewis Skelly. But you know, we've got something different. You've got a left footer going on the outside in Lewis Skelly. You've got Declan Rice maybe to the right of Zubimendi, so he can bomb up and down and support Saka. You've got Zubimendi, who actually, if you look at any heat map, he drifts towards the left. And I think you saw that in pre-season. He actually drifts towards that side and might unlock something different there. And then the players like Martinelli and Trossard, who are better on the inside anyway, and Eze, if we sign him, then they're getting into the pockets that they're more comfortable in. Like, that's not ripping up the playbook. That's not saying, Arteta, everything you've done is terrible, tearing it apart. It's just getting players in the areas they're more comfortable in. I don't know why you'd want Martinelli and Trossard on the touchline and Declan Rice all the way out there trying to support them. Look, none of them are natural in that position. I don't know why we wouldn't just tweak it and get them nearer to the areas that they play their best football.
Sorry, Jordan, go on.
Go on. You go.
You made another good point on tour, not on camera, I think, this one, but you mentioned the need for a Norgard, let's say, rather than the need for maybe a more mobile 8 in terms of in the 6th position. I mean, I agree with you. A double pivot with both Rice and Zubimendi there, allowing maybe an Odegaard or Nwaneri, whoever starts in that 10 or is in that 10, to float either side a bit more is something fresh. But you mentioned the Norgard signing and how needy it was for the squad we have now. Maybe, you know, we should have looked at an 8 that, you know, we could have brought in to take some of the attention away from Rice, because as much as I think Rice has done well in the 8, I mean, you know, that was never his natural position. He comes in and, you know, Havertz doesn't hit the ground running, Rice slots in, and, you know, he hasn't looked back since. There is limitations to Rice's game there, and I think over the years, once a lot of our threats, you know, were nullified, especially last season, it became pretty easy to mark not a Saka out the game, but limit his contributions to the game. And that same can be said for Rice as well, because, you know, the midfield still doesn't have the adequate ingredients for a successful meal, in my opinion. I still think we're lacking that 8 profile. That, again, me and James over the years, Odegaard 8, you know, it'd be nice to see that. Is that something we could see? I doubt it, because in pre-season it would have been nice to see it with maybe an Ethan in the 10 then. You know, because it's pre-season, you know, it is friendlies, even though it's never a friendly with Tottenham. I get that. But I'd understand it more if you're trying something different and we lose the game, than trying the same stuff we've been seeing over the last 12 months and losing the game. I think there's a different feeling to it.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I think that's the right point as well, because I had a couple of friends that were also out there following the tour like you guys were as well, and he came back saying that he wasn't impressed. He was a bit concerned. But as you said, pre-season is also to try and work out what doesn't work, and maybe there's an argument to suggest that it didn't go very, very well. But what they'll take away, they being Arteta and the staff, will take away is, cool, we did this and this and this. We're not doing that ever again. So hopefully, what you saw out in Asia, they'll scrap that, and you won't see it, because it didn't. By all accounts, it didn't work. So, but I think your point there, Turkish, is also relevant in terms of if you try something different, it doesn't work, then at least the fans can say, all right, cool, we tried something different, but we're trying the same thing by all reports that's not working anyway. So I think they've got a lot of work to do. I think the mentality is equally as important as the tactics that he has to change in this team. I'm not. I'll start watching some content from some content creators, but I imagine the general consensus is that the transfer window has been a good one, a very good one. I refer back to Lee's earlier point. I think Lee's bang on. I don't think it's an amazing transfer window because you haven't gone and got the best in class. Apart from Zubimendi, every other position you've either squad players, which are important, or they're the guy that you can get rather than the guy that you really want. And I think this Isak to Liverpool thing is an example of, you could have got Isak. Isak was gettable. If Arsenal would have moved 6 weeks ago for Isak, I think they get him. But they didn't move him because I don't know if they thought they couldn't get him. All talk was that, Newcastle got Champions League football, why would he leave? Well, I think he's going to Liverpool still, so he was gettable. Gyökeres is a very good centre forward. Is he better than Isak? I don't think he is. So not getting the best in class, again, just feels like Arsenal have gone some way, but not really finished the job. They've not gone all the way in. And that, I think, might be a concern come the middle, second half of the season. Did we really get the guys that were real difference makers? Or did we just get good players into the squad? Do you know what I mean?
Can I add as well? Yeah, I think Eze would take us a big leap forward, because I can stomach not signing Isak if it meant we got Gyökeres and Eze and Madueke and Zubimendi, and there was a squad to address, and I can deal with that. But one of the points I wanted to raise before we just sort of move away from it, because I feel like we maybe are, watching Arsenal on pre-season, I thought Mourinho was better than Rice on pre-season, guys. I thought he obviously scored the goal. And I don't know if you guys remember in the Newcastle game, he whipped a lovely ball into the box from the left wing, which Kai Havertz headed over the bar. Yeah. That's because as a left footer, he's more natural out there. And sometimes I find myself going, if this is absolutely how you're going to play, Mikel, and you're not going to move away from it, then apart from the big games where Declan Rice, but making it sound like Declan Rice can't play that position, of course he can. He can play it brilliantly. But Mourinho, as a left footer, is more suited out there. And you saw the goal he scored. He's more suited to making those runs off a striker. But also, Nwaneri is more suited to that role than Ødegaard's, because if he's going to interchange with Saka on the touchline, then at least with Nwaneri, you've got more of a ball-carrying threat on the outside. At the moment, Ødegaard is staying so far away from the congested area of the game that he's not having the kind of impact he wants, because we're not just chucking him right in the middle where he can use his guile and a little bit of trickery and quick feet and passing to unlock a defence. He's staying out the game a lot. And I don't actually think that's what he wants to do necessarily. I think he's kind of asked to do that. And again, it just goes back to, can we just flip it? Can it be Ødegaard on the left of the midfield three who's whipping the ball into the box to Kai Havertz? And can it be Declan Rice who's making bombing runs in beyond Bukayo Saka? I mean, why not? They're all on their more comfortable foot, or at least try. We've got 2 more pre-season games. And actually, when people say, Mikel Arteta won't do this, Mikel Arteta won't do that, we've seen him do it. And I keep going back to the Etihad. When we were 2-1 up at half-time, before Trossard got sent off, we didn't have Ødegaard, so Trossard was playing basically up front with Havertz. And he was drifting left 8, and Rice was bombing up and down right 8, and it worked. But we haven't seen it since. And I find that really strange.
The funny thing is, and having a little good think about this, you have a look at Arsenal's, all their games are all this moment in pre-season have been all the games when we're having the ball, and we're trying to break down low block teams. I did right what you say there. It's not an issue when we're playing a team that's going to come at us with Declan Rice. Declan Rice can do that job. It's when it's lack of space, it's a lack of you ain't got that much in there on the ball. So when you're in that position, say of a Declan Rice, and we're not having a go at Declan Rice when we say this, but when you're in tight pockets, you need to be natural. So your first touch is on your left foot, and it gives you that little bit of time. So Marino, in that, you're dead right in there, James. He hasn't got to worry about getting onto his right foot to play the crossing. It's naturally whipped in with his left. Where Declan, in those tight little areas, has got to get it onto his right, time's blocked out. And there was 3 or 4 occasions against Spurs, if he just played it with his left foot, we had players in, but he couldn't do it. So what happens now is, when you're playing against a Man City or a team that's attacking, you've got a little bit more space, so you can have that extra touch. And I know it sounds silly, but it is. And that is the problem we've got. So maybe he's looking at these games and thinking, I'll tell you what, we need to play low block teams to see if we can break them down and whatever. So we've got 2 games left now. I think that we need to do that. If you have a look at the teams that we're playing, the first 2 games, I think Man United will let us have the ball, and I think Leeds will. I don't think Liverpool will. So I think we need to find a way of breaking it down. We haven't. And I'm totally with this. If we go and sign Eze, I get what we're saying. But if we go and get a 3rd or 4th choice player in that position, you know what I mean? I think that's a poor from Arsenal, right? You know what I mean? Go and get the best player in that creative role. Go and get Gyökeres. It's a good, you know, and Zubimendi's going to play a different role this season to what Partey had. So I think it would be a little slight change in what we do.
We are 36 minutes and 8 seconds into this podcast. Are we gonna address the elephant in the room, gents?
Which is now?
So maybe people just send this to me and DMing me because they know my thoughts on the flirter, right? But if Turkish is correct in what he said for the last few weeks, that if we do bring in Eze, he hopes that it'll be used more centrally and not as a left winger. I've been hearing people have been DMing me saying that Martinelli's performances in pre-season, that he was anonymous, and that was the most polite description of his performances. Is the left winger position becoming more important than Eze in the 10?
I think that I think from January the realization was that left wing is probably as important as striker. You know, that's why for me Kvaratskhelia was such a big miss, was such a market opportunity in January, because as much as we've been crying out for a striker for a longer period, I think the necessity of a new player in that position was pretty like for like in terms of how important the left wing upgrade is in comparison to the striker upgrade. And then after that, it was a central figure, in my opinion. Now, obviously, people argue as they can play left, he can play central, and that bodes well. But you mentioned Martinelli here in terms of, you know, anonymous. I don't think Odegaard covered himself in much, you know, rose petals over the pre-season tour either. So, you know, there is still the same problems we saw at the end of last year. And that's what's most frustrating about the pre-season game we've just seen, which culminated in a North London derby loss, which really means nothing in the big scheme of things. But going back to James's point, this is the time to be trying things out. So, I'm not too...
Let's
on Martinelli. Sorry. Okay, on Martinelli, just quickly. He has to be doing more. Fundamentally has to be doing more. There's, you know, you watch him, and I thought every time Trossard and Nelson came on, albeit later in the game, maybe it's a bit more stretched, maybe the fullback's tired, but every time they came on, I thought they looked better. And do you know what's quite sad? And I love Martinelli. I don't know if anyone stuck up for him more on the work rate front than I have, but they looked technically a level above him, and I think that's just a bit, you know, they look like they just had more ideas with the ball at their feet. However, I do still believe that Mikel Arteta gives him an obscene amount of defensive work to do, which means the natural thing for him, which is to run into space. It's not to get the ball to feet and beat someone. It's actually to run into that space, attack space in behind, and let his instincts in front of goal do the talking. I think he's definitely technically good enough to hurt teams in those areas. I think that is an issue that I think he struggles to get past, and I think that's a coaching issue. I think shoving him out the touchline the whole time, I think it's a coaching issue. But also, I was watching every time he got the ball, and Declan Rice or Marino, whoever it was, were often driving into the box, almost like getting away from helping him. Lewis Skelly comes short for maybe a pass, but there's never a 1-2 on that. I'm not blaming Lewis Skelly. I think it's the dynamics of that team. Arteta seems to give Saka a lot of help down that side because he's got Ødegaard, he's got the 6 coming over, he's got Ben White. There's kind of 3 or 4 players constantly drifting around Saka. Having said that, Saka, I think, gets doubled up on more and still finds more solutions in Martinelli. That's where I think Martinelli should do better. But I just think from the player and the coaching perspective, it's not working, like, at all. And a lot of that's on the player, but I also don't think the dynamics help him whatsoever.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, listen, there was times in that game we was watching Martinelli, 1-on-1, he was poor, let himself down and all that. But there's an interview going about, I see the other day with Robert Perez, and Robert Perez wasn't one of the quickest players when he played on the left-hand side. And he said to me, like, how did you get a lot of your goals? So I think it might have been Gary Neville said it. How did you get a lot of your goals? He said, from the runner from Ashley Cole. Ashley Cole used to make runs down the left-hand side, and he would tease to give it to him, cut inside and score. Martinelli has got no help from a fullback whatsoever. I do see it with Saka. Every time Saka gets the ball, Ben White overlaps. It then says to the defender, is he going to play in Ben White or is he going to go on the side? When it's for Martinelli, all it is just me and you. Now, when it's me and you, these fullbacks are professional footballers. They know how to defend. So he's finding it very, 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 very difficult. He's always 1-on-1. Now, if you want to go and get a left winger, right, you've got to go and get the best left winger out there who can get the ball in 1-on-1 situations and beat players, because he's not going to have no help from the left back any way, shape or form. And also, if you're a defender and Merino makes that run out wide, or even even if it's Declan Rice that makes that run out there, you know they're not going to get it. You know it's a decoy run, because even if it is, you can get over there and stop the space. You've got someone like Miles Skelly running at you. You know that if he gets past you, he can cut inside. He's got the pace and power to do it. Ben White has on that side like that. I just think that we're so imbalanced with our wingers. It's unreal. Saka's here and Martinelli's down there. And if I'm going to be really honest about it, all 3 forwards done hardly anything. You know, Saka got man of the match for a mishit shot against AC Milan. He didn't really do a lot in the context of the 3 games. Nor did
fan voted, didn't it?
Yeah, that was fan voted. Nor did Kai Havertz and nor did Martinelli. Not one of them stood out. Gyökeres come on for 15 minutes. Didn't do anything, you know what I mean? So is it the players or is it the system? In my eyes, it's the system, and that has got to be tinkered with.
Can I just say that I think...
Yes, everyone, good morning. Welcome back to Forever United TV. Today is the day, well, we're expecting today to be the day, the official day that we get the definite and the official announcement. Benjamin Sesko has chosen Manchester United. We've got big updates from Fabrizio Romano from late last night, going over everything that happened throughout the day as it broke down, and all the thought from Manchester United this morning as well. We've got a future look on Rasmus Højlund on top of everything else that's happening. Fabrizio Romano interestingly brought in Rasmus Højlund into the conversation last night after everything that happened. Are we seeing the end of Rasmus's time at Manchester United? Updates on that. Mason Greenwood as well. Could he actually play a part in Manchester United's summer here? More talks on that Saudi move. Just want to touch into that as well, because obviously money is all important at the moment for Manchester United in getting this Benjamin Sesko deal done. As much as United say they can actually afford Benjamin Sesko, yeah, that's all right now, but plans to get rid of players are obviously going to go into overdrive now that they have fully committed to the actual signing of Benjamin Sesko, it would seem. Obviously, official bid went in yesterday, and we are now waiting for confirmation on everything that is going down. So, looking at it and looking at the whole scenario, what we're expecting, what can we expect from today? I think it is obviously going to be big, because right now there is so many things in play here, and even if you're looking at this now from the Newcastle side of things, there is a worry and a concern coming from the Alexander Isak side of things. I'm going to be talking actually on Football Talks later about that as well from the Newcastle side, but obviously it's like a domino effect with Alexander Isak comfortably then moving over to Liverpool. If Newcastle have got a big replacement, who else is as big for Newcastle if they don't get Benjamin Sesko? Their deadline was yesterday, and we haven't had any official Benjamin Sesko saying he's going to Manchester United. But as we have heard from Romano, in fact, on Romano. I'm just going to bring in Romano into it now so you can all see what exactly was said last night on his channel and where Manchester United took it from the first bid going in from them to where we finished completely last night anyway. But this is Romano's take on everything that happened yesterday.
Remember the situation 24 hours ago, let's say on Monday night. Red Bull Leipzig received the proposal from Newcastle for Benjamin Sesko. It was 80 million euros fixed, 10 million euros in advance. So that's the proposal from Newcastle. And then around lunchtime on Tuesday, they received the proposal from Manchester United. Proposal worth, according to my information, 75
JC says
plus 10 in advance, so 85, 5 less than Newcastle. Well, it's
Yes, people, what's going on? It's Adam back again, and I thought that I'll sit down and do a transfer update. So,
hello, the wait is finally over. The new championship season beckons. Wrexham back in the English second division for the first time in 43 years. Myself and Nath have done our predictions for the season that lies ahead. Nath, you won last year when we did our League One predictions. Both of us got our Wrexham call wrong, and grateful that we did. The championship then, much harder league to predict. I know everyone says anyone can beat anyone, but in the championship it seems even more apparent. This is going to be very exciting, very unpredictable, but we're still going to try and predict it. We have done our 1 to 24 for each team in the championship next season. We'll try to keep it as short and snappy as possible. Cue a 40-minute video. We will start at the bottom, make our way to the top. Of course, we'll let you know where we think Wrexham will finish as well. And we must note, this is before a ball has been kicked. There could be new signings, there could be early managerial sackings. A lot could change. That's why it is so difficult. But Nave, should we get started with this one then? Should we start with the teams we think will be getting relegated from the championship at the end of the season?
Yeah, so I think we're in agreement, aren't we? We're not in agreement for many of these, but as you can see, Sheffield Wednesday are bottom of the league for us, and for many people that are doing these same videos and for predicting the table, they are in complete disarray. Still no idea on Tuesday when we record this, out on Wednesday, no idea if that game will go ahead on Sunday against Leicester. Players, are awaiting payment. Fans are threatening to not go into the away end so that they have this massive banner. It's a complete mess. Chansiri is running that football club into oblivion. They've lost Danny Roll, the manager. Gassama's gone to Rangers. Josh Windhouse has come to us. Michael Smith's gone to Preston. Who else has gone? Malik Wilkes has gone. Valentin's gone to Preston. Loads have left. I think Stuart Armstrong's also gone. Callum Patterson's gone to MK Dons. They've just been absolutely gutted. I take no sort of delight in saying it, but it'd be a miracle if they didn't finish bottom this season.
Yeah. 23rd. I agree with you there, Sheffield Wednesday. 23rd, who have you got there?
I've got Oxford. I've got Oxford United. You've got Preston. I will quickly make the case for Oxford. They have a great manager in Gary Rowett. They have some good players. I just think it's a really, really strong division, and while I like some of the moves they've made, Will Lancashire coming in on loan from Tottenham, I think, fingers crossed, that works for him and for them. I don't know. I just think it's a really tough league. Outside of Sheffield Wednesday, I think it was quite hard to predict who would go down, and I just think Oxford might run out of steam. They just about survived last season, but I've fallen on Oxford.
Running joke is that Preston just finish mid-table. Whatever happens, they start the season well, they finish mid-table. They start the season poorly, they finish mid-table. I think they won one of their last 15 in the championship last season. Paul Heckingbottom, it just feels to me like they've made, like you said, a couple of smart additions to the level, but just to me feels like time has run out for Preston, that they've just languished in mid-table for so long now that maybe this is the season where they finally go down.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a hard reset might be coming for Preston, right? Like they've made some good signings that, like you say, for the level, but they're not massively inspiring, and I just think they could be one that fall through the trapdoor when you're seeing all three promoted sides. As you can see on the screen, we think all three promoted sides from League One will stay up. So there's got to be a couple of these teams that will join Sheffield Wednesday, we think, in just falling through the trapdoor and being put out of their misery. I think you saw with Birmingham when they dropped out, they were flirting with relegation for years. finally dropped out, obviously had massive investment and then have bounced back and now are going to look to go again. So Preston, could easily. I haven't got Preston going down. The other team I've got is Watford. And I would say that Watford could get promoted or get relegated. And I think I would be equally surprised in both instances. I don't know. They're just a crazy football club. They've made some. I think they got a lad in from Bayern Munich. They got a couple of youngsters in. Just a weird football club where they sack the manager all the time, and Watford roll the dice constantly and keep coming up with double sixes. But I feel like this might be the year where they just don't. They end up rolling too many doubles and they end up going straight to jail. I don't know. I just feel like they're going to run out of steam and go down.
I've got Hull to go down, my last one. Another team who have had some issues off the field this summer. Got some really good individual talent there. Looks like Gelhart's back. Ollie McBurney deal going to go through as well. So, there's some real firepower. But you look at what happened last season as well and how they only just survived on the final day. It's very easy to say team who was bad last season could be bad again this season. That's my thinking on Hull City. Similar to you, I think that if they get a good run together and get some momentum, they could finish higher up. And again, what this table doesn't tell you is I expect the points to be close. I think maybe Wednesday will be cut adrift at the bottom, but I don't think it'll be, a gulf between the bottom three and everyone else. I think it'll go down to the final day as well this season, where there'll be 5 or 6 teams who could all be relegated. So for me at the moment, I'm saying Hull City. This could change.
Yeah, look. So the next 5 teams, then 21st, 20th, 19th, 18th, 17th. Like I say, points-wise, we don't know exactly, but you are considered at that point in that relegation fight. I mean, the Championship's a weird league. You could be 17th and not that far off the playoffs in a weird sort of way. I'll rattle through a couple because we've already spoke about them. I've got Hull finishing 21st, Preston finishing 20th, and Stoke City finishing 19th. Preston, like I say, they'll probably just about survive in my mind, but they're not great. They can't kick on. They've definitely regressed in recent years. Hull, I actually think Hull might be that team that we're sleeping on a little bit. Like, they just can wheel and deal a couple more. They're great with loanees as well. Some of the loanees they've had over the years, particularly under Liam Rossini, they had like Fabio Carvalho, Tyler Morton's been there, Louis Barry went there. I know it didn't quite work out, but they're always pretty savvy in the loan market, so don't rule them out. Yeah, so I feel like in 21st, I'm not super comfortable with that. I think they might actually surprise a few people. Preston, I don't rate. And Stoke, I like Mark Robins a lot. I think Jamie Donnelly, going from Tottenham, he was at Leyton Orient last season. He played really well in the games against us, I thought. I just think Stoke are a bit of a basket case. Since they've come out of the Premier League, I've been there a few times for work as well and interviewed fans and done stories there. They do seem to pump money in, but just seem to continually get it wrong. I mean, Schumacher was there. He's now at Bolton. Not a bad manager, but didn't work out. Mark Robins, good manager. And so far, it's not really working out. So they're an odd one that I feel like are just going to be treading water again through 25, 26.
I think since Stoke got relegated from the Premier League 7 years ago, they've only ever finished between 14th and 18th in the Championship. That's why I got them at 15th this season. Similar to you, some really good individual talent. Got Sorba Thomas as well. I think it's a brilliant sign, obviously from a Welsh perspective. Don't expect him to kick on. The teams I had who are making up those positions just above the relegation zone, we've been over a couple of them. I've got Watford there and I've got Oxford there. Also got Blackburn Rovers. I just think that they were so poor the back end of last season, and they're one of these clubs where if things don't go right straight away, there'll be pressure on the manager. The ownership is already venomous at that club, and it's such a big old historic club that you notice when they're struggling more so than some other teams. So I think Blackburn could get, dragged into a relegation battle this season. Pompey as well. I think they did really well to survive last season. In the end, it was quite comfortable. It looked precarious for a long while for them, but I just think they'll be in and around the bottom of the table, could get dragged into a relegation battle. But I like the work Mousinho's done there. I like what they've got for their level. And again, they're such a different example to Wrexham and Birmingham in particular, who've just got promoted with a lot of money and momentum. So I expect Pompey to stay up. Watford, like I said, they're in there as well for me. Stoke 15th, Charlton and QPR as well. Two teams I've put towards the bottom mid-table. Charlton, I think that'll be a brilliant season for them. I think that they were really good for the second half of last season in League One. And I'm really impressed with the business that they've done. I think Ethan Galbraith, for example, that was such a smart pickup. a player I think could have gone to
He's
a higher
gone
level.
He's gone to Swansea. Ethan
Has he?
Galbraith.
Oh,
so
fuck.
Swansea, that's why I've got Swansea quite high. But I tell you who you might be thinking of, Charlie Kelman.
I completely devalued my whole predictions.
Charlie Kelman, Harvey Nibbs, and Rob Apter, who all really solid League One players. Like Charlie Kelman did really well on loan at Leyton Orient. I don't know how Orient fans feel about Charlie Kelman going to Charlton, but there we go. Rob Apter, good player at Blackpool. I know some fans there are a bit
Charlie
down
Kelman,
on him, saying
who I literally just got Ethan Galbraith mixed up. I was like, who's the guy who's really good for Leyton Orient last season?
there you go, Charlie Kelman. And we, in one of our old videos, I think you even lobbied for him to be a Wrexham target as a striker, given he did so well. Tanto Alafe they got from Stockport, good player, terrorised us in the game at Edgeley Park. Harvey Nibbs, I think scored against Wrexham as well in the Reading game when we lost to Reading. So, they did what probably if we didn't have massive backing, I think we would have also done. Just try and get the best talent out of League One, or some of the best talents. Nibbs, Kelman, Apter, Alafe, they are that, really. And I think Nathan Jones, as much as he likes to play up to the circus and everything, I think that is a solid pick from you. QPR also, I should say, Kwame Poku, Elias Chair. I think they have some nice Karamoko Dembele's there. If anyone doesn't know him or remember him, when he was like, I want to say like 14 or 15 at Celtic, Rich, he was like the hottest like young talent in Europe. He was like this wonder kid at Celtic, and has kind of bounced around the leagues a bit. Went to Blackpool, is now at QPR, and he's just starting to fulfill that big potential now. So he's really interesting. So you can imagine an attack that includes Poku, that includes Chair, that includes Dembele. I'm not surprised some people have got QPR really high. I've even seen some people putting them in the top 6. But yeah, for me, 17th. For you, also 17th. We are not as high on them. I guess, Rich, then if we haven't already done it, 16th to 10th, that kind of middle block of teams that you've had a solid season there.
Maybe is the
16th to 11th, yeah. 16th to 11th, you've had a really solid season there, but you're basically in no man's land as well.
There's two I want to talk about here. So I've got, in that order, Charlton, Stoke, Bristol City, West Brom, Borough and Leicester. The two I want to talk about, Bristol City and Leicester City. Bristol City had a fantastic season towards the end. They capitalised the momentum. They got to the playoffs, and then they were a disgrace in the playoffs. They were so lacklustre, so poor. They absolutely bombed out of it. Like they were thoroughly comfortably beaten in the playoffs. And I just feel that, now the changes they've had at the club, I feel like momentum's gone. I feel like Bristol City had their chance to finally get to the Premier League, and they've missed it. And I think it'll be difficult for them to go again this season. So that's why I'm going quite harsh on them. Bottom half of the table from 6th place last season. And the other one is Leicester City for me. Just in the top half, but I think there's so much uncertainty with the way the clubs are at the moment. I think Marti, is it Cifuentes?
Cifuentes, yeah. Marti Cifuentes.
Appointed. And the points deduction, we still don't know what's going to happen with that, when that might be imposed, what it will be. And yeah, I think Leicester City will have a difficult season rebuilding to get back. And then maybe next season they might be a team who could then be in the promotion mix. But I think Leicester City are going to struggle the most of all the relegated sides.
Interesting though, just looking at your prediction now on my screen, you've got 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, all with new managers. So I think that's quite interesting as well. When you think Cifuentes, Rob Edwards has gone to Middlesbrough, Ryan Mason doesn't have any managerial experience apart from an interim spell at Tottenham. He's gone in at West Brom, big club there, big expectation. And Bristol City, they obviously lost Liam Manning, new manager there. And Stoke obviously got Robbins, and Charlton have got Nathan Jones. But yeah, 4 of those there that have got new managers. I think that's really interesting. For me, I've got Blackburn in 16th, Derby in 15th, Charlton in 14th, Bristol City 13th, Swansea 12th, and West Brom 11th. 2 I want to pick out. Derby County, they were in a relegation battle last season. John Eustace, very good manager. Blackburn's loss is very much Derby County's gain. I think it's really interesting, the business they've done. Rhian Brewster is a funny player in that he's been at Swansea, he's been at Sheffield United, and he can frustrate in front of goal. But if you get him going, this is a player that was at Liverpool, really top talent. And if you can get him going, I think he's a brilliant signing. and I would back Eustace to do that. That was a free transfer. They've gone and got Patrick Adjumang out of Charlotte FC in MLS. I know a player that Wrexham at least looked at in the January window. So he's really intriguing because what will he look like? Will he take the league by storm or will he struggle? That's also really interesting. I think they went and got Andy Weirman as well. So Owen Beck has gone there. We missed out on Owen Beck. They're looking at Bobby Clark from Red Bull Salzburg. They are making some moves. I know I've only put them 15th. That is an improvement on last season. I might be sleeping on Derby a little bit. That might be one of the ones when I look back and go, Derby finishing the playoffs, that was a really bad one from me. But got Derby in 15th. Charlton, I think we've already talked about their business. I think they'll be good. They'll ride the wave of momentum, and I think they're a poorer teams. Swansea's a really interesting one. They've been going for Richard Kone at Wickham. Been rebuffed so far, and they may not be able to up their offer anymore. But they did get Ethan Galbraith, so not Charlie Kelman, as you confused him.
That one.
They did get Ethan Galbraith, and they're just... Swansea are always stylistically very good to watch, and I just do think they will take a step forward under Sheehan.
Only lost 3 games under Sheehan this season, didn't they, of his 13?
Yeah, I just think they will be solid. But as you can see from what's on the screen right now, I don't think they will be the number 1 team in Wales. And then lastly for me, West Brom, they always have good backing. I like Mason as a progressive manager. I think we've seen with Chris Davies going in at Birmingham, just because it's your first big job doesn't always mean it won't work. If you're backed enough and you've got good players at your disposal, people like Ryan Mason can thrive. So I still think 11th would be maybe disappointing for West Brom, but as a first season in proper football management, I think that'd be solid if kind of unspectacular for Ryan Mason. And then you get onto the top 10, Rich. 7th to 10th, missing out on the playoffs though.
Yeah, they are, and there's 2 teams here I want to talk about from my picks anyway. 10th place, we'll get onto this one in detail. Wrexham AFC, first season back in the Championship. I've got Swansea in 9th, similar to you. I just think they're really well run at the moment. I think they've got some really exciting additions into the squad. Burgess as well coming from Ipswich. I think that's a great pickup for them. Derby County, you said you might be sleeping on them. I think they could be one team who just miss out on the playoff. 7th, Millwall. Does feel like they're the new dark horses as Turkey were at Euro 2020, where everyone backed them because they've got a very good striker, and they were very difficult to beat last season as well. The one I will talk about before I get onto Millwall, though, is Wrexham. Nath, it's so hard to predict because start of the window was a bit slow. We looked like we were signing players for, dare I say it, consolidation in the Championship. And the last couple of weeks, I think ever since Liberato Cacace arrived, a player from Empoli in Serie A, it's gone up a whole new level. You've got Lewis O'Brien, a player that many Swansea fans think is ready for the Premier League now. You've got Connor Cody, who just looks an excellent fit. What a model professional he is. I know he struggled in his last 2 roles at Everton and Leicester, but it's such a different case study now at Wrexham. He's in a back 3 that is catered for him, and he will have the pace covered either side with Brunt and Cleworth. He can nurture them. He can be that leader at the back. And we said earlier in the window, if there's one position Wrexham go experienced, it's centre-back. And then you've got Kiefer Moore in attack, who, I mean, is there a more Phil Parkinson player? He is the facilitator. There'll be people who point at the goals record and says he doesn't score many, but he's a bloody nuisance. And Wrexham are going to be so difficult to play against next season. They remind me of, I mean, Cody's like a Sean Pearson, Ben Tozer sort of centre-back. And then you've got like a Dulux, Ollie Palmer in attack. And that is Kiefer Moore, who's got to be a facilitator for that team. He'll make everyone else click. He'll bring the wing-backs into play, hold the ball up for midfielders to make those runs. O'Brien, Rathbone bursting on forward, Windass getting loads of the ball because everyone's attention is on Kiefer Moore. And the other key factor I want to say on Wrexham, Nath, is we mentioned all those new managers, we mentioned all those projects, the teams who love to sack a manager. I think even if Wrexham start poorly, there's not a chance they sack Phil Parkinson in the first 6 months of the season, maybe even the entire season, just because you look at some of the godfathers of football, and this will sound ridiculous and people will love hearing this. You look at Pep Guardiola, you look at Fergie at United. They ran the entire football club, the footballing side of things. They run it. Phil Parkinson does that. And there's not many managers in the Championship who have that much authority over their football club like Phil Parkinson does at Wrexham. And I think that's a key reason why Wrexham will upset lots of people this season, and they'll be a bloody good football team and really hard to beat.
They'll be 10th in your prediction.
The highest ever finish in Wrexham's history.
Yeah, I have Middlesbrough 10th, Leicester City 9th. I will say quickly on Leicester, they will win a lot of football matches. I think Fatawu at Leicester if you don't know him, get to know. He could be the standout player in the division. He easily could be in that conversation. I think he's just phenomenal with his pace and his trickery. So he's one to watch. I have Wrexham finishing 8th, 2 places outside the playoffs. I do think they'll be really good. I do think they will have the ability to strengthen in January if they need to. If they're in a position where they can go for it, I think they will. I do think it'll take a little bit of time to gel for Wrexham, and the teams I've put above, I just think are a little bit more technically advanced. What I will say about Wrexham is where they lack in quality, I think they make up for it. They'll be absolute pests. McLean when he plays, Rathbone is an energizer. Moore will be a nightmare to play against. Cody will get stuck in. Max can get in and amongst it, I think, as well. There are others in there, even like a Thomason, a Dobson. We have got people that just can get down and dirty with it, and I think that will be what you need in a championship season where it's going to be gritty and it isn't always going to be about super technical football. There'll be games where we just get blown away by players that are better than us. That there will be games where we just come up against Premier League level players, which even with a lot of the signings we've made, I don't think we have loads of like bona fide Premier League caliber starters right now. There are some at the top end of this division, and we don't have those. But I think 8th, if my prediction turns out to be 100% right, is a stunning season. And from there, you can then use that as a springboard to go for it the following season. So don't think we're being too dismissive there. 8th and 10th would be Wrexham's best ever finishes and would be an outrageously good. Well, I wouldn't say outrageously good. It'd be a great season, but outrageously good would be getting even higher. But you'll see why we didn't pick them specifically in a minute. And Millwall, I think, like you say, I know you're maybe a little bit. I know you've gone the same as me, but maybe you're a little bit more skeptical about Millwall. I actually think they could be a bona fide playoff team. They just are really well coached. Alex Neil's great at this level, and they are greater than the sum of their parts. They're not flashy, but they're just a solid team, and there's at least one of those in the playoffs every year.
I feel like we've gone a bit too predictable with the teams in the playoff, Nath, because like you said, there is always one team that will upset the apple cart, and it could be a team we've already mentioned. No, God, look, it's probably Sheffield Wednesday who are going to romp away with the lead title this season. But top 6 then. Should we go for the teams in the playoffs? I've got Coventry City, a team who have been the nearly men so often. The FA Cup semi-final, the playoffs, it's been heartbreak for them. They obviously had that game as well in the playoff final, playoff semi-final defeats. They have been so close. Frank Lampard, love him or loathe him, he's a very good manager at championship level. He has proven that, maybe not being able to make the step up at Premier League level, but very talented. Norwich City, I suppose they are, in a way, the dark horses this season. I think they've got a very, very good manager in Manning. I feel like they've done some decent business as well.
Yeah, Rich, I was going to say on Norwich, there's a striker called something Kvitsgarden or something from Brøndby, centre forward from Brøndby, and from all I've got a couple of contacts over there through work, and they big fans of him. And also, if they keep Josh Sargent, Liam Manning dragged Bristol City into the playoffs last year. They'll be solid. Harry Darling as well, really nice pickup for them. And
just looking at what else they've done
as well. They'll be good. They'll be solid.
The other two, for me anyway, Sheffield United in 4th. I think Sellers, again, Southampton fans might not agree, but I think Sellers is a very good manager. We saw that at Reading last season. Maybe he's had a think since his troubled spell at St Mary's and redefined himself a little bit. And again, their pickups really impressed me. I know that it's
Louis Barry.
There's been some changes there, but yeah, look at Louis Barry as an arrival. And I think it was about time that, they've gone for, I think they're trying to become a bit more modern. I think under Chris Wilder, it was just hard work and a bit more brutality about their style of play. And, they had Kiefer Moore, for Christ's sake.
Probably Wrexham. That'll probably be Wrexham's sort of MO, I think. The Chris Wilder type
I think
football.
That now that they've changed up to Sellers, and maybe there's an argument Wrexham need to adapt to that eventually further down the line. Sort of lots of sports science and the data behind the football. I think they will take time to adapt this season. I don't think it's going to click straight away, but I just think they're a very, very good football team, and they've made
4-5-6 were the same. The highest ranked playoff team though, different. I've got Birmingham City. You've got Southampton. Make the case for Southampton not finishing in the top 2.
the fact that they've got a new manager, their pre-season wasn't very successful. They're about to lose 5-0 to Wrexham on the opening day, which would be chaos. They're going to lose maybe Tyler Dibbling before deadline day, a few more exits. They haven't bought a big name in. I know maybe that's not their magnus optum this summer. They've got 2 signings, both 21 years old. I just feel there's a lot that Southampton need to get right. And the other thing I'd say, why I think Birmingham are in a better position than Southampton, is the mentality. That's a Southampton team that were horrendous in the Premier League, have just had a full calendar year of basically not winning any matches against a Birmingham team who've just smashed the League One points tally. They've then bought some exceptional players in Birmingham City. Like Tommy Doyle is a Premier League midfielder. I think he's absolutely brilliant. You look at Kyogo from Celtic, that is obscene. I just think Birmingham City have a lot more momentum and a better team at the moment than Southampton.
Yeah, I love Birmingham's business. Kyogo, obviously most sort of known for his time at Celtic, but has come in from Rennes, Stade Rennais, I think. So he kind of had a little bit of a spell in France that maybe didn't quite pan out exactly. But he could easily be in the Premier League, I think, and also he could easily be the Golden Boot winner or the best player in the Championship over the course of the season. That wouldn't be a shock to anyone. They've still got Pike, they've still got Iwata. Like they were already built, we thought, as a kind of top 6 playoff team anyway, and they've gone and strengthened that further with the likes of Doyle. They've still got Clara, who was easily the best defender in League One last season. They've gone and got James Beadle, the England under-21 goalkeeper, and he might even play backup. So still got Stansfield. They've got so many options, and yet they've done away with people like Alfie May and gone, Alfie May, great striker, and gone, no, you're done. Let's get in Kyogo and let's get in some of these others. So they will be a force to be reckoned with again. I've just got them missing out. I do just think to get out of League One, to make all these great signings, it will take a little bit of time to gel. And third is phenomenal. So you know what I mean? Like we are saying that they would need to pull off what Ipswich did, and they might well be able to. We've seen on Built in Birmingham, the documentary this week, how ambitious Tom Brady and Tom Wagner are. Money's not an object. At the time we're recording, they're still trying to get Chuba Akpom, who got like 23 goals last time he was in the Championship with Middlesbrough. So if they get him, I mean, that's another unbelievable move. Locked in a battle with Ipswich, who they play on Friday night. But that means, Rich, that you can see on screen now our top 2. I've got Ipswich finishing second, Southampton first. I'll make my case for Southampton. I hear everything you just said. New manager and Will Still. Dibbling could go. Mateus Fernandes even could go. There's a lot of moving parts that they haven't done incredible business. I just really rate Will Still highly. I know he was in France, what he did, and the Championship is a different level, but tactically I think he's incredibly astute. I do expect them to spend, and every time, I don't know what it is, they can just shake it off. Every time they get relegated, they come into the Championship and are just a completely different football club. And then they'll go back up and they'll be horrible and they'll come back down. They are an ultimate yo-yo team for me, and I just think they will be more consistent week after week than maybe some teams will have greater highs, better performances. I just think Southampton will be so consistent, and Ipswich, if they don't go up, I think that would be an absolute travesty with the way they built that squad at the back end of the Premier League. They built it to, I think, to get promoted back out the Championship because they kind of knew they would get relegated. That's just how the Premier League is right now. So, yeah, they've lost a lap. They are probably going to lose Amari Hutchinson. They probably, fingers crossed, lose Nathan Broadhead. But they are going to splash some cash, and they're getting people out of Serie A and Premier League, and they're getting top flight level players, and that should get them over the line.
Yeah, I think Kieran McKenna is a brilliant manager as well, and I know what you're saying about Will Still as well. You only have to go on Twitter to see, the hype around him and those tedious tweets we saw so often when he was in France. But with McKenna, you've got someone who's been there and done that. He's already got 2 promotions in the EFL under his belt. And like you said, that team is ready for it. And I think of the teams who got relegated last season, Ipswich were the ones who looked like they could have survived for the longest, really, didn't they? They did have something about them, and maybe the gulf was just there, but that's going to be very difficult for any team to get past it in the years ahead. Hopefully Wrexham have that challenge themselves in a year's time. But yeah, for me, Ipswich is just the best team with the best manager in the Championship, and put those 2 things together and you've got yourself your title winners. But I'm sure we've set up upset a lot of rival fans. I'm sure people are saying Wrexham are going to finish 24th. What do these nobodies know about? Ethan Galbraith, watch out for him, Charlton fans. He's going to be some player. But yeah, let us know. What do you think of our 1 to 24? Which team do you think will win the league? Who do you think is going to go down? Where will Wrexham finish? And which team has one of us got horribly wrong the most? Let us know in the YouTube comments below.
At the Emirates, looking to take on Villarreal and get a glimpse of Victor Gyökeres. This is today's Arsenal Transfer Show. Hello and welcome to the Gooner Talk, back again with you guys and girls for another episode of what is the Arsenal Transfer Show. Joining every single morning at 8 a.m. UK time-ish, kind of. Honestly, I sit down some days and I check the chat and I'm like, it's like 8:02. It's just people whinging. Where's the show? Why has he not started yet? He's always late. I'm doing this for free for you guys. Come on. You got to cut me a bit of slack here. Good morning to you all. Thank you so much as always for tuning in. It's not like we're not a broadcast company. I'm just one man. You got to cut me some slack, people. Good morning to Barry, to James, to Jose, to Matt, to Colin. Good morning to Glenn and Black Shine. Barry, good morning to Brian and Z. We've got Morgan in the chat box as well. Trevor, Naz. We've got Martin. We've got Claire and Steve and Steve. Stephen and Steve. Steve and Stephen. Amber Lee, Brantley Poos. Good morning to you all. Shari, Graham, Mark Rice, Franz, Graham in the chat box as well. Chanor. I can see Black Shine, lovely stuff. So many of you, as always, tuning in and listening, which is always great to see. And Ken's been a member with us now for 32 months. Incredible commitment and support to the channel. Thank you, Ken. And thank you to the rest of you, always, for listening. And those of listening on catch-up, of course, too. Greatly appreciate you listening. Akinyemi says, what shirt? It's not a shirt. It's a jacket, is what it is this morning. We didn't go shirt today. We're starting to move out of summer. Starting to move into kind of jacket season. Got to decide what. I'm not going to be wearing shorts to the Emirates later, that's for sure. I think we've moved into potentially jeans territory. I think now. I think we're in jeans territory. But yes, it's good. And underneath, Polo and Bryson. If you don't know, Polo and Bryson are a fantastic drum and bass duo. Go and check out their brand new album. It is excellent. So go and give it a listen. Right, let's jump into today. At least it fits, says Daniel. Yes, indeed. Thanks for that. Let's jump into today's stories, shall we? And jump into what is going on in the world of Arsenal. Arsenal, of course, taking on Villarreal in their penultimate pre-season friendly of the summer. Villarreal, of course, formerly managed by Unai Emery, returned to the Emirates for the first time since that infamous Europa League semi-final fixture that saw Arsenal fall to Unai Emery. But they are a side that will provide a good test for Arsenal and hopefully give Arsenal the opportunity to familiarise themselves again playing at the Emirates and get some players an opportunity to play there for the first time, of course, in their careers. In terms of kind of like well-known players in the group, you'll probably be aware of Dani Parejo, 36-year-old central midfielder, a key figure in that team. Denis Suarez, you also might be aware of. First time I think he returns to the Emirates since leaving the club when he was there on loan. Juan Foyth used to play for Tottenham, so there's that North London rivalry also coming back into the folds. Arnau Danjuma, you'll probably remember as well from his time at Spurs and Everton. Gerard Moreno, of course, veteran centre-forwards. And there is a certain Nicolas Pepe also who plays for Villarreal. The first time Nicolas Pepe might be returning to Arsenal. So yeah, that's something to look out for, isn't it? And a couple of exciting players, of course, who have been linked with Arsenal in the past. Yeremy Pino, right winger, of course, as well. Though I'm pretty sure he's available. He did suffer a serious injury recently in the previous season, so unsure if he's yet back and fit. And also there is Alberto Melero, 21-year-old left winger, very highly rated, and would be on the list of a lot of clubs around Europe as well. And another one, Jose Perez, of course, formerly of Newcastle and Leicester City, I believe, as well. So, yeah, a lot of former Premier League players, a couple of Arsenal players as well in that side. So there's some links between the two teams. But the main headlines of the game, of course, are the chance to see Victor Gyökeres at the Emirates for the first time, alongside the likes of Martin Zubimendi, Christian Norgard, and potentially Noni Madueke, who we'll come on to very shortly. But we need to talk about the latest in terms of team news. Calafiori and Leandro Trossard were both not pictured in Arsenal training yesterday. Arsenal released a number of images of the training drills that were going on Monday. First training drills back, of course, since they returned from Asia, but still no sign of Calafiori or Trossard, which is obviously a bit of a concern, considering especially that Trossard is being linked with a move away from Arsenal. So, yeah, I mean, the facial expression of Trossard on the screen probably sums up kind of how we're feeling about that one right now, which isn't particularly great. However, there were a few boosts and quite a considerable one as well, which we'll talk about. But Jurrien Timber continues to return as well, and he is looking likely to be involved very, very soon with the club, which is a big benefit to Arsenal, a big benefit to the club, and certainly we want to see Timber back in an Arsenal shirt and playing very, very soon to be ready for that game at Manchester United. Of course, a Man United team that could include Benjamin Sesko, because David Ornstein reporting this morning that RB Leipzig have accepted their 82.5 plus 2.5 million euro bid. They accepted an 82.5 plus 2.5 bid from Newcastle, but the striker apparently wants Manchester United, but they haven't agreed a fee yet. But the deal is advancing towards a conclusion. So, Gyökeres versus Sesko on the opening day of the season, anybody? Certainly very interesting indeed. The narrative writes itself, doesn't it? That is, that's quite the narrative. So Man United have a brand new front three, of course, in Burmo, Sesko and Cunha, their new front three. And the likes of Garnacho look like they're leaving. But Timber hopefully will be involved in that game if he can work his way back to fitness, as hopefully will, and ignore the text on the screen, I'll sort that out while I'm talking. But Gabriel also back in training, and really good to see Gabriel there, because it's been a worrying time, not having him available to us and not being in the squads, and especially because it looked like he was going to be back and then sadly wasn't for those games in Asia. But now he is back in training, as you can see. He was doing ball work, he was doing drills, he was involved fully from the looks of things as well. So, yes, certainly a positive to see Gabriel involved there alongside Gyökeres, of course, in that image that you can see on the screen. Of course, David Price and Stuart McFarlane doing some excellent work on the training ground with some of the fixtures here. So certainly a big positive for Gabriel to be back. Huge boost. And hopefully he will be in the squad over maybe the weekend. I'd be surprised if he was involved today, but maybe, who knows, maybe he'll be there. But maybe against Athletic Club, and then, of course, Manchester United the following weekend. Another boost is that Kepa is also back, spotted in training in the winning team alongside Gabriel from the training session that took place. He had a minor issue, of course, suffered between the games of Newcastle and Spurs, which meant he missed the game against our North London rivals. But he's back and involved in the squad as well. And another boost was the inclusion of Noni Madueke. He is also in the squad and could be part of the team today, could be in the team. So, yeah, that's another exciting addition, and we might be able to see our brand new signing involved for the first time. So that is another big positive. But our final glimpses are really around transfers, and Oliver Glasner has been speaking to the media ahead of the start of the new season. The Crystal Palace manager, of course, has really been subject to something of a mess at Palace. Palace, alongside Newcastle, really have suffered some horrendous moves in the window, or lack of moves in the case of Palace. Palace haven't signed really anybody, and yet they still, of course, could lose Eze. And speaking recently, Oliver Glasner did in some way hint about a potential exit of Eberechi Eze. Speaking to the media recently, he said, Crystal Palace, we haven't made the most of the transfer window so far. I was promised that we would be more active and bring in new players earlier this year. As of now, I have 17 outfield players. I hope we don't lose any more. If that happens, which could be a bit of a Eze hint, and we get 4 new ones on deadline day like last year, it'll be another full start being possible. Ed Aaron's reporting that from Kronen Zeitun. That was reported a few days ago now. So, yeah, they are in a bit of a mess, but he has hinted towards maybe another exit. And, of course, we're all waiting to see if that exit is indeed Eberechi Eze. But Arsenal continue to be in talks with Stuttgart over a deal for Fabio Vieira, which could help move along. But there was some reports yesterday that Arsenal are said to want around 30 million euros for Fabio Vieira, and Stuttgart aren't really willing to pay anything more than 20 million euros. I said if Arsenal got 70 million pounds, I'd be relatively all right with that. But Andrea Berta is driving a hard bargain and trying to get around 26 million pounds instead for Fabio Vieira, which would be very impressive if, of course, he managed to do it. So let's wait and see. Shut up, Claire. No, it's not Frankfurt, it's Stuttgart. Anyway, let's go to part 2. Your questions and more right after this. Right, this is part 2 of today's show, which of course is the part of the show where we jump into the chat box, tackle some of your questions. If you've got questions you'd like to throw in and ask, now is the time to do so. If you use a big capital Q, it really does help them stand out. Thank you so much for all of you that helped us to reach 1,000 likes, of course, on yesterday's video and the video of the day before. We did it comfortably yesterday. In fact, we went so hard on the likes yesterday, we reached 2.3 thousand likes, which is crazy. You are awesome. I'm always kind of saying to you how, we try and stay as humble as we can about likes. I don't want to push you too hard. We like doing the 1K every day challenge, but all of you are like, well, we can't have that again. We can't get into a situation where we're having likes not reach the boundary. So we're going to doubly click this. I'm going to get friends and family and grandpas and grandnans. Grandpas and grandnans. That's the way it's said, isn't it? To get it liked. Unbelievable. 2K every day, says Spearmint. We're not going to be that greedy. But if you could help us on our way to 1K every day and today as well, that would be greatly appreciated. But thank you to the over 2,000 of you that dropped likes on yesterday's video. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. Right, let's jump, shall we, into the chat box. Let's tackle some of your questions. Gunnar says, is it true that if Trossard is out for a long period of time, that we'll be in the market for a left winger? It's difficult, isn't it? Because Arsenal would like to sign a left winger this window, but the problem is that we were looking to sell one of the two because it would give us more financial freedom to be able to invest in that position. So if one is injured for a long time, which I don't think he will be, but hypothetically say if there was to be a serious injury to one of our left wingers and the window's still open, it would leave Arsenal in a difficult situation, and maybe they would look to do a loan instead. Hopefully not a Premier League loan, but they might need to look at the market for a loan with an obligation or an option to buy a better profile player than a Sterling situation. Again, hopefully we're not into that scenario again either. Charles says, Tom, with the way that White plays at right back and combine that with Saka when everyone is fit, who do you think Mikel will choose for the back four? Lewis Skelly, Gabby, Saliba, White, or Timber? Gabby, Saliba, White. Oh, sorry, I see what you mean. Lewis Skelly, Gabby, Saliba, or White, or Timber, Gabby, Saliba, and White. Timber has played left back, of course. I think Miles Lewis Skelly still very much is our left back, at the moment. I'll start at left back and it will be between Timber and White, who starts at right back. But I think White will probably start the season and then Timber will gradually fight for a place in the squad as well. Hamed says, do you think Palace would be open to a swap deal since